Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. You already know what it is. I'm back with another one of them things. You already know. It's so much to discuss. Obviously, we have schedules to break down all around the league. We all know the news broke. The NBA, they are fast with their information. They're not taking no prisoners. And I love that the Charlotte Hornets schedule has released because, like I said, I was waiting for the schedule, and now we have a lot to break down because we could really get a good insight on how the first couple of games is going to go. Obviously, for a team like Charlotte, the start of the season is going to be paramount, but I do believe that they're going to be able to be successful and, just hold it down this year. I truly believe that this is the year, believe it or not. But at the end of the day, they have to play the games and they have to handle business. We're going to break down in full totality, obviously the first couple of games, the first 10 games, when Miles returns, and why I believe that the Charlotte Hornets could really, flip some gears out here, and really take care of it, in terms of shocking the world. It's been a long time coming for the Charlotte Hornets, but I believe that they are truly ready to take it to the next level. And under Lamelo Ball, new contract and all, you already know what it is. It's going to be a serious aftermath, and what he's going to be bringing to the table. I'm expecting Miles Bridges to be on an absolute onslaught. Guys like Williams, Mark, I'm expecting another leap, and the Charlotte Hornets is going to hold it down. We're going to break it down shortly. Salute to everybody in the chat. Shout out my man Gemini. Shout out Slim Can Hoop. Shout out Rap Guy Reloaded. Shout out to Thunder. Everybody in here, let me know your thoughts on which, when the schedules broke, with teams that really caught your eye and your attention, and how important is the first couple of games for the Charlotte Hornets in your humble opinion. I believe that it's going to be seriously important. We're about to break it down, but before we do, make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to Flight Sports. Shout out my man Anthony Mayo in the building. What's the deal?
It's good, Flight. What's standing out?
Look like you have some technical difficulties. I don't know how your mic is doing, but the Atlanta Hawks, is the first team, obviously on, the platform to handle business. They played them on the 25th of October, then the Detroit Pistons, and then the Brooklyn Nets. I want to focus on these three games right here in particular. I believe that these three games are very, very important because the Charlotte Hornets need to start the season 3-0 if possible. You're starting off on a homestand. Number one, you got to hold it down. All of the winning teams take care of business at home. The Charlotte Hornets have to take their game to the next level and show that they have completely went over the hill in terms of in a good way. You have to win the games at home. You got to make Charlotte a hellacious place to play. I think that's something that they need to do. in my humble opinion. Slim Cahoop says favorable schedule. Hornets should do well first couple of games. Well, I mean, should and what they're gonna do is two different things, because obviously there's no guarantee that the Charlotte Hornets is gonna go hell. The Hornets are so tricky. They could either go 3-0, or they could be 0-3. Is really that real? In terms of how the whole entire schedule could shake out for them. Nothing is promised to the Charlotte Hornets. But they will figure it all out. I do believe that, this is the year. I'm pointing that out. You got Steve Clifford. Steve Clifford was brought on here for a specific reason in order to. No, turn that shit off, man.
It would have been a good.
Shout out Theo. You rolling in the chat in here, blasting music. Let me remove you out my fucking chat. Shout out to all y'all rolling in the building. Y'all gonna have to y'all can't come in here playing music and all this old shit like that, man. You gotta shout out Theo. You've been in the chat for a minute, but you came on the panel playing music. It's crazy. Rap Guy says it's a tough schedule for the Hornets to me because this team is full of youth with inexperience. I know that's why I said they could easily start the season 3-0 or they could be 0-3. Man, this is that serious for them. Number one, you have the Atlanta Hawks. Led by Trae Young. You have DeJounte Murray. I think that's a team that's going to be very formidable, and I think they're going to be fighting in the same ballpark. Also, these three teams that they start off the season, like I said, you have Brooklyn on the schedule, you have Detroit on the schedule, and then you also have Atlanta. All of these teams, in my opinion, is going to be playing in that scenario all around that same bunch. So now it's all about, can Charlotte take it up a notch to that next level, which I do believe that they can. And they have to prove to these teams right away. I think you got to beat Atlanta. Remember, Atlanta was, in your position. You got to take them down. You lost to them in the play-in as well years back when they was actually, scratching and clawing to get into that situation. But nonetheless, it is what it is. They gotta beat them. And then when you go up against a team like the Detroit Pistons, you also have to beat them as well. Detroit can't roll into the Queen City and beat y'all, because then it's showing that they taking the next level. Somebody's going to take the next step in the Eastern Conference. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to break the news to you. It's either going to be the guys like Lamelo, guys like Paolo, guys like Cade Cunningham and the crew. These three teams, somebody's going to elevate. And Charlotte and Lamelo, Miles and company, they have to make sure that is them that is the ones that basically are the ones elevating and accomplishing their goals. Because you don't want to get in the situation where the Detroit Pistons elevate over you in their development. You don't want to get in the situation where a team like obviously Atlanta, they are ahead, but it's some questions. You don't know what's going on. It wasn't too long ago where they thought the whole team needed to be dismantled. So that's something to definitely think about. Also, teams like Orlando. Orlando cannot pass you, in the developmental process. And all of these things could potentially take place if the cards are not, done accordingly for the Charlotte Hornets. It's up to them at the end of the day. The ball will be on their court. Obviously, they have increased talent. They did improve the roster, believe it or not, especially with the additions. They may not have went out there and, went crazy, but the roster that's returning this season coming up is a much better roster than it was a season ago. And I would say even a season ago after that. You're starting to slowly but surely see what this team does. Also for Charlotte, which is going to be very important, is these young players, their young core, their role players, what roles it will be defined. because they have a lot of guys, a lot of bodies. How many people is going to be actually playing? How many people they're going to be sending off to the developmental stage? These are the $1 million questions that I have for the Charlotte Hornets. These are questions that have to be answered if you Charlotte. They got to be able to elevate their game and take it to the next level. And this is going to be the year to figure out, are they going to do it? Because now you start to ask questions. People start throwing caveats out there. You lose. Lamelo hasn't made the postseason yet. Obviously, it all wasn't due to him, but he hasn't made the postseason yet. They're knocking on the door. The contract was given out. I believe that with this contract, a playoff berth must be accomplished with the Charlotte Hornets, preferably sooner than later. I do believe that cup check, I don't know how it's going to materialize on the floor, but I do believe that they all putting together a team with winning on their mind. I think we all must agree with that. Winning is definitely on the mindset for the Charlotte Hornets organization. When basically, like I said, they're rolling out, they're charting out a very talented, team this year, versatile as well. I think they're going to be able to have guys, play different positions, attack the floor differently than Lamelo is accustomed to. I think he's going to have guys that he can actually give the basketball to and deliver the goods, break the defense down, where he doesn't have to set up absolutely everything. That's what I think was the mindset when drafting a guy like Brandon Miller, a guy with that size, the length, pause. You basically want him on the floor with a guy like Lamelo. You don't draft in a smaller guard, who can't really hold up to the fort, and you just don't want that with Lamelo. You want to get guys that complement Lamelo, not guys that you got to have in question to think that they complement him. And I think that's something that, if you would have had a Scoot Henderson on the roster, that you would have had, these are the questions that could have arisen.
Like that, what match prediction?
All right, I got you. This is your last time on the channel. Yeah, all right. Yeah, these guys, we got a lot of young people, rolling around. This guy Anthony Mayo, he's been around probably for like a few weeks or so, but sad part is he just can't hold it down. These guys are too young to be on this platform, running their mouths. We got to get some more mature people that understand the game of basketball and can articulate it in that point of view. It's ridiculous. But the Charlotte Hornets, they have to elevate their game. This year with the way the Eastern Conference is set up, you got the Washington as well. We didn't even get into the the in-season tournament, which I think is going to be very serious as well. That in-season tournament is going to be all-out competitive. I do believe that teams are going to keep their foot on the gas. That's the way the NBA has set it up. The NBA set this in-season tournament up to have games competitive all the way out. And I do believe that, the veterans will, really take this seriously, and that's something that I've been evaluating as well. Miles Bridges, our first look at Miles, we're going to be able to see him, basically in a meaningful basketball game. The Charlotte Hornets need these games because I think, listen, you got to have a game in the regular season that's a must win. You got to create these must win scenarios. If the Charlotte Hornets can win these games, that basically they have to win, it's pressure, all antennas, the atmosphere will be through the roof. And they need to play in those kind of environments. Obviously, Lamelo, if you want to date back to high school, overseas, things of that nature. But, with the Charlotte Hornets, outside of some of these playing games, they haven't really got a chance to, take it up a notch, and they need these games for repetition. And with the in-season tournament, that style is going to bode well for teams like Charlotte. Also, younger teams that haven't made the postseason. This will be the closest thing to a postseason game that they've played in. So this is almost giving them an appetizer for success. And as they continue, it's gonna be crazy, man. Like I said, the Charlotte Hornets truly got their work cut out. I also want to break down some other teams as well. Everybody's schedule broke. It wasn't just the Hornets. So it's a lot to discuss with the NBA. Teams are going to be on the hot seat this year, and they want to accomplish all of their goals. We're going to get all into it, man. Before we do that, man, I need you to hit the like button. If you're new, most definitely hit that subscribe button. It's Flight Sports. I got my man All Access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel, shout out to the chat, and shout out to everybody rocking with Flight Sports TV this evening. Flight, I was looking at the Charlotte Hornets schedule, and they have 5 of their first 7 games with play-in and playoff contenders. And the runner-up to the NBA Finals is also a part of that. Oh, you talking about the regular season or preseason?
I was discussing the regular season. The regular season schedule dropped. That's really I think we got into the preseason. The regular season schedule was just released.
Oh, okay. Well, they start the regular season off with a playoff contender. They also
The Hawks is a contender?
Yeah, you have the first 3 games, and 2 of those 3 games were playoff contenders, right? And October 25th, you have the opening day of the season. Is that correct?
Yeah, against the Atlanta Hawks.
Right. Were they in the playoffs?
Yep.
Okay. Then you have the Pistons, easy money. And then you come back down to the Brooklyn Nets. So even though they have their first 3 games at home before they take off on a road trip down to H-Town, they got 2 of the 3 that were in the playoffs. So I don't know how favorable that is. If you starting off against a playoff team, then your final homestand of a 3-game homestand, you got the Brooklyn Nets. So you got 2 of the first 3 games versus playoff contenders. So I don't know how favorable that is to start off, because they could start off 1-2.
Right, that's what I said. I said the Hornets could easily start the season 3-0 or 0-3. Also, you have a game against the Houston Rockets. I think that's a game that can be had. It's going to be tough. They did bring in guys like Van Vliet, but that's still the core is still young. I think that the Charlotte Hornets could go down to H-Town to win. The 3 games are at home. The Atlanta Hawks, they have some turmoil. I did discuss that earlier. We got to remember, we can't act like it wasn't just too long ago they was talking about getting rid of everybody, and they just got these people. That it will be pressure on them. Let's see what happens. I believe that the Charlotte Hornets, if this is the season where they make the postseason, Dex, you have to start winning games at home. You have to create a situation where the Hive over there in Charlotte, the Spectrum Center, becomes a hostile environment. And you have to win these 3 games at home. First things first, 1 game at a time. I believe that they can take out Atlanta. You got a lot of emotions. Game 1, it's crazy. Opening night, I'm gonna give the Charlotte Hornets that game. That's what I'm gonna give them. And then you got the Detroit Pistons. I'm gonna give them the Detroit Pistons. I think that's gonna be tough, but I'm gonna be watching that, because I think that they're going to be in the same kind of ballpark fighting all season long. And then Brooklyn obviously will be, to me, the toughest opponent out of the first 3, but they are at home. So with 2-1, definitely you don't want to go 0-3. That's more what I'm alluding to.
Okay, so Brooklyn, you say it's the toughest game. Do you think Brooklyn is better than the Bulls?
Ooh, That's a tough question, a tough call. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say yes collectively. You know, they may have the Bulls just may have better players. You know, in terms of maybe a Zach might be pound for pound better than Miles. I mean, Mikal Bridges, but I think that the Brooklyn Nets are just a better constructed basketball team.
Okay. And the reason why I asked you if you believe Brooklyn is better than the Bulls was based on last season playing scenario because you giving the Hornets the ups on the Hawks when the Hawks dismantled the Bulls. I mean, excuse me, the Heat. The Hawks dismantled the Heat, and the Heat dismantled the Bulls.
I
And
know.
the Heat end up being runner up to the Denver Nuggets in the NBA Finals. So for the Hawks to dismantle a championship participant like the Miami Heat, and the Heat beat the Bulls when the Bulls had the game won, the Heat came back and just smashed them. I think the Bulls are better than Brooklyn, and I think the Hawks are better than both. So for the Hornets to face off the Hawks, who gave uh, Miami all they can handle, and they was pleased that they didn't have to see the Hawks in their journey to the championship. They escaped the Hawks because that was the only team that was such a mismatch for the Chicago Bulls based on their height, their speed, and their athleticism around the rim. And you giving the Hornets the ups on the Hawks, I think could be a grave mistake.
All right. Well, I mean, only time can tell. I guarantee you, I'm picking Charlotte to beat the Atlanta Hawks in Game 1. I mean, you could pick the Hawks. That's you. I'm believing in the Charlotte Hornets Game 1 at home, an emotional game, fans coming out. I believe that they could beat them. Now, like I said, if you want to allude that this is a hellacious schedule early, I don't believe so. I'm not as fearful of Atlanta as maybe you are. You know, I don't believe that this is a team that we need to be shitting on ourselves about. You know, obviously Trae Young turns it on in the playoffs. We know that. We've been seeing it for very long. You know, if Trae Young played like he did in the regular season, hell, they would have had the #1 seed in the Eastern Conference. You know, but I'm not going to disrespect the Hawks. They are a good team. But I just believe that the Charlotte Hornets could beat them. That's just my opinion. You know, favorable could be 2-2. Is that bad? If the Charlotte Hornets start the season 2-2 with Miles Bridges out, is that a failure?
No, 2-2 is not a failure because that's 50%. That's a C grade. C grade is passing.
Right.
But now, okay, we got what you got on the Hawks. Okay, you don't have much faith in the Hawks. Okay, cool. You say it's going to be a game of emotions. It's going to be the return of Lamelo Ball, first game since his injury, and that game is at home, so the hive should be buzzing.
Yeah, that's where I'm headed with that with Game 1. Maybe if we in the middle of February, and you know anything could happen, but I'm just picking opening night in the Hornet. This the year, you know, big contract. It's time. It's time. If Miles Bridges was playing, I'd be ready to triple guarantee the shit. You know, but you know, let's see. They better hold it. They gotta hold it down these first 10 games, man. That's all I'm gonna let. We're gonna get into the first 10 games too, but we right now we
Right? Yeah, you move a little fast. Yeah, you move a little. So we still at the Hawks. We know that the Hornets is the little sister or little brother, however you want to categorize it, of Atlanta, right? And Melo basically been having his way against the Hawks, except when it really counts. That's when he flustered. Trae Young didn't do much better, but the supporting cast outplayed the Hornets, and that's what I feel that might happen this time around, especially since the absence of Miles Bridges and the insertion of Brandon Miller, who will be a rookie in this first game. He might have, some jitters, just like Melo had when his first game as a rookie. He had his jitters against Cleveland and ended up with a donut. I don't know if that's going to happen with Brandon Miller because he do have Lamelo in the chemistry and the compounding of leadership from Lamelo coming this year. I doubt if he allowed I doubt that he allowed Brandon Miller would end the game with a 0. That's just not his mental makeup, because we know that the Charlotte Hornets, when Lamelo came in the league, there was some shitty characters, and Terry Rozier was a part of that too. So there was a lot of shitty characters. The Martin twins, Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward. So Lamelo was fighting an uphill battle, swimming against the stream, trying to incorporate himself as a legitimate member of the Charlotte Hornets with that ridiculous and now obsolete core of a dastardly basketball team constructed by Michael Jordan and Mitch Kupchak in 2020 that allowed Lamelo to go scoreless in his first outing and being shepherded by James Borrego, which was awful for a number 2 draft in the first round to come into a sorry team like Charlotte and play with that high draft pick. And now we see why Michael Jordan got his ass removed, because of the way he wiggled and jiggled his way through the Charlotte organization as the top dog. I don't think Lamelo will allow that to happen. He's a different mindset. He's not a selfish, indignant bastard like those guys were to him. He wouldn't treat other people in that manner. So I think Brandon Miller will have an opportunity to showcase himself. And it would be a definite delight to see Brandon Miller outshine, who is that, DeAndre Hunter over there? That probably will be facing off with Brandon Miller. I think Melo wants Brandon Miller to be successful, so he'll probably do the best he can within the framework of the game and schematics of Cliffy to make that happen. Unlike, like I said, those other despots did him in his rookie campaign. It seemed like they was doing the best to sabotage him, and not only that, to slow him down so he wouldn't usurp the minutes from Devontae Graham, which was utterly ridiculous in itself. So maybe Hornets can put a better output than the Hawks. But like I said, and like you said, it remains to be seen. Now, one thing I do say about that flight, if the talent pool on both teams are somewhat equal, then you have to go to the X's and O's. Who is the better orchestra of X's and O's between Cliffy and Snyder? Like,
oh Lord, I mean, that's a hell of a question. Shout out Basil Carpenter Jr. with your $20 super chat. He says, "Love and peace. So ready for some NBA basketball." Dex, man, I'm gonna have to roll. Man, that's a tough, man. Dex, you put me in a messed up situation, but I got to keep it 100. If you want to see if the numbers and things of that nature is anything, you got to roll with Quentin Snyder. He's done some amazing things up there in Utah. This guy, Steve Clifford, he's just a coach that get the team to the postseason. Obviously, Snyder, he ain't no championship coach, but, I got to roll with Quentin Snyder on that, Dex.
I agree, but like you missed something there with Quentin Snyder. Something that he did last season. Remember how the Atlanta Hawks were faring, and it looked like Atlanta would be right next to the Charlotte Hornets and missing an opportunity to extend their season by being disqualified for play-in contention. Coach Snyder came in after the firing of our boy Nate, Coach Nate, and turned that team around. And not only did he turn it around, Flight, he got them into the playoffs. He got that reeling, gasping for air Atlanta Hawks team that looked like they were deflated. And they entered the second half of the season on the Blaze, and they qualified for the play-in, and then they committed.
Yeah, man. It's like, nah.
Come on, get him off there, Flight, because he's already acting an asshole.
He's all.
And they came in a blaze, and then the momentum of Coach Snyder and the Flying Hawks decimated the eventual runner-up to the NBA Finals in the first play-in game. And they were the first team to slot themselves as the number 7 seed in the playoffs. So Coach Snyder, did a remarkable job in turning that team around after the firing and departing of Coach Nate, who lost the locker room somehow, some way.
Nate McMillan, that was definitely a nasty, dirty situation. What happened with Nate? But I think that the Hawks, we're going to find out what's up with them too, because it will be pressure. You got to understand, Dex, they paid DeJounte Murray. He just inked a hell of a deal. Could you imagine if DeJounte and this Hawks situation is a complete mess? What about the pressure for the Hawks? I mean, obviously they got shit to prove too. What about that? What's going on with them?
Yeah, most definitely they have stuff to prove, right? And most teams have something to prove who didn't win a championship. And that's including Miami on down to the rest of the 29 teams that are trying to dethrone the current champions, the Denver Nuggets, which is going to be a difficult job, because I think that Aaron Gordon is coming into his own this year, and I definitely think that Michael Porter Jr. was not satisfied in his playoff run, that he's going to be more diligent than we ever seen MPJ since he's been a part of the NBA. So that right there is going to be a scary moment for the Western Conference and the NBA as a totality. But to go back to what you're saying, Flight, yes, they got something to prove. The Hornets got something to prove, and we're just going to see who wants to prove it more and who wants it more in this first game. Because for this to be a game below the Macy-Dixon line, Flight, this is going to be a very, very task game. Hawks, Hornets. Because both of these teams want to represent the South the best way they can. And to open up the season against each other, these two sisters or these two brothers.
Yeah, right down the block.
Right down the block. Right down I-85. The winner of this will have initial bragging rights early on until probably they meet again. And this game also, Flight, in my recollection, has been a catapult game. Because it was a catapult game for the Hornets last season when they beat the Hawks and went on a 6-game winning streak. And it started with the Hawks, Trae Young and company. And the opposite was for the Hawks. They kind of went into a tailspin. So I'm quite sure both of these teams remember the dynamic of the meeting last season that sent one team on a winning streak and the other team on a tailspin, even though they did recover. But nonetheless, this game could catapult one of these teams into another winning streak to start the season.
Absolutely, Dex. What about the Detroit Pistons? Head coach Monty Williams, they paid him a shitload of money. I believe that this team actually may be more around the ballpark of the Charlotte Hornets. Obviously, you look at, people view, not you yourself, but the Hawks playoffs, the Nets, they made the postseason, even though those teams are not right. The Hawks, they could get spooky, but nobody's believing the Brooklyn Nets are going to be heavyweights in the postseason. I believe if you Charlotte, you got to make sure that you take out teams like Detroit, even though it's going to be very crazy. You got Cade Cunningham coming back, Dex. He's been dealing with some injuries himself. He's missed a significant amount of time. They drafted Jaden Ivey. They got Doran. I believe that the Charlotte Hornets was involved in that move as well. What do you think about that second game against the Detroit Pistons? Because I think the Pistons believe that they're going to beat the Charlotte Hornets as well.
Well, you also have the James Wiseman dynamic. The Melo, James Wiseman, who should be two, who wasn't two, who went to the right place, who had the better setup, and things of that nature. James Wiseman will try to come in and prove himself to be the legitimate number 2 draft pick in that 2020 pandemic draft. So it's a redeeming factor for him as well, because a lot of people have written James Wiseman off. And I just think that once he sees Lamelo on the other side of that aisle in that teal uniform, I think James Wiseman's eyes will open up tremendously. And he will be out there playing with a reckless abandonment, trying to destroy the Charlotte Hornets and the LaMelo Ball. Whether he has a winning streak coming into this game or not, he will try to damper the hopes of the Charlotte Hornets in the Spectrum Center. So, yeah, you have Monty Williams also coming in, looking to show that he's worth the money that the Detroit spilled out for him, and how they went after him aggressively to secure his talent and direction and leadership for this young Detroit team. Monte Williams is definitely the face of the franchise right now. And I don't see Cade Cunningham being the face of the franchise. And so Cade Cunningham is going to be up under Monty Williams' edicts. And we're going to see if they can execute the Monty Williams playbook. So Detroit also is another team that's looking to be more on the rise, and they see the Charlotte Hornets as an opportunity to pick up a win as well. I think it's going to be a little more difficult for Detroit than it would be for Atlanta to beat this LaMelo guided team. And with the healthy Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier playing within the framework of the scheme, I think they should be able to beat Detroit by at least 8 points or more.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Dex. The Detroit Pistons, I think they can beat them down. You got Cade coming back. Where do you see Cade Cunningham fitting in this dynamic with the young guards? Obviously you got Melo, you got Tyrese. Where does Cade Cunningham, where you put him in there with these guys?
Yep, you also got Maxey as well.
Maxey, yeah.
So I think Cade Cunningham is I think he's second tier. I don't think he's first tier with the name that you have mentioned. I think Cade Cunningham has a lot to prove and improve, especially with his decision making and shot selection, as far as being poignant and shooting the ball at the right time during the right situation. I don't believe Cade Cunningham have the necessary aptitude to take over a game, because he's still young, he's still learning, and that will come in time. Some players just come in with a higher aptitude of the game than others, and I just think Cade Cunningham aptitude is just not there yet. I know Killian Hayes is right there to help assist and getting Detroit some wins, and I don't think Killian Hayes is accurate enough to be able to be a threat. So therefore, you can crash down on Cade, make him give up the ball, and have other guys make shots. And that right there, I think that is Detroit weakness. Their shot making, their shot selection, because Monty is coming in and bringing structure, real structure. So can they adjust to Monte Williams' structure? Because Monte Williams is used to winning since he's been the Phoenix Suns head coach. He had a couple of down years in Phoenix, but once the Chris Paul dynamic came available for the Phoenix Suns, and after they had that momentum in the bubble in 2020 with the 8-0 record and the only team that was undefeated in the bubble, even though they wasn't eligible to go to the play-in game, I think that served well with Monty Williams to remind a Detroit Piston teams that's looking for wins that they can do it the same way the Phoenix Suns did it in 2020 and then skyrocket into one of the contenders of the NBA.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see if he can do that. Obviously, he's going to have his work cut out for him in Detroit because I'm not sure, was it another job that he could have had? Did you hear about another job that Monty could have took instead of this one?
I'm not sure, but hey, that's water under the bridge. He's a Detroit Piston coach right now. There's a lot of sensation behind Monty Williams. You heard when Phonics was on the channel, as he is one of the newly Detroit area residents, how thrilled he was to have Monty Williams there, and those sentiments are being felt throughout the metropolitan Detroit area that Monty Williams can bring a winning season to the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, and it's going to be good, for a guy like, obviously, Clifford, to go up against some of these coaches, even your guy, Jacques Vaughn. I mean, he ain't nothing to mess around with. I think you was high on him as well. And obviously, we're going to shift gears to Brooklyn. I think your guy, Jacques Vaughn, and like I said, you was letting people know what kind of coach he was. He took over, and he still held down the fort. He made the postseason. Obviously, I think this young team is growing around this coach and Jacques Vaughn. I think he got some guys that he's going to be able to have for a while. What do you think about the success of Jacques Vaughn and how underrated he is as a coach?
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, Flight, Jacques Vaughn, I know him, and I just think he's just a terrific guy, in and out of the NBA, on and off the court. He's definitely a leader of men. He goes all the way back to John Muir High School in Pasadena, California, the same high school that produced Wayne Womack, Ryan Hollins, and as well Stacey Augmon, all NBA players. And then there's probably some more that I might not be too familiar with, but those are guys I'm familiar with. And Jacques Vaughn went to Kansas, became an All-American, and, did his thing in Kansas. He didn't win the championship in Kansas, but I believe he led him to the Final Four. And then he went on to San Antonio. He's a part of that branch of winning and defensive mindset and stringent structure coming from Pop. Then he became assistant coach, and, he's part of the Pop assistant coach branch. And he went over to Brooklyn. I mean, first he went over to Orlando, I think, and became their coach in Orlando Magic. Then he went over to Brooklyn. And then, he got sat down, and then he got rehired again. So he's tenacious. He's resilient. He doesn't mind the struggle. He appreciates the journey. He's just a well-rounded, good guy, Jacques Vaughn, and that's why he's well-liked. And he's a winner. He's a winner at heart. So Jacques Vaughn taking over for Steve Nash in the Brooklyn Nets is a win-win situation for Brooklyn. And by him being a point guard, Flight, he's able to help rudder the ship when it went awry. When the ship went somewhat astray on the departure of Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, he still ruddered that ship and got them into the playoffs. They had some slippage, but they didn't slide all the way. They slid from 4 to 6. And in that right there, even though there was a number one seed at one point in that season, but he wasn't the coach. I think Steve Nash might have been the coach. Wait, no, he was a coach. I'll take that back. He was, because he came in on a winning streak. So yeah, he had him at a number one seed, but he had Kyrie and Kevin Durant. But then once the departure came, it was a little discombobulation going on and some tumultuous riding that wave of their departure and the organization being kind of rocked by that. He still was a gentleman in leadership form and guided the Brooklyn Nets to a winning season, and as well, second time getting them in the playoffs. This is Jacques Vaughn's second time getting Brooklyn into the playoffs as a head coach. So we know there's good leadership there, first of all. And there's good coaching, and he's well liked, because Kevin Durant, even though he departed, said that him and Jacques Vaughn was on the same level when it came to winning and pursuing basketball. Now, once he got the trade, he had basically a whole new team. But those guys that came over from those prospective teams with the Kevin Durant deal and the Kyrie deal, they got Brooklyn into the playoffs. They was understanding of what was going on in Brooklyn. They was fighting for supremacy between them and the New York Knicks. Now, the New York Knicks eventually won out. They eventually won out because of the distraction that went down in Brooklyn, but they wasn't too far removed from Brooklyn, even though Brooklyn had a new team. So now the Hornets have to face this new team after a disappointing playoff appearance from Brooklyn and Jacques Vaughn and company. Can the Hornets be able to withstand the fervor of the Brooklyn Nets when they travel down south to the Spectrum Center? That is the question that we're trying to answer. And I think this is going to be more of a gritty game than before. The Hornets have beaten Brooklyn, and we've seen Kyrie put up massive numbers against the Hornets. But that saga is over with. Kyrie, Kevin Durant, that's over with. Like, can the Charlotte Hornets muster enough attention and focus to be excited playing the remnants of the Brooklyn Nets? Because there's no star power there. I mean, we can give some star power to Mikal, but in honesty, there's really no star power there anymore. So can the Charlotte Hornets get up for this game?
Well,
That is the question.
They better get up for it, pause, because I tell you what, the Charlotte Hornets, the bottom line is USA basketball. You know, obviously this is not the dream team, the redeem team, or anything like that. But Mikal Bridges, he's going to be able to, you know, almost bring some of that over to the Brooklyn Nets, and I do believe that whether that's gonna be the Charlotte Hornets' fault. You know, if you want to sit up there and take a night off against the Brooklyn Nets, that just shows me that the Charlotte Hornets is still not ready, and it's going to be about another year, 2 or 3. And I'm going to find out this year if that's the case, you know, of how long this shit going to take, because I believe that this is the year where they close the gap. I'm not saying they go in there and be perennial threats and they're going to be a beast in the East, and you know, but they need to establish something. It's time to take the next step. And the Brooklyn Nets is a team that they better make sure that they get themselves up and prepared for, because number one, not only do they have Mikal, you have Dorian Finney-Smith, Cam Johnson. There's talent on this goddamn team, Dex. You know, so if they want to sit up here and act like they playing nobody, you know, then they're just gonna bite themselves in the ass.
Yeah, but you know, normally, you know, when you just imagine the Brooklyn Nets in that black and gray, almost Raider-esque light atmosphere. We already know Brooklyn, aka Crooklyn, the roughest borough in the 5 boroughs of New York. You know what I'm saying? And when when they had that star power, it just made it all the while better. But Ben Simmons is an X factor here. Ben Simmons will be returning. And according to Nets Wire, Mark Jones, who's a play-by-play announcer for the Sacramento Kings, Mark Jones said that the Nets, Ben Simmons is shredded and in fantastic shape. So if this the case that Ben Simmons been out working on his body, hopefully he's been working on his shot, and he comes in shredded, means cut up, in shape, which is fantastic for Ben Simmons. But your body is one thing, your mind is the other, right? So he's going to have a full equilibrium of mind and body activity to go forth into the NBA and be that caliber all-star player that he once was and assist Jock Vaughn and Mikal Bridges and the rest of the Brooklyn Remnants into a playoff atmosphere. So Ben Simmons will be a key because if he's coming in the way that Mark Jones, play-by-play announcer for the Sacramento Kings, says he is, then I'm quite sure that he will be on Lamelo. And Mikal Bridges most likely will be on Brandon Miller. And I think Mikal Bridges on Brandon Miller is a smother. I think he will smother Brandon Miller. Now, Ben Simmons and LaMelo, that would be a top-notch matchup if Ben Simmons can come in mentally ready as well as physically ready, Flight.
Listen, that's all about how much we believe in Ben. Some people are ready to ship has sailed with Ben Simmons, but like you said, people are optimistic for whatever reason. Ben's name will always give hope where people ain't ready to just write his ass off just yet. So give major props to hopefully Ben Simmons. It sounds good to say, a matchup between Ben and Melo. Obviously Ben's defense, is still something. But, a guy like LaMelo can't be guarded. So these are things that, we're gonna have to find out. These are some great questions, Dex, that you're asking right about now. So, Sean, I thought this is Flight. Even mentality ill Ben Simmons is all NBA defense. Yeah, hey, let's see.
Shout out to Rico and shout out to Purple, baby.
Shout out Purple. Shout out Rico in the building.
What's up, Flight?
What's good? You see what's going on?
Yeah, shout out Dex, man.
What's your thoughts on the situation? You see the schedules just dropped. Obviously, we're going to get into some other teams, but focusing on the Charlotte Hornets. What do you think about these first 3 games before we get into the 10, and then when Miles return? Well, let's start with the first 3. We got Atlanta, we have the Detroit Pistons, and then we have the Brooklyn Nets.
I'll give them game 2. You said is
Detroit. All 3 at home. The first 3 games is at home.
Okay, yeah. So no, I'm definitely gonna give them Detroit. I don't know about the Nets yet. Even if we do want to say that Ben Simmons is coming back, I think that's gonna be like a learning curve for them. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people just having a point guard who can't shoot, that's an adjustment. You know what I mean? So I don't know if Ben is running point. Maybe he's running the 4 and running the point from there. So they might sneak that one out. Atlanta will be tough. I do think Atlanta with Trae Young and what's bro's name from San Antonio?
DeJounte.
Yeah, DeJounte Murray. I think
he just got the bag to himself. He got something to prove.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with how they were meshing last year, that might be a tricky game 1, but I think game 2 and game 3 they could take those.
Right. No, I totally agree. But what did you mention game 1 against Atlanta? Before y'all came on here, me and Dex was politicking. Dex, but I believe it's gonna be tough too. But I said that I'm kind of rolling with Charlotte off of the back of the emotions of game 1 opening night, the fans coming out, the building is just gonna be electric. I'm rolling with the Charlotte Hornets to beat the Atlanta Hawks under those circumstances for Game 1. What do you think about Game 1? I'm not sure if I got a good insight on your perspective.
Like I want to say you said it's a home game for the Hornets. I want to give them that game, but I do think it'll be a tough one just off the chemistry
You
that
said
they have.
Houston?
Huh?
You said Houston?
No. Charlotte is playing Atlanta Game 1, right?
Yes, at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I do want to give that to Charlotte, but I don't know how I like based off Atlanta's chemistry that would be a close game. So but I
Right.
will say with with Miles Bridges coming back with the rookie they just drafted, Terry. I want to see their lineups for real. I want to see who's
Well, remember,
starting.
Miles is out the first 10 games. He won't be back till the game against the Milwaukee Bucks.
Shit. So that'll be a tough one. That will be a tough one. I'm not gonna say that they'll lose it for sure.
Yeah, they ain't have Miles for a whole year. You remember?
And I think I just think it's a chemistry thing. If Lamelo and the Hornets are playing the way we all think they're gonna play, the way Dex told us about them running up and down the floor, I think Hornets could sneak up on a lot of teams. They have the talent to win games, and then with their pace of play, when you're a young team, if you run, you're always in the game. That's another thing I like to remember watching the Hornets. If they just run and push the pace, they're gonna put up points. I don't think Atlanta's the type of a defense to actually stop that. So it might be a shootout. That's a 50-50 for me. I'll be honest. Uh, as for, did y'all see how many nationally televised games they got? I think they had like 7.
No,
Any thoughts on that one?
they only got 2.
2. Okay, yeah, even worse.
But
Any thoughts on
they're not
back-to-back?
counting those NBA TV games.
No, they still got 2.
Yeah, they got 2 nationally televised games.
Listen, let me tell you something. They switch that shit out all the time. If Charlotte come out must see, they start winning. They'll add them to more games.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
So it's just how it is right now. There's a lot of variables. You got Victor Wembanyama. We got a new star on the block. It's gonna be interesting to see. You don't like that? You think that's disrespect, don't you think?
Hell yeah, Flight. They gave the Lakers 40.
Well, come on, that's the Lakers. Well, they took it to the next. I ain't got to damn near half the season.
Exactly. Like,
what the hell is wrong with them?
You gonna give them 40 nationally
Nobody
televised
wants to
games?
see that much
How dare
goddamn
you,
LeBron.
Rico? Rico, how dare you?
Dex,
You
we already
you
know
don't even
LeBron is
mention the
motivated to
Lakers
win
when it
games.
comes to a Charlotte Hornet. Please, Rico, don't do that.
Dex,
40
LeBron
games
is
is
on
I mean,
ridiculous.
Lakers are historic. Lakers are legacy. So that's a whole different thing. And then Rico, look what happened. The Los Angeles Lakers went to the Western Conference championship game. So the Laker fans globally, not just LA, not just California, not just Arizona, not just, not New Mexico. I'm talking about globally. They want to see the Lakers in action again.
Yeah,
They gave LeBron all that money. They gave Anthony Davis all that money. I mean, come on, Rico.
Look, man, all I'm gonna see is we're gonna see a lot of nationally televised Austin Reeves games. I know damn well LeBron and AD ain't playing all of them nationally televised games. Some of those are
And
gonna be
you know
back
what?
to backs.
Listen, I don't mean to digress from the Charlotte Hornets, but listen, Austin Reeves is taking over the U.S. basketball team.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm done. Purple Baby done got upset. I'm done.
I'm not.
Gemini, come up here. Come up here, Gemini.
Y'all think he LeBron or something? Like, calm down.
And on LeBron, They're out here taking this Austin Reeves shit
Well,
to the next level,
you
huh?
got to understand, Purple Baby. Who else besides Luca? Right? I'm talking about guard wise, because you can't count Jokic, right? Because he's the big guy. But who else besides Luca can white folks cheer for that can handle the ball, move around, be elusive, and things of that nature?
The fact that you say white people is crazy to me.
Wow.
That's how I go, though. I mean, we got
Um,
to keep it 100.
Porzingis, I mean, they got some options. They got plenty.
Porzingis,
Yes,
he's a
Man, it's
big
from
guy.
out here.
No, Porzingis is a big guy. We're talking about smaller white guys who can ball. We
but
ain't talking about giants.
6'7" though.
Who?
Luca.
Okay, but Luca's 6'7", but he don't play 6'7".
Okay, I mean, if they ain't got no white people to cheer for, by that logic, they gonna go cheer for the. I mean, come on, Dex. We're not about to play this game.
I'm only telling you how it works when it comes down to money. I mean, you gotta feed the majority. Shit. You gotta feed the majority. You gotta get the majority what they want.
Man,
And
they out here cheering for Curry and Tatum, the
yeah, they cheer for them too because those are homers.
Booker, all of them guys.
But when you got listen, it's just like when Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, right? And how all of the black people from the Negro League started to integrate into the the Major League Baseball. So when you have someone that's good and looks like you, and someone you can cheer for without any, haphazards, you're going to do it. And Austin Reeves is a good old American, kid. Where does he come out of? Oklahoma.
I don't even know.
He ain't come out of
Middle of
Oklahoma.
nowhere.
They
You know what I'm saying? So small time guy too, you know what I mean? And he's balling and he's next to LeBron James. What can you ask for? This is what Gordon Hayward failed to sustain when he had that opportunity to.
I
Because
mean,
Luca's a foreigner. Austin Reeves is American. Go to old American. Apple pie. You know what I'm saying? Red, white, and blue. I'm telling you, man, these people be wilding for Austin Reeves.
I don't
That
think.
he's
I
the
don't
next
think.
Larry Bird.
No, he's not the next Larry Bird. No, he's not that good.
That's
But
crazy.
there's always hope. You know what I'm saying, Rico? There's always hope.
White people
And
say,
that's what the NBA selling. They selling hope. They ain't selling dope. They selling hope.
That's a good one, Dex.
I'm not worried about no Austin Reeves. I'm tired of hearing that. Tell me about it.
Oh, my bad. What you said about Austin Reeves and would it never happen again?
Man, Dex doing too much.
You don't believe in Reeves. I understand what you mean. Sometimes it get taken to the next level. But I'll tell you what about Reeves. He ain't gonna sneak up on nobody this year. So we're gonna find out is it real.
I don't care about Austin.
But listen, Purple Baby in Flight, he don't have to sneak up on anybody. When you got LeBron, a healthy LeBron James, a healthy Anthony Davis, I mean, there's room for Austin Reeves to shine because you can't just take your eye off LeBron, and you definitely can't take your eye off Anthony Davis. So there's room for Austin Reeves to shine in a Laker uniform. And like I said, the NBA wanted to sell this guy so bad, it's ridiculous. He's in LA. He's on a U.S. Select team. He's over there. He's going to be overseas representing the United States. And as a white guy, American white guy, this is something that the United States been beckoning for a long time.
So I'm gonna ask you something. You're a Lakers fan. Now you know nobody qualifies for the awards unless they play 65 games. So that's pretty decent part of the season, right? If Davis and LeBron sit, you telling me Austin Reeves is that good that he could keep the Lakers status of winning up without those, well, not without them, but with them on very limited minutes. Is
I
what
don't
you
know I don't know if LeBron and Anthony Davis will sit at the same time. That would be a rarity if they do that, and it'd be a disservice to all the NBA fans that's looking forward for the Lakers to excel or decel. Doesn't matter, right? Because Lakers are controversial. Lakers, Boston, and a few other teams, Golden State Warriors, they're controversial. But nevertheless, I think one or the other will be playing with Austin Reeves and the rest of the Los Angeles Lakers. I don't think they'll sit both of them out unless there's injury involved.
but okay, for instance, okay, Anthony Davis is supposed to be playing this year, right? Dex.
I think your mic broke up. I didn't hear what you
Yeah, you
said.
in and out a little bit, purple baby.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said Anthony Davis is supposed to be playing the five this year, right?
Hopefully, I don't know what Darvin Ham's going to do or whoever the Lakers might pick up to insert, but I don't know. But go ahead.
Oh, only reason why I was gonna asking you is because if I know uh all I gotta do is play, which 65 games to some people is a lot, but going by Davis' history, if I know to keep it safe, he don't like playing the five and he's playing out of position according to him. Why would I once I hit that 65 game, benchmark, why would I continue to keep playing them at what, let's say 32 minutes a game, 30 minutes a game? Him and then an older LeBron that's gonna be 39 this year or whatever they said he was going. For the safety of those guys and keeping those guys in the best shape possible, I'm not saying bench them at the same time, but I think the minutes should decrease if you know what I'm saying. The closer they get to the
Yeah,
playoffs,
you don't want to wear him down, of course. Yeah, you don't want to
yeah,
wear him down. And listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not the smartest Laker fan, but I'm gonna tell you this: that is above my pay grade. I only make 100 some thousand a year, and Darvin Ham them they make millions to make these decisions. So I'm not going to rack my brain up trying to figure out the isms and schisms around the
No, it's not
Lakers
him.
structure. Only thing I'm going to say is this right here: the Lakers is going to be there.
yeah.
However
It
they do it,
it
they're
it,
going to be
it
there,
it's not him. Dex. The problem right
whoever it
now.
is.
The problem with the Lakers overall right now, and really the answer, the majority of Purple Baby question is that is who Palinka gets as that backup, that that last backup center position. That's why, like prime example, I brought up Van Carroll is literally on the national team, but he's not on the NBA team, which actually doesn't make any doggone sense. He could actually either help Charlotte, he could help the Lakers, he could help New York, but all of a sudden, this young man is not on a NBA team. He was actually released from the Jazz for actually no reason. Other than they wanted to go back again with a pale skin complexion center. I mean, to to totally be honest and keep it funky.
Well, we will see once the season approaches how the Lakers will configure their roster, and because I'm quite sure they have some ideas. And like I said, that's above my pay grade right now because I'm not going to rack my brain up until I see them in action in preseason. Then I can get an idea of the gist and direction of the Lakers going forward. But right now, I don't have a clue of how they're going to. Configure that roster because they have so much talent on the starting and as well on the bench. So I'm quite sure they'll figure it out, Purple Baby.
If I
Okay.
was to take a shot in the dark, what I would say is me remembering what Greg Popovich used to do with the San Antonio Spurs post, I want to say 2010, where towards the end of the season, he'd start resting like Tim Duncan, Manu, and Tony Park and all of them boys. I think that would be the recipe for success. I really don't think the Lakers as a whole fear any Western Conference team to the point where we need to rack up a certain, like, of course we would have a favorable matchup if we
But they
get
want
them.
home court for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They want home court, but that's a fourth seed. You know what I mean? Like I don't think
Yeah,
they
but now
go
home
for
court
one,
just the
two, or
first round.
three.
Home court at least the first 2 rounds at least.
I don't think they care that much personally, Dex. I think they just came off what was it, a eighth seed Western Conference Finals run.
Yes,
So after doing that, what I'm thinking the Lakers are thinking, what I think they are thinking, is we're good as long as we get to the playoffs. We get to the playoffs and we're rolling. That we see what happens. I don't
but
think they
Rico,
want to burn out LeBron and
I
AD
I
trying
I
to get
I,
that
I
seed.
don't think they're gonna stall out like that, Rico.
me neither. I don't think so either. Because Rico, you got to understand the Lakers caught a break because of the situation with the Memphis Grizzlies. And
Yes.
just think that if that wasn't the case, then the Lakers could have been, you know, could have been an early exit. So
Nah,
Yep.
you gotta remember, they don't want to put themselves in that situation. They rather have home court advantage for at least the first 2 rounds. I'm not going to say they can outplay the Denver Nuggets for the full season. I'm not going to say that because the Denver Nuggets is a young team, but the Lakers have gotten younger, but the meat of the Lakers are still up in age, whereas Denver Nuggets is basically the opposite.
Yeah,
So
they
Yeah. But
I
for
just believe
Steven
that the
Adams
Lakers will
to
want
be
to
hurt
win.
that late in the season, that normally doesn't happen with him. So that was truly like a blessing in the sky. I won't even lie on that one.
Another thing, I think Jim and I was on the panel this the other night too when we was talking about the in season tournament and was teams gonna have games, before and after, like the next day and whatever.
Hmm.
So I was looking at Charlotte's schedule, right? So I forgot, what do y'all know what day the tournament started? Because I know it's November something.
November
Four.
3rd and November 7th.
Okay. November
Because
3rd.
okay, never
So,
mind. That
so,
was
salute to the Pope, be Frank.
Hey, salute Flight Sports TV. Salute Dex
Good.
in the building, and everybody else chat panel.
We got breaking news. What's your thoughts on this situation? I see you put out some work today. Let everybody know what's going on.
I did put out a little work today, man, because I seen it. It was interesting. I seen the schedule come out, and I'm looking at the schedule, and me knowing, the first 2 years of Lamelo Ball career, man, the Hornets started out. They started out fast. They started out nice, especially the second year. I believe they went like 5-0, 6-0 starting out, and that was without Terry Rozier. Then Terry Rozier entered the lineup, and other guys went out, and so on and so forth. And that was without Miles Bridges, right? For that. No, that was last season. Okay, no, second year Miles Bridges was there, but yeah, man, the Hornets always usually start out fast. Even Melo's rookie year, they was a fourth seed for a long time, all the way basically until he broke his wrist, and then they went downhill after that. But they known to start out hot, and if you look at that you talking about the Hawks, Pistons, Nets, Pacers, them is all favorable Hornet W's right there. So. And even from there, after the what is that Pacers, then they got I forget who they got after that, but it's all favorable to the point. I'm looking at shit. They could be 7-0 going into the in season tournament. And
My God,
now
here we
this
go.
dispute. You can try to dispute it. I mean,
I
I
like
mean,
the confidence.
I
Right?
mean, you can say like the confident, but I mean, hey, they play against the Wizards. They whooped them. They whooped the Pacers. They known for whooping. They give the Hawks business. Uh, the Pistons, they give them the business. I mean, so this is stuff that's already. I mean, they still got that same core that's accustomed and used to these teams that I'm talking about, who
Okay,
have
hold
their
on one
core.
second, Paul. You said they give the Hawks the business, but when it came down to it, the Hawks gave them the business.
Now, when you write about that, as far as you talk about the play-in,
Yes, sir. That's the game that counted.
and that was what Lamelo's first year, correct?
Second year.
Second
The
year.
first year, the Pacers gave them
The
the business.
Pacers whooped them. The Pacers did whoop them. But yeah, you talking about something that was towards the end of the year. compared to the beginning of the year, what were they doing to the Hawks and the Pacers?
I think they was kind of even.
Now
To
they
be
was
honest with
whooping them.
Yeah, that's a
They
good
whooped
point.
them.
Yeah.
They whooped the
That,
you,
Pacers
I
and
think.
the Hawks in the beginning of the year. This ain't the
You said. I'm talking about as far as the season record.
no. In the beginning, because I'm talking about how the Hornets usually start out hot. For whatever reason, ever since Lamelo has been there, they start out on fire. They accumulate a lot of wins early in the season. So if you're talking about their first 7 games is really all winnable, favorable games for them. Then they enter the in-season tournament, which revamps your whole everything. Like, okay, now it's your focus and everything. Like, okay, we in the tournament now. We got these 4 games ahead of us that we need to win. And you look at those 4 games, you got the Wizards, who they just would have played the game before. If you look at the schedule, the Wizards is the game right before the in-season tournament happens. So whether they beat them or not, you look and say, okay, we can get that game. And then next you got on the list is the Heat. Come on. The Heat, if people don't remember, they was a play-in team too. So regular season, they're not the same as they are as playoff Heat.
Excuse me.
But the Heat was
that's
The
a
Heat
good
was
point.
a playing team in the same season that Charlotte Hornet didn't even qualify for anything.
Yeah, the third year that LaMelo Ball was out. That's what he's talking about. Last season.
And the year
This
before
past season.
it was, I think, tops. Well, shit, I forgot what that was the year before. I know they were in the playoffs. But Pope, after they played Washington back to back, that they play New York.
Yeah, they played the Knicks. To me, the Knicks
They could beat
is
New
the
York.
only team that they really had that real fight. Like in the Bucks, they eat as well, but I think they
Charlotte
can.
would be 1-3 in the in-season tournament.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Don't sleep on New York.
Yeah. The Knicks is the. But see, what I'm visualizing and what I'm also taking in consideration is the elevation year 4 of LaMelo Ball. You're talking about a guy that just averaged 23, 8, and 6 on a bum ankle all season long. He averaged 23, 8, and 6 on a bummy ankle that he suffered from preseason before the season even started. He never even really got to get going. And he still averaged all-star numbers. So you don't think year 4, fully healthy, he gonna put 2 points on that 23, make it 25, maybe 2 assists on that 8 assists, make it 10, two
Okay, let me ask you
rebounds.
this, Pope.
Come on, homie. He finna go nuts out.
But prior to Russell Westbrook coming to the Washington Wizards, Bradley Beal was averaging damn near 30-something points. At one point, he was averaging 35 points. And in that season, he didn't go to the playoffs.
No, that ain't about. See, did you just hear what I just said? You just said points, sir. I just said a plethora of things. I just said points, rebounds, and assists. Okay, I just said 3 different categories, and don't let his defense be a little bit even better too, which I anticipate and hope it's a must that will happen this 4th year in LaMelo Ball's career. So with him already carrying the load like he's been carrying, the Terry Roziers of the world, the Gordon Hayward glass man of the world, the Nick Richardsons, the Plumlees, the come on, my nigga. He been carrying and taking to the play-ins, having the 4th seed in the beginning of the season till he broke his wrist, having it one of the best offensive teams, efficient teams, his 2nd year, all-star year in the league. 3rd year.
We know LaMelo is one of one. We know LaMelo is rare. We know LaMelo is not from here. But at the same time, he's going to enter the NBA season 10 games without Miles Bridges. And how will that affect the Charlotte Hornets in your decision to see that they're going to go 7-0?
Because if you just said It's Miles Bridges. I don't care for Melo Ball is Lamelo Ball. He's gonna do and make the team. The team is gonna be hyped and energized and just ready to go off of LaMelo Ball in practice and the shit that they doing. Trust and believe. That's why they always ready to go in the beginning of the season. Then everybody start dropping off like flies. From the Martin twins to the Gordon Haywards to the Terry Roziers to the PJ Washingtons to the Plumlee. Everybody start dropping off like flies here and there, here and there. And LaMelo still, what he do? He keep that choo-choo running. He keep that shit on track. So they don't matter about no Miles Bridges. Nobody give a fuck. Nigga, he gonna be okay. Miles Bridges, he gonna be clapping from the sidelines and suit and tie. Okay. And LaMelo gonna be out there cooking. Because they got a guy that they picked at number 2, who I understand he's an afterthought. But they did, but he should be somewhere in the forefront. His name is Brandon, not a big dealer. Okay. Brandon, not a big dealer, should do something.
But you're expecting a rookie to really help carry that team the way it's constructed?
No carry. LaMelo's carrying.
I said help carry. That's what you suggested.
He don't help carry. He just gonna contribute.
There you go.
That's all. I hope he gonna contribute. He gonna stand in the corner, and he got threes for sale.
Okay, to what degree you expect his contribution to help LaMelo and the Hornets be 7-0? Like, what should the average? What should the stat be across the line, across the board?
Now that I've done real deep thinking about this, I like for real, I've done real deep thinking about this in this lineup. When Miles Bridges get back, oh well, damn, they don't got Christian Wood. Never mind. That was with Christian Wood in the lineup, but they don't have Christian Wood. I thought he was gonna be in the lineup, but I expect him to do at least a good 12 a game, 3 rebounds, 4 rebounds, but 12 a game.
That's 12 a game. That's cool. 12 a game for a rookie.
Yeah,
that's good. That's high end. 12 a game for a rookie.
Right. I see him hitting down, because I when Miles out there, and because I'm sure PJ will be back. If not PJ, they need to. I would say get Christian Wood, but then I'm sure they're not.
Okay, but they don't have that yet. They only got what you see right now on the roster.
They got PJ Washington on the roster.
Right, that's what I'm saying. No, they don't got Christian Wood. So what you see on the roster right now, Mr. Pope, and Brandon Miller contributing 12 points a game, where the rest of the offense will be generated from, or the defense will be generated from, to secure a 7-0 start.
And well, Marky Mark spark up the spot. Listen, Marky Mark Williams, I'm gonna call him M Dub, because I was asleep a little bit. I was taking a little nap. I knew he was nice, but I was taking a nap on how nice he actually, especially in year 2. So that's another thing. Like how when I evaluate what Melo should look like and could look like come this year 4, I'm looking at Mark Williams. I had to go look at his rookie season all over again because it was a blur. Since Melo wasn't there, I wasn't paying full attention. And I had to give him a little bit of attention. And my goodness, I like that guy. I mean, that guy, he's a guy. Right. But we're not really talking about him in a fashion that I think us people who fuck with Melo and want to see him succeed is talking about Mark Williams. What do you think?
I like Mark Williams as well. But you got to remember, Mark Williams done that on a god-awful team that wasn't looking forward for nothing. They were just looking to escape the season without any more injuries. And he done that within the concept of Cliffy, with those dynamics hanging in the balance. Will Mark Williams be able to be more or even that much productive when you got all the guys coming back and under contract situations, under auditioning for trade situations, etc.?
I would say yes. Reason I say yes, Dex, is because they're going to almost forget about it. If you got PJ Washington, let's say he playing a little bit better than he even did last year because he trying to get him some money. And you got Miles Bridges, he back to form, looking like a fringe all-star type of player. And then you got Melo doing, like I say, he put two plus on everything of his stats from points, assists, and rebounds. So that's 25 points, 10 assists, 8 fucking rebounds from LaMelo, which is very doable and most likely will happen. 25, 10, and 8. And then you got Terry Rozier giving you what Terry Rozier normally does, and Brandon Miller giving you 12. Oh, shit. They're going to forget about Mark Williams going to be able to eat off of rebounds, defense, running the floor with Melo and the rest of the gang. Because when they running the floor, they're going to be looking to locate who? Melo, Miles Bridges. Watch Terry Rozier running to the corner. Oh, shit. PJ Washington might be trailing. But that one big boy, 6'11", they forgot he running the floor like a gazelle. He running the floor like a goddamn gazelle. And he got hands. Oh shit! They listen. Listen. When I look at it, and if Miles Bridges come back, Terry Rozier there or not, Brandon Miller, I will put him in the starting lineup.
Thank you.
I will put him at the 2, and we gonna listen, nigga. You either gonna sink or swim, nigga. You gonna sink or swim at this 2 guard. I don't want to hear no excuses. I don't play the 2. Nothing. You gonna sink or swim. You the number 2 pick. You gonna play the number 2. Okay. Melo at the 1, 6'9" at your 2, 6'9" at your 3, PJ Washington at your 4, Mark Williams at your 5. You got a goddamn team out there. Let Terry Rozier come off your bench as a 6th man and let him threaten to have that 6th man of the year type of atmosphere.
Oh shit! Here come Big Al. God dang it! We just had a good stream. Now here come Big Al, the biggest Hornet fans ever. Purple
Look,
baby, what you got to say?
one sec. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's going on?
What's up?
I wanted to ask Pope real quick. What, would you agree if PJ came off the bench that, as far as Miles starting with either Miller or Gordon, that Miles has better production offensively than PJ?
What'd you say, Purple Baby? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm asking, instead of starting PJ, why don't you just start Miles at the 4 with either Gordon or Miller starting because of Bridges' offensive production? Do you believe that Bridges has better offensive production than PJ?
Yes, of course.
What about defense? Do you feel it's about even or?
But see, to me, Miles is a real 3, and PJ is the better 4. Gordon Hayward, he don't fit the script. He don't fit your script. Them dudes is some young gunners. They some young running gunners. He don't fit the bill. So
trust me, I know. But I'm just
so
I don't. And then we keep forgetting about Cody too.
no, ain't nobody forgetting about it. He's forgettable. Listen, Gordon Hayward need to bring his ass off the bench along with Terry Rozier. This is your second unit. See, if they become your second unit, because if you're a smart coach, fuck the shenanigans and y'all gave these niggas these contracts. This ain't got nothing to do with me. I got a job to do. I'm the coach. This is my lineup. So Gordon Hayward, you coming off the bench, old ass nigga, you slow. Terry Rozier, I need a spark off the bench. You can get your own money off the bench. Can't nobody on the bench get their own money. I need somebody off that bench that can get their own money and sometimes at least create for others. At least sometimes.
Book Night can get his own money.
Huh?
Book Night.
If you good night, come on, stop. Look, put that to bed. Put that to bed, Dick. Why you don't even knock the good night. Good night to Book Night. I've been saying that from day one from him. Say good night to Book Night. It's time to put that to bed. So you talking about goddamn Gordon Hayward come off your bench, Terry Rozier come off your bench, Cody Martin coming off your bench, Nicky Rich coming off your bench. Now you got a legit bench.
That's true.
I agree with that 100%. And Pope, you was talking about, they asked you about LaMelo's defense, and you said that he should get better. I agree with that 100%. And also, we got to remember, you highlighted it. Their entire lineup, starting at the point guard, is all 6'7" and up, man. Especially what you said, putting Terry Rozier on the bench for Brandon Miller. I like that. An entire
your
modern day
Hold on. Hey,
I got. Hold on. Is this Pope? Is this a Pope clone? Who is this?
Yeah, he kind of changed it up because last
Yeah.
time when
What the
I
hell
brought
is
that up,
this?
he cursed me out for bringing that up. So now
Nah,
he take it in and run with
Ah.
it. I didn't say a word. L,
Oh,
just let
really,
him go.
Jimmy?
Just let him go,
hey,
L. Just
It's a
let him
full
Oh,
go.
moon.
hell
Because when I
no.
because when I brought this up last time, he cursed me out for bringing it up. So
y'all
just
brought
let
it
him
up
go.
for the wrong
Th-
reasons.
Oh
no,
my
OG,
fuck all
God.
that.
OG.
No,
No,
fuck
no
all that.
disrespect,
No,
OG
no.
and Al. See, y'all brought it up as if like he was really better than the players that he replacing. I'm bringing it up as you put him in because if you got a Miles Bridges, PJ Washington, Mark Williams, LaMelo Ball, then the whole game is easier for him. Nobody really even paying attention to that little nigga.
Yup.
And so, so,
Hey,
so
L, just keep letting him go because he was on
you
the
know,
roll. I
ain't
He's
wasn't
nobody
saying a
stick.
paying attention
word.
to that little nigga. You know, he
I,
an afterthought. So,
He's
so
I
he
stick
might
wasn't
dissing
pointing
him.
it out or nothing.
He's
I
stick
wasn't pointing
dissing
it
him.
out or nothing. I was
he
just
might
letting him
get some
go.
Gemini.
he might get some free
He sitting up
shine.
there stick dissing him right now.
No,
No,
he
It's
got
all
no.
he
good.
might get free shine, and then you take that little Terry Rozier because he a liability on. Even though I feel like Brandon Miller's a
I
liability on
still haven't
defense.
heard a good enough argument of a 7-0 start.
I,
Oh, is
No,
I'm
that what he said? Oh
I said
shit.
7-0. I said 7-0
What?
start.
Would you say, Big Al?
Oh
Give
hell.
hold on,
I don't
hold
know,
on.
man.
Give your
I
first.
gotta
Let's
think.
hold on. Put the first seven on the screen. Somebody do that for us, please. I
Okay,
know
I
it's a lot
need.
of people know the schedule. Put the first seven teams on the screen and let's go over it.
Yeah, I agree.
Put
Yeah,
the
Because
let's see the first 7 games if
put
y'all
the
can.
first five.
Put the first seven.
What's the
Put the
first
first
seven,
seven on
Jack?
the
Stop
screen.
bullshit, man.
I
And let's
will
go over it. And listen, y'all
everybody.
got to understand, Lamelo Ball every year since rookie year one, year two, the Hornets have started out hot as fish grease. Believe it or not, like I told you, I might have forgot. Year two, the Hornets was what 6-0.
But why? I
Yeah,
mean,
remember they was both undefeated, the Bulls and the Hornets when they played, I think.
The correct. That's what I'm trying to. And
but
then niggas
And
started
the Bulls
dropping like
won.
flies on the Hornets.
okay, but Pope, I'm about to go look. But you said Terry, how many of those games for the first five, if any, was Terry Rozier out? Because I
He was
remember.
out for the whole first five. He came
Okay,
back game six.
okay, that's what I thought too.
He
But
was out for the first five games.
but
That's
Pope,
But
why they was rocking, because Terry Rozier wasn't in there. That's why they was rocking.
Correct.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Pope, Pope, naturally, I like your argument because you repping for the Hornets. But I mean, have you factored in the fact Miles Bridges is not going to be there for 10 games?
Correct. Miles Bridges, listen, y'all gotta understand. Miles Bridges is a replaceable player. He's not a
Oh,
he's not a
okay. I
he's
don't
not
know.
a guy who
Right.
you have to keep. That's what I'm saying. He's a good player, but he's a
Okay.
replaceable player. He's not a player like that. That's why they offered him a qualifying offer. Believe you me, if he was a must keep, they wouldn't have dared even gave him no qualifying
So
offer.
who you saying he replaced by? Because they talking about trading PJ Washington now.
Well, that's only if he can find a team to sign and trade for what he wants to, or he gonna have to sign a qualifying offer too.
Okay.
They,
fact.
they was in a position where they had to either sign a qualifying offer, or a team got to offer them something, and the Hornets would then have to be in a position to match that,
Right.
or let it ride.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, I love the logic, but I don't know. I'm just
Pull up the first seven
damn.
games and let's talk
So
about it. You got the Hawks game one. I can give you the first, I think, 4 or 5, but you
Let,
got Hawks game one.
I
Do
got you,
you
Pope.
know
but
Melo
what's
gonna be
but
so
what's
ready to eat
Pope?
against Trey Young and
Real
the
talk.
Hawks?
But
Game
what's
one. Do
fucked
you
up?
hold on? Just let's
Go ahead.
let's
Go ahead.
picture this
Okay,
scenario.
okay. But remember
Picture
this
this
now.
scenario.
Don't leave this out. The Hawks, since LaMelo been in the league, been a premier playoff team.
And that listen, I don't. All I'm taking into consideration is Lamelo Ball ain't played since how long? He
Like
ready to eat.
February or
Oh,
March.
he ready to cook, my G. Believe you me, Dex. He ready, and especially against a nigga like Trey Young, who that's been his rival. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but when LaMelo was 17, after he left Spire Academy, And he was in the wind of what should he go to Australia? He was trying to get in college. He went to Rico Hines runs at UCLA. And who was there? Trey Young was there after coming off of a nice rookie season. Trey Young and LaMelo Ball was going head to head at Rookie Hines. It's on YouTube. You can go watch it. And LaMelo was giving that nigga work. Do you understand? He was giving him work to the point where Earl Watson came on an interview and said, I couldn't tell who was better. You're talking about 17-year LaMelo Ball, and I think Rookie of the Year or runner-up to Rookie of the Year, Trey Young, who coming off of that full NBA season. In his off season, he go to the Rico Hines runs in UCLA, and he run into a 17-year-old LaMelo Ball who looked just as good as him. You better believe that they got a rival, bro. So come game one, that's a checklist on LaMelo's fucking hit. Trey Young, game one, bad. Check. He gonna come out and kill that nigga.
So Slim can hoop. So that's facts. Is that facts right there?
He gonna come out and kill that kid.
Is that the lineup? Is that the schedule right there?
Yeah,
I'm just saying. And then you got Pistons next game, game 2. You got Pistons, Cade Cunningham, Jay Nivey. Little young niggas think they on LaMelo level. Cade Cunningham, especially, I just been hurt. But yeah, I'm just as good as LaMelo. Believe you me, LaMelo loves all of this. He you light-skinned it too, nigga. It's a light-skinned thing too. You better believe it's a light-skinned rival. That's cracking. And they both 6'6" point guards. See, all this shit matters. LaMelo got to show him who's the true light-skinned 6'6" real point guard in this league, nigga. It's not you.
Wow.
Okay, so I'm down. Listen, I'm down.
He gonna cook that nigga.
I'm down with 5 of those games solid. But now Mavericks and Nets. I say the Nets.
Hold on now. Let me explain the Nets. Here go the Nets. Why he got to cook the Nets. This is why he got to kill the Nets. Look, real talk. Watch why he got to kill the Nets.
Okay.
Because you got another 6'5" point guard, kind of fair, light-skinned nigga, and Spencer Dinwiddie. You understand me? Who think he witty? Spencer Dinwiddie think he witty. But yeah, LaMelo gonna do him shitty. And plus, on top of that, you got Dennis Smith Jr. over there who just played with LaMelo. And you know he's supposed to be a defensive guru. LaMelo he can't wait to cook him. Then you think you got defense, nigga?
I don't know about defensive guru, but I understand your point.
No, that's what I said. He think. I said he think. I didn't say we think. I said he think. So words is everything. So, but he gonna go out there. They gonna ask him, Mikal Bridges and them go, so Melo like that? They gonna, hell yeah, he like that. Then the Spirit gonna have to answer that. Hey, so is Melo,
don't forget Ben Simmons.
Oh, yeah,
why not?
He's forgettable. He's forgettable.
Station about the Nets right quick. Out of all those teams, to me, let me look at the Nets. I want y'all to know something, or can best match up with the Hornets. So in terms of matchups, it's not going to be a real advantage there. I agree that they might beat the Nets, but at the same time, the matchups are not really favorable to the Hornets at all, because that's a team full of wings, if y'all remember.
Yeah.
Last time the Nets played the Hornets with KD and Kyrie, what the Hornets do to them?
But that's KD and Kyrie.
They're better than them.
They smacked them niggas, didn't they? And they smacked them niggas.
But that's the thing though with the Hornets.
Okay.
I said it earlier, Pope. The Hornets is good. They got potential, man. But they gotta be driven and they gotta want it. If they don't want it, it ain't gonna work, because these niggas got potential.
In the beginning of the season, with LaMelo Ball starting the season, the Hornets have looked amazing. That's what y'all keep forgetting.
I'm not forgetting that. I know that.
He didn't start last season. Of course, they looked at ass. And by the time he came back, they was already looking ass. And people were saying, should he even come back?
Remember now, LaMelo's coming off of an injury-riddled season. His off season wasn't as strong as previous off season, because this is the first off season he's coming in injured. So he had to basically stay off the ankle. This is why he's not on the U.S. team. He had to basically stay off that ankle and let strength get around it. So Melo had to move around tangentially
Right.
I
That's true.
believe it's
through the
politics.
offseason.
Why it ain't got nothing to do with his ankle. His look, but see, this is where I'm gonna fight back with you on that one, Dex, because I think he could have came back last season. He could have came back. I think he was fully healthy before the season was even over. But it was the fact that we in possibilities now of really getting Victor Wimby, and that was the real talk. So it's like ain't no need to bring Lamelo back, and we can get Victor Wimby, and they could have got him. So he been healthy and he been rehabbing, so that ankle has been good for a long time now. So he just ready to cook. And even when that ankle was janky, all through the season, every time he rushed back, he still averaged 23, 8, and 6. And that's on the bum ankle because he never came into the regular season really fully healthy. Every time he came back, his ankle still wasn't right. And it didn't ever get right. He couldn't get right last year because he kept trying to come back and wasn't ready yet. But on a hobble ankle, Dax, is what I'm saying is he still gave you better numbers than he did his All-Star year. So now he's fully healthy. Believe you me, he could have came back. If they was in playoff contention last year and they had no way of getting Victor Wembanyama or being in that type of position, he would have came back. He would have played. But since they was in that position, they don't need, bro, chill out. Yeah, lay back. We're going to get this 260. You good. Chill. We're going to get a player in the top draft. So I'm not worried about it. I know the Hornets, they come out hot. I can't say they're going to remain hot, but I know this is favorable.
Purple Baby. So question about this schedule.
Purple Baby.
You looking at it now? Man, fuck you, Pope. Hey, listen. Hey,
Purple Baby. You see how he said it too? Purple Baby. Purple Baby.
Hey. So, is there any game in this little list of folks where it's like back to back or something weird like that?
What was your question?
Is there any? Are there any games in this list of teams where it's a weird schedule where it's back to back?
If my thing would load, I'm pulling up the schedule again.
Are you asking Purple Baby? Or are you asking everybody?
Hey, appreciate it.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's really
Anybody can
asking
answer.
everybody, is there any
back-to-backs
games
but my thing is
amongst the schedule?
Yeah.
My thing isn't loading. Hold on. Let me go here to ESPN because I think it is.
Because
I only see the Rockets. I see the Rockets. Maybe I think the Rockets.
No, there's no back-to-back games.
Okay.
Oh, you talking about in the beginning, in this first seven?
Yeah, in the beginning,
yeah.
Right.
Oh no back-to-backs. No.
Okay, that's all I was.
But only team
I was waiting on
think
Purple
can
Baby
get
to
him.
answer, but because he asked Purple Baby.
No,
I mean, she had. I thought she had the schedule up. That's all.
I did, but my internet just messed up. So.
Oh, okay. It's all.
Well, it's on the screen.
Shout out to Isaiah Curry 15.
It ain't on the screen, Pope. What the hell are you talking about? It's
Slim can hoop right here. It says Hawks, Pistons, Nets,
God,
Rockets,
bro.
Pacers, Mavericks, and Wizards.
But
you just gonna start an argument with me every day, every stream. I'm on with you.
That's the first 7 games. What are we talking about? I must be lost. Okay.
The dates are not on there, Poke, and that's
but there's no back-to-back games.
Oh,
there's no back-to-back games. I'm letting y'all know right now.
I got it.
Okay, I got you.
So Mavericks, Nets. This is in order of toughness: Mavericks, Nets, Rockets. Maybe even the Pacers could give the Hornets a hard time. So I would love to go 7-0, but real talk, I mean, they just got to come out and want it. If they do, it's going to be tough for them teams because the Hornets.
Now, last year, the Hornets did beat the Mavericks with Kyrie Irving.
Right. Yeah, I know the Hornets. That's what I was telling you last time, Dex.
And what did they do to the Pacers year two with Lamelo. Year two Lamelo, beginning of the season. Because I
Yeah, I
remember
think that was the first game, wasn't it? Wasn't that the
I
first
think
game?
it was. Melo destroyed them niggas in the second game. But hold on, not just the first game. That's what I'm talking about. The second game too. What did Melo do to them niggas? He kills the Pacers for some reason. They
Pacers
killed the
are different
Pacers.
now, though. They're a different team.
I
Yeah,
mean, they
that's what I'm
got
trying to
Tyrese
figure out.
Halliburton. That's what's gonna make Melo cook even more. The fact that Tyrese Halliburton, they got him on a level with LaMelo. I'm telling you, LaMelo he one of them niggas, bro. I don't think y'all. I think I feel more about LaMelo than a lot of y'all
I
because I
think
feel
so
like
too.
he one of them dudes that like he take on them type of challenges. Oh, because to me that's even more so. Like you say, Dex, they didn't have Tyrese when he was cooking it, but that's even more reason now he gonna try to cook because they got Tyrese Halliburton. He
But they
looked
got
forward for
other
them matchups.
collections. They got Matherin, they got Buddy Hield, they got other collection as well. They got the
They got
ascension of Isaiah Washington. I mean
they got
Isaiah Johnson,
Toppin now. Toppin might end up being an issue too.
Obi
Toppin
Toppin.
good.
They're a different
No
team now,
doubt,
Pope.
And
no doubt.
Jarris
The team is good.
Walker. That rookie Jarris Walker gonna be a beast too.
And then
Nice. Oh, I love him. I think he is too. Correct. This is my thing. When LaMelo Ball plays against certain players, and they can come along with all of the rest of the game, because he makes his players better. He makes the way he goes about the game, they go about the game. The reason why they was able to be and went into what double overtime with the Milwaukee Bucks, like shit like that. Like when LaMelo going crazy and he locked in, the team get locked in. And so what I'm saying is you got to understand, I believe LaMelo is gonna pull up to fight in this game, knowing like, okay, this Tyrese Halliburton, we both 260 mil. Oh yeah, and he came in with me, and they think he on a level with me. Like
But
this is
Pope,
how niggas like LaMelo think, bro.
My
okay,
thing
hold
about
on one
what you
second.
I'm trying
said.
to tell y'all.
Hold
Hey,
on one
Dex,
second.
let me say this. Let me say this, Dex. The thing about what you saying, Pope, is you shitting on Miles Bridges, bro. Miles Bridges is not a
Miles
slouch.
Bridges not gonna even be there.
Oh my God, my nigga, he ain't
No, listen, let me finish. He not a slouch. And the fact they were good the year before that is because of Miles Bridges.
Who was good? What?
The year before last.
You said so Melo was good because of Miles Bridges?
I didn't say Melo
They
was good.
both was.
The team,
both
they
was.
thrive because both of them are
Pope
good.
excluding the team. You only just see Melo.
Right.
No.
You
Yeah,
only just
listen,
see
right.
Melo.
You can trade any of them bums on the team.
Oh, hell no.
You can get rid of ain't nobody valuable. Listen, right now they
Melo is good,
hold on,
Brandon
man. But
Miller, what
come
you talking
on,
about,
bro.
Pope? Brandon Miller.
hold on, watch this. This is how I'm gonna cook. If the niggas was
Dex,
that
you
good,
tripping, dog.
why
I mean,
PJ
not Dex.
Washington still
Pope, you tripping.
struggling? He's still dangling in free agency. Ain't
Pope,
nobody
man.
offered him nada. Okay.
Oh, because Charlotte have the rights to him, and nobody wants to get into a bidding war with Charlotte because they'll kind of be bidding against themselves.
Okay,
or they
I'm a rock with
That's
a little bit of that. But if you were
Gemini's
that
right.
type of player, then I don't care about that.
He's not that type of player.
Lonzo Ball was just in the same situation as PJ Washington, to where the Pelicans could have matched whatever anybody offered them, and they gonna have to be in the bidding war. The Suns was just in that same situation with DeAndre Ayton. So if you that type of player, that don't matter. So, but if you're not that type of player, yeah, you're not worth getting into a bidding war with.
He's not
See,
that kind of player.
that's a difference, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like what my guy said was right, but it's not right because we're talking about you can put Hornets players on the market, and ain't nobody that type of player to where somebody gonna say, okay, well we gonna offer you 18 million and
Yep.
see if the Hornets match it.
I
Kelly
agree.
So,
Oubre, this had
Pope, I give you Hornets balling out if the Hornets become
Hornets ain't balling out. Stop.
the new age New
in the
Jersey
beginning
Nets
of
with
the season.
Kid, Vince Carter, and Kerry Kittles. And if we
Mm.
got Melo, Kid, Vince Carter, Miles Bridges, and Kerry Kittles, Brandon Miller, we balling the fuck out. But
No,
if
but
he,
y'all
if he ain't
listen.
got
Listen,
that,
both of y'all drunk.
What
Y'all
I
ain't
think.
balling out. Y'all going 3-4 at best in that 7-game span.
shut up.
And let me share
Shut
this
up and
with you.
run the stream. Shut the hell up and run the stream.
And let me listen. I already know you drunk. You drunk on two things. You drunk on alcohol and stupid. So
No, just run the
nevertheless,
damn stream and stop talking
so
shit.
so nevertheless, they will go 3-4 at best. And Cliffy, you can't be mad at him because that's all he got to work with. Lamelo can have average 50 points, but the casuals that will be part of that collection will not get them nowhere near a 7-0 start. They'll be lucky to go 1-0
Okay.
to start the season.
They
That's
gonna
it.
whoop the fuck out of Washington both games back to back. I'm sorry.
Okay, but that's Washington. Washington come down the line.
Okay.
Washington is not their first two
Let's,
games.
I still think the Hornets gonna be an 8th seed, but I'm telling you like this: in the beginning of the seasons, I know I've watched for 2 years in a row with Lamelo starting in the seasons, when not even starting in the first season, but just being in a rotation. I know them dudes. They come out hot for some reason. Either other teams they playing against don't have their shit in order, and they sleep on the Hornets, like how Jason Tatum said. Who want to watch the Hornets? So when they got the Hornets on the schedule, it's not a checklist. It's a who wanted who. Oh, we got the Hornets. So, but for Lamelo and the Hornets, they believe like Lamelo believe. They believe like their leader believe. They
Okay,
$260
Pope,
million
make up your
man.
mind. Are they good? Or are they bums?
No,
Because I'm conflicted.
no. What I know is in the beginning of the seasons, they are good. When the season when people get tape on their asses
You
and
don't
they
think by
realize
that's a good
and
one.
niggas,
You don't think by 7 games somebody have tape on them in the first 3 games?
no, not in the first seven because not with the
Oh, see, you a maniac.
not with the matchups, not with the matchups you got. The matchups you got is favorable to you. See what I'm
No,
Oh
saying?
my God.
So the
that's
first
not
7 games, you got the Wizards who them niggas ain't wizards. Them niggas is idiots. They got Jordan Poole. He Jordan Fool over there.
They got Cal Kuzma
Jordan
now.
Poole is
They
Don't
got
sleep on Cal
exactly
Kuzma.
son.
correct. He confused. He confused like a mixed child for real. You understand me? So you can see it all over his everything. His aura says he's confused.
Oh
So
my god.
you got Jordan Fool over there who's confused. You got Kuzma who's confused, and them your two highest paid players. So you're done. You're gonna get done over there. They're gonna smack them like my guy
They
said.
got a good point guard over there, though.
Who?
Tyus.
Jones.
Jones
Another
Jones.
from
thing about
Memphis.
is they too small.
They are
Jones,
small.
that's cool.
That's
That
true.
Tyus Jones gonna get his ass beat
They
by
point
Lamelo.
guard
I'm
ain't as
sorry.
good as our point guard. So
That's for sure.
don't
But
even mention
Thunder
it.
said they're going to be
Jones,
4-3.
Hey, you can. Hey, I'm
Slim said
telling
they'd
you.
be 5-2. So I
Hey,
mean, you got some guys that's giving them some credit.
y'all act like y'all see the Celtics on the list, the Bucks
oh
on their
Kyrie,
list. Y'all act like
Tyus Jones.
y'all act like y'all see the top tier. Y'all don't even see the Knicks on their list in the first 7 games.
But we
You
see
talking about
playoff
the
teams.
Hawks,
We see playoff
Pistons?
teams.
Still, we know the Hawks had they struggle. They just okay. They made the playoffs this year, but last year, what was they? The Hawks was trash last year. You don't remember?
Whoa, but they still made the playoffs last year. Hornets
No.
didn't. Yeah, they
Yeah,
did. They beat the
yeah.
Hornets.
But they got
They
their
beat
ass
Hornets
rocked.
and a tough Cleveland team. They beat 2 tough teams.
Hold
If
on.
the,
Now
hey,
Philly buried the Hawks. They buried the Hawks last season.
if the
Okay, I was
Hornets
about to
come,
say they got
if the
swept. They
Hornets
got
come trying
swept.
to get revenge after that damn playing game
And,
where they got blown out, I'll
but you
jump
gotta
what you
understand
saying, Pope.
matchups too though. Hawks and the Hornets they match up with the Hornets. They get a good whoop. They get a good chance at getting them dudes, especially in the regular season. Especially at the beginning of the season. At the beginning of the season, that's when a lot of teams that's not that good they can look somewhat good until teams start catching up and get their chemistry down. If you don't remember, even when the Heat got together, when LeBron James, Wade, and Bosh, they were struggling like a mug in the first beginning of the season because they were trying to figure out each other. When you got a
Okay,
dynamic squad,
you made a good point. Stop right there. You made a good point. Now, remember, The Hawks have the same team in the second half of the season, last season, that propelled them into the playoff with Coach Snyder. Now the
Hmm.
Hornets have a little different team.
Not really. No, they don't.
They
They
just
got the
added the
number two
rookie.
pick. Yep.
That,
That's it.
but no, you got the core guys. You got Terry Rozier,
But you
Melo
still got that
Ball.
number two pick. You got to insert in there somehow,
Yeah,
some
but
way.
that's off the bench if you want to. And if
Ooh,
you that's
wait a minute. You putting Brandon Miller on the bench? Stop it, Pope. You're gonna make this stream go insane. You putting
no,
Brandon
no,
Miller on the bench?
no. But I would put him if I'm the coach. I'm putting him in just because like I said, that lineup will make it easier for him for the teams to fall asleep on him. And he can just dash off in the corner, and Melo will find that boy in the corner wide open. And that's when Miles get back. But until Miles get back, hell no, you don't put his young ass in the starting lineup. You better go with Terry Rozier, LaMelo Ball, Gordon Hayward, PJ Washington, Mark Williams, your regulars, the guys that's been there, been doing this for you, and you start your season off like that. Miles get back, then yeah, after about a game or two, and you change that lineup, Miles, PJ, Mark, Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball, Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward coming off the bench, Nick Richardson, Cody Martin. You understand me? And whoever else, I guess Frank Nikilia, I guess Frankie Cigarettes or whatever. So, you know, but that's what you need to do as a coach. You got to, if starting out, no, I ain't gonna throw Brandon Miller in the fire like that. I'd rather get him 10 games under his belt to say, okay, look, here go the speed, here go this,
When I
here go what we
said that
running.
he cursed me out last time, ain't
No,
this
you got that. No, Gemini.
ain't
Gemini,
this
listen.
Yeah.
bitch?
No, Gemini. Listen. You
He
got
not listening at
the
all.
preseason for that, Pope. The
What?
preseason for that. To
No,
get him geared up to be in the starting lineup.
no.
And nobody
Because
pays for
Miles Bridges not
preseason.
gonna be there, Dex. So you
Yes,
I
can't.
he
know.
is.
So
No, he ain't.
Hold up. Can't Miles Bridges? Oh, he can't play in preseason. Oh,
He
okay.
I don't
no.
can.
think he's
They already said he can. He just
He
can't play the first
can.
games of the
okay.
Okay,
regular.
well
Okay,
that's
but
He
still,
fine.
can.
Oh, if
if
he
I was
playing,
him, I'll play Miles Bridges, so because he's not going to be there for the first 10 games, no way. So
Correct.
why waste that?
Correct. You right.
Yeah.
That's true.
But when
Correct.
I
You
said that he cursed me out, ain't
that's
this
you didn't
how the
say what I'm saying at all.
what the fuck?
Gemini, you didn't
No,
say what I'm saying,
no,
sir.
Hey,
Sir,
no,
Why,
I'm sorry.
no,
Gemini? Why are you shocked?
no,
Gemini,
Gemini,
no,
honestly,
once
Gemini,
honestly,
no.
Gemini,
Pope,
why are
like,
you
Don't,
shocked, Gemini?
don't
Gemini,
this
why
dude
are you
curse
shocked when
Gemini,
in this one discussion,
this
Pope
Pope
is
dude
went from
bipolar.
curse me.
making the Charlotte Hornets world beaters to
Oh my
LaMelo
god, this
playing with
dude
bums?
cursed me
I'm
out
not
behind
telling
that
you no
shit I
world beaters.
just
I'm trying.
said.
I
And
still
now he
feel.
said it and it's good. Ain't
You know
this
This
how hard it
sad,
is to start
bitch?
the season 7-0?
No, that's
Listen,
Gemini,
not what
no,
I'm
I don't.
saying.
Gemini. This
I'm
nigga Pope
saying
is
about
bipolar,
Miller.
yo.
I
I'm
do
saying
not at
about
all.
Miller. What I said about Miller
Hey, you
and
might be
what
right
you
about
doing.
that, Al. Al, you
No,
might be
he
right about that.
cursed me
Hey,
out.
but listen to this.
You wasn't
You know what
on
I'm
that
saying?
live stream,
Listen to
Dex.
this.
You
I
wasn't
never.
there.
He,
This
he
nigga cursed
Gemini.
me out. And now
Gemini,
he just
stop,
said
Oh
the
stop it.
my
Will
same
you knock it
shit.
God.
off? Will you knock it off with the shenanigans?
He just
You
said
with
the
the
same
shenanigans
shit I
right now.
said.
You got the shenanigans going.
Rico,
You
before
gotta
you
not
leave,
say the
is
same
anything else
thing
you
you
want to
said.
discuss, Rico?
And Rico on here, huh? My nigga
Oh, he left.
Rico.
He just left.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh my
Purple, what you have to
god.
say, Purple? Because right now, Gemini is going through a trauma session.
Yeah, he
Right?
going to comment session. I don't even know
That
what he
nigga,
talking
that
about.
nigga need a
Uh,
psychologist.
We
on-
don't
on-
say the same thing.
Oh my god.
only thing I would say about
Oh
what Pope
shit.
said, I don't agree with starting PJ. I'm sorry. I don't. I think for defensive purposes, Cody and Frank Nick, whatever, however you say his name, they can be
Nitikina.
more productive defensively. And if you can't help me
Oh, Frankie's cigarette.
offensively or with rebounding, I
And you
don't see
thinking they're
why
going
you
7
go.
and 0.
So that's
With Frankie's cigarettes, they going 7 and 0. Impossible.
Okay, y'all gonna ask them. Listen, you heard it here. I'm so glad everybody don't believe
It's
it.
recorded.
and
Cause
then
even if not 7-0, I say 6-1 at the worst.
nah.
I only see him. I only see him
3 and
losing
4,
to the.
Pope.
I
To the
only see him
Mavericks.
losing to the Houston Rockets.
What?
Oh, is that
In
right?
that first 7 games, that's the
Nah,
only team I
Hold
see.
on. Let's break that down. Why you think they're gonna lose to the Houston Rockets like that?
because I think the Houston Rockets is a young team with Udoka coaching, and I think they're an up and coming team, and they're gonna catch the Hornets by surprise. Nobody else is the Hornets surprised by. Everybody else, the Mavericks, they're not surprised by. They played against the Mavericks. They know the Kyrie, the Luca. They know that dynamic. They know the Wizards. They know the Nets. They know the Pistons. They know the Hawks. They don't know Amon Thompson and Fred Van Fleet and Dylan Brooks, the new additions that the Rockets got, plus Coach Udoka. They don't know that. So that's going to throw them off. And the fact that Amon Thompson, being a defensive young savant that I know he is, and he's going to be geared up, ready to play in that game. Boy, I'm telling you, I think they're going to sneak. I think it's going to be a good game, but I think the Houston Rockets can sneak up and win that game. But I said sneak up because I still think the Hornets could possibly win that game. But if any game that they lose out of that first 7, that's going to be the team.
Okay, Pope. For right now, this is Houston's projected starting lineup. So they got Sagoon at the 5, Smith at the 4, Brooks at the 3, Green at the 2, and Van Fleet at the 1. And then Amon and Kevin Porter, respectively, are coming off the bench with Cam and Tahir.
They don't have Tate anymore?
Yes, he's third on the depth chart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. To me, it's really not even about who starts; it's about who finishes.
Oh hell! It might be the Rockets. I'm gonna tell you why. They got Van Vliet, veteran, and Dylan Brooks. God damn, I forgot about him.
I just said that. Al, where were you at?
You didn't say that.
I just said panel. I just said that.
You this,
but
oh hell!
Before you finish, are you concerned about the Hornets' ability to rebound
against who? The Hawks? Against the Hawks? Against the Pistons? Against who? And Mark Williams. This is what I'm saying.
No, the Hawks is good on their front court.
All that's fine and dandy. I can give me a better. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, y'all sleeping on Mark Williams. I was too, so I don't even fault you. Mark Williams is gonna be a dog, man. He's gonna be a dog.
I've been telling you that. You ain't hear me talking about that?
You probably did, and shout out to you for been telling me. I wasn't listening.
I said, shout out up in this bitch.
I wasn't because listen. Sometimes maybe it might go over my head like a carry on.
This nigga is a bipolar as this.
No, it might.
He on that dark stuff. He on that Henny.
No, sometimes I don't be on no dark stuff. Stop that, Dax. You know we better players than that, man. Come on now.
Oh, you a tequila guy?
Come on, you damn Skippy. Come on, Don Julio to be exact. You understand me?
It's about right.
Yeah, that's still yeah. I don't. But I barely even drink though. I'm not a big drinker, but
that's good.
Still no doubt, man. Shit, this first 7 games, like I said, only one team I see is Houston Rockets because of what Al just said. Instead, they got Brooks and Fred VanVleet and all of that type of shit. Amon Thompson.
Say this shit.
It ain't who started the game; it's who finished, man.
Okay, Paul. What about the Mavericks? I want to hear something about the Mavericks. How are they gonna get past the Mavericks? Because the Mavericks should be pissed off they missed the playoffs.
Man, y'all, come on. Lamelo Ball loves these challenges. Kyrie, Dallas, this is a stage for him. And not just for him, okay, because when I say him, because Lamelo sets the table for the Hornets. And now Lamelo not going like he was year 1, year 2, with barely getting 30 minutes. LaMelo now will be in 36 to 38 minutes. We can now fucking guarantee that basically with this $260 million contract. He still has yet to reach averaging 36 minutes a night, y'all. So just imagine LaMelo actually getting a 36, 38 minute per night type of situation. Come on, man. He gonna have this team running. Usually it'd be always LaMelo and he stays his ass out of foul trouble. He stays out of foul trouble.
Yeah, that's the key.
And that's the key. And he got that 38, 36 minutes a night. My goodness, bro. This team gonna be a lot better.
I got something for you because the Mavericks, they looking deadly too.
Jess, come up here, Jess.
They done
Jess,
made
come up
some
here.
moves. Luca, Kyrie,
Uh,
Steph Curry, Josh Green was good. Tim
Yeah,
Hardaway, Derek Lively, JaVale McGee, the White Power, and they got Grant
that's
Williams now.
that's what I'm saying.
McGee won't be
That's a
there.
solid game team right
McGee
there.
won't be there. He
Oh, he won't be there.
they,
Okay.
they, they're talking about him on about
Oh,
the
Rashad
fourth.
Holmes. I forgot about. I ain't
Yeah,
mentioned him.
Holmes. Yeah, Holmes they
So
Uh,
got.
I don't know, man.
Marky
that's
Mark is going to be a Sparky Spark.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't.
All
I
right, Pope. I'm with you right
listen.
now. I'm gonna go with you, big.
Okay, Pope. You
I'm with
you
you,
wanna do a
Pope.
freestyle? Go ahead, cause you just keep putting in these little bars.
Tell him,
I
Pope.
mean, I'm just saying, man. I
Tell
mean,
him.
we
I
spit the
don't.
truth in the booth. I'm just saying,
Woo!
we spit the truth in the booth. Marky Mark gonna be that Sparky Spark. That's what people not understanding.
I
Yeah,
understand
I've
that,
been
but he
telling
needs
y'all.
somebody to rebound with him. He needs a
He,
lot of like. I don't. They're gonna lose some of these games off of they rebounding in general and defense. I
he's an elite defender.
who
Mark,
Marky
please.
Mark.
I understand that, but who's defending?
No, you don't understand that because he's not an elite defender.
He
He's
is.
He's
pretty solid.
decent. He's not elite. It's a difference when you
Nah,
He's up
elite
he
is a
there.
whole nother class.
He up
He,
there.
he's up there
Dex,
right
listen.
now, bro.
Dex, I
Trust me.
watched 10 minutes of this young man's highlights, Dex.
Rookie minutes, 10 rookie
Hold,
minutes.
hold on. No, I'm just saying highlights. And so I'm not even a big fan of highlights. I'm not a big fan of that. But damn near half of those, 5 minutes of those was defensive highlights.
Yeah.
And he was blocking Jokic. The way he got like three different defensive highlights on the MVP, my nigga, the finals MVP on Jokic last year. And it was spectacular. I said, okay, he got clean blocks and stupid rebounds. I'm like, okay, see, people don't understand when the game, that's just off your natural instincts. Your first year in the league, it don't even matter if you 22, you come in the league 22 years old. Your first, because it's a whole different type of game. It's a different atmosphere. So he just going off instinct. Now the game is, he gonna understand it a little better. So now you're gonna go in with a better understanding of what certain players and teams want to do, trying to do, so on and so forth. And that's gonna make you better. That's gonna make your reaction quicker to so on and
Listen,
so
we
forth.
just gonna raise
Oh,
money for
oh
Pope to
Lord,
buy
y'all.
a Hornets jersey.
I'm
Any
trying
player
to
you
tell
want,
you.
outside of Lamelo, we ain't gonna get you a Lamelo jersey. Outside of Lamelo, what Hornet jersey you prefer to wear during Hornets games?
No,
We're gonna have a fundraising. $1. Send
Marky,
$1 to the
listen.
super chat.
If Marky Mark show up this year, I'm fucking with the MW.
Oh,
I don't mean to trouble you, but I'm going MW. Yeah.
Pope, you might as well
yeah.
just do a freestyle, man, and stop
Oh,
it.
my
You
nigga. I
know what I'm
can't
saying?
believe
It's
that
50, it's hip
changed.
hop, it's hip
Wow.
hop 50
How can
anniversary,
things
baby.
change?
Don't make me treat you like a
Like,
nursery, baby.
Do anybody have a different opinion
I
than what
just
Pope is postulating?
I just feel like forget the first 7 games in general. If they don't fix outside of Mark Williams, he did fix one thing, which was they paint defense.
Oh,
They
them niggas is
still
ninth seed.
have to fix the perimeter defense, which that's just all about effort. But I don't see them
They,
continuously giving effort. Who's
hey,
gonna
Pope.
guard the best player on each team?
Purple
Some
baby,
teams
don't get me wrong. I said this is the first 7 games. I'm only talking about the first 7 and the first 4 to play in because I believe those 4 is even winnable games. I
Which is
believe they can fuck
flabbergasting.
around.
He got him going 7-0, and Big Al
12
don't
and
have him
0,
going 7-0.
possibly. I got him. Hey, listen, hold on. 4, no, that's 11. I got him 11-0, possibly.
Oh my God, Pope, stop. Pope, I'm gonna
Man, this
mute you.
dude
If
high.
you say
Pope,
that one
11
more
and
time, I'm
0.
gonna
Pope,
mute you, Pope.
This
Pope.
dude
Bro,
high.
If you fucking
listen.
playing me
The
right
first
now,
8 games. No, I'm
man,
not
I'm gonna
Bush.
strike
Listen.
your ass
Hold
down.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me explain cause I'm going to need to blow smoke. I can explain what I mean. You got this first 7 games, we already had them on the list, right? With the Wizards being your 7th game. Then your 8th game is the Wizards again for the first game of the in-season tournament. Your first game is the Wizards, who you just probably whooped the game before, and you're gonna whoop them again. Then the next game you got the Heat. Okay, the Heat is not that dope to me. They play they like Aladdin on the
Dex, what I
carpet.
tell you? I
No,
told
Aladdin
you,
no,
man.
we
riding
can
on the
give you the
magic
Heat.
carpet. Them
We
niggas
can
be
give you the
riding on
Heat
magic
because
Oh,
carpets at the
Dex,
end of the season.
no,
Dex
listen.
changing his mind now.
Al,
What the
I
hell,
agree. I
Dex?
agree, Al. You can
What
get
the
the Heat. I
heck?
agree with the Heat. You can get the
You
Heat
can
because they're a
get the
little
Heat, bro.
discombobulated right now.
For sure,
They're a
you
little
can get the Heat.
discombobulated right now.
Hope
So
last
I agree.
last stream, Dex was sitting on the Hornets
So
hard
no,
when
you
it
can
came to
get
that
the
damn
Heat,
tournament.
and then next you got the Bucks, and we know, like I say, Lamelo and the Hornets, they play tough with the Bucks. So I wouldn't be surprised if they could squeak a game, especially if they on a winning streak. Like I'm talking, if they already on a hot winning streak and feeling themselves going into that game, they could
What
get
game?
the
What game?
Bucks.
What
Oh,
game
how
is
do
the
you trust
Bucks?
the Hornets
Hold up,
like this?
hold up.
It's
No,
unbelievable.
Nathan,
Time out.
because the beginning of the season, they different. I'm trying to tell y'all, they a little bit
7-0
different.
different. When the last time Hornets went 7-0?
No, because this is the different Lamelo Ball. This I'm not thinking. You thinking about the same Lamelo Ball. And I'm thinking of a. And you thinking about the Lamelo Ball who averaged 16 points in his rookie season, and then Lamelo Ball who averaged 20 points in his sophomore season. And then you're thinking about the hurt Lamelo Ball in his third season. I'm thinking about the Lamelo Ball in his fourth season, my nigga, healthy, fully healthy
Okay,
Lamelo
Lamelo,
Ball
I understand
fourth
Lamelo,
season,
but what about the rest? How you have so much
and
faith
the
in the
rest
rest?
too,
You didn't
and the
even
rest,
mention Gordon Hayward. You ain't mentioned Terry Rozier. You
bro,
haven't mentioned
niggas,
Cody Martin. You haven't even mentioned a potential PJ Washington, a potential Kelly Oubre.
because he been carrying all them same niggas since he
Oh
was kid. Since he
goodness.
was a kid, he gonna carry them niggas. So if he been carrying them niggas since he was a kid, what you think he gonna carry? What you think he gonna
Folk,
do
let's not do
in his
that, my
fourth
nigga.
season? He gonna do the same thing. Gonna carry them niggas.
That's
That-
exactly, son of Will.
Come
Hey,
on, man.
listen,
Okay, Gemini,
listen.
we got to get you in here,
What is
Gemini.
it?
You've been a little too
Mm,
quiet.
I'm just listening. I was still shook up after that. I wouldn't throw Brandon Miller to the fire when I brought that up. Oh, it was it was
Oh
World
man,
War
this niggas,
Four.
he traumatized. Look, Gemini is
It
He
was World
traumatized
War
for the rest
Four.
of the night. He can't believe what's
I'm
going on.
trying. I can't. I can't. I'm over here right now. Like, is
Gemini
this
crazy as
bottom?
hell.
So I mean, me personally, that was the main reason why I said I wouldn't throw Miller to the fire like that. I would concentrate on like like me personally. I'm not looking at Charlotte as far as this year. I'm looking for them to possibly see what they could do on the buyout market. I just don't trust the front office of Charlotte, and that's been my main concern since y'all help educate me up on Charlotte. I'm more the front office got to do their job because right
Hold on,
now they
they
haven't
got new
been they've
We
been
ownership
got
on
now,
we
win
got
Gemini.
Uncle.
streaks.
Hold on, we got
I
Uncle
know.
Vern in the building. We know Uncle
I
Vern done heard enough. And Slim, don't mention JT Thor. We know he's the blackest man on earth. Please don't mention JT Thor because he never saw a shot he didn't like.
no. I think
Oh
Thor
Lord.
is going to. I honestly think Thor is going to improve this season.
For sure.
I
Oh my
think he
God! Now
will.
y'all getting ridiculous. Now I can
No,
understand
no.
Mark
Oh, what
Williams,
in
Oh,
I
but
the
think
JT
he
Thor.
hell?
improved. No,
This
I
JT
dude
think
Thor
he
is
got it
nice.
wrong,
improves.
man.
I
You
honestly think he's
tripping,
going to
Dex.
improve.
He
But
nice.
Damn.
I don't. As far as like overall, I think the front office like really need to start earning their paychecks rather than acting like
JT Thor is
welfare
on his way to
queens.
North Korea.
Stop it, Dex.
I
Damn,
That
I
Dex.
don't
I
even make
I I,
sense.
I wouldn't say that about him. Now, if you would have said that about Wyndon Gabriel,
Book
yeah, I could
night,
agree with you.
book night, Kai
But
Jones.
yeah,
Why did
Book
you
Night.
mention book night?
Yeah, because a lot of people honestly, L and I had to honestly fish around. I fished around, but I didn't fish around that hard. Man, a lot of people still think this guy is gonna be like the sixth man on Charlotte. Like they
Who?
really do feel that way. They really
Who
do
feel
feel that
that
way
way?
about Bug Night.
My nigga need to be gone, bro. I'm sorry, man.
I'm saying
I,
He's
I,
still
I
a
don't
minute.
know.
No.
I
it
ain't
is
heard
some
nobody feel
fans.
like that, but
It is some
You about
fans
ready to get cussed
that
out
are on
again, Gemini,
YouTube.
with that bullshit.
I
I
mean,
ain't heard
I'm
nobody
telling the
say nothing
truth
like that.
Book
because
Just
got to be
I
you
gone.
must
ran
you
into
must
it
got
on
a you must
YouTube.
got a hell of a circle, Gemini, for you to hear some shit like that.
It's no damn way.
No, I
Book got
mean,
to be
no,
Niggas
gone.
I'm
talking about
saying
he's
it's
6 man.
fans.
He gonna be
Come on,
It's
6 man.
Gemini, you
fans
sound punch
that's
drunk.
saying
No,
no.
he need
It's
to be gone,
fans
Gemini.
that's literally saying that they feel he's still gonna
No,
be
he
the
Where
not.
you hear
And
sixth
you
where
not even a
I'm
that's what I'm
not
boxer.
saying
saying.
that.
Where you speak with these fans at Gemini in your break
No,
rooms? In the
no, it's actually on YouTube. That's why I
Oh,
ran
okay.
into him. Like, they the
Okay,
ones
okay.
believing in him.
They're
As far as I'm
delusional.
concerned, he need to be gone. Because
They're
Yes, I'm
my
delusional.
not
argument
gassing
Yeah,
was,
we
people up
seen
trying
that,
to give them
Slim.
hope,
Thank you for
Jess. I
breaking that
really
news,
believe that.
Slim.
yeah,
It's on Trey Young Instagram as well as Lonzo Instagram.
because as far as I'm concerned, he didn't show me nothing in summer league. I want him gone, and that's just me. And I'm not even a Charlotte fan, but
Okay,
damn,
but
I
let's
want him gone.
go back to JT Thor.
Uh huh.
Okay,
I
I
because
think
told
he
y'all he
will
was
improve a
real.
little bit.
how can JT Thor be inserted into the Charlotte lineup, not starting lineup, but lineup, getting some minutes, some quality minutes, and that will thump them over some of these competition that Pope say Charlotte should be able to beat.
I think they're going to shadow his minutes, but it's also is like that. What I'm really trying to figure out, and this is what I brought up to Purple one about streams ago when we got disconnected. No, 3 streams ago when we got disconnected. It's like how they're going to stagger the minutes within the lineup after the start they like paper lineup sit down. Like how they're going to stagger the minutes is more what I'm concerned about because every player has wingspan. Every player can jump. Yeah, I dig all that, but it's how
Everybody,
they're going to
right.
stagger the minutes is what I'm really concerned about when it comes to Charlotte.
Right.
Like,
You go 10 deep starting the season out. Because you got 10 deep. So you start the season out 10 deep and you figure out from there who's producing or not. But your 10 deep, like I say, the first lineup, PJ Washington, Miles Bridges, Mellow Ball, Brandon Miller, Mark Williams. Second unit,
Wait a minute, you just
sec-
skipped Gordon Hayward?
yeah,
And then
so second unit, look, second unit, Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, Nick
no way.
Richardson, JT Thor,
and
and
that's
Oh,
what I
Cody
got
Miles
Martin.
cursed
Bridges
out
not gonna
about.
be there
Hold on.
But
at
Cody
midnight.
Martin.
He
Y'all
just
not
gave
even
his
hold on.
starters,
Listen,
and I
listen.
got cursed
Y'all not
out.
even listening to the
Okay, go
lineup.
ahead.
So second unit, I'm gonna use a strong five. This is a nice backup unit. Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward, Cody Martin, JT Thor, Nick Richardson. That's a strong backup five, and you got a nice, strong starting five.
No, there ain't no
Slim
Yo,
Hornets do not have a lot
yo,
of
strong
depth.
backup five.
yo.
So
So
if
you
you
They just
That's
got a lot of
that's not a
names,
strong
you
not a
you
backup
lot of
think
depth.
no,
five.
you
JT
think
Thor
Brandon Miller? You
is
think
a
Brandon
smooth
Miller
player that
starting?
he does play
Pope,
defense.
Pope.
Yo, you
There's
got
another
No, he
Brandon.
side of the
don't. He don't do
ball.
nothing.
You
He
got
plays
Brandon Miller
defense.
starting. You got Brandon Miller starting
Yeah, I mean, you might as well throw him
off
in the
the rip.
starting lineup if you got a full. Because
He
if you can
cursed
put
me out
Gordon
to
Hayward,
say
if you
I
can
got
put Gordon
Gordon
Hayward on
starting.
the bench and
Not
Terry
happening.
Rozier,
Hold on. Say your star lineup again, Pope, because it seemed like you said some crazy
that.
shit. You got Miles Bridges in the star. Who your star lineup, man? Come on, say it
Miles
again.
Yeah,
Bridges,
Miles need to be a starter. Yes,
I mean, yeah,
Miles
he's
agree with
starting,
Bridges.
but
that.
he won't be on the team
Only
until the
person
after
that should
10
be
games.
starting.
No, I'm talking about when full roster is there.
Oh,
And
okay.
if the in the beginning, in the beginning, you want to
Yeah,
give me the
who the star lineup in the beginning, Pope?
beginning is Hayward, Rozier, Mello, PJ, Martin.
And the
Okay,
person in that lineup is PJ.
okay. And we don't have backups, in my opinion. I'm just saying.
So
Other
Brandon
than
Miller is
Rozier
coming
and
off
Cody
your
Martin
bench in
and
the beginning.
Brandon
Hold
Miller.
on.
That's all the backups we
They
got.
don't have no PJ.
I
PJ
mean,
haven't
they
signed a
gonna have him. No,
qualified
ain't
offer.
nobody giving
Like
PJ no
He
money.
can't.
you don't think we're gonna get
Like
He
he
just
PJ?
can't go
started
nowhere.
in the starting
He's
lineup.
he's
Shout
gonna
out
be
to
still a
Douglas
free
Golden
agent.
Child.
No
Big up to
flight,
you.
flight. Charlotte has the rights on PJ, and nobody else gonna bid for him at this point. So he has no choice but to go back to Charlotte, pimp. No choice.
Well, well, we're gonna have to
Douglas,
figure out
I'm
about
talking to
Douglas.
Douglas in the chat. Douglas in the chat. The first 7 games of the Charlotte Hornets. What is their record according to you?
Salute, Dougie. Salute,
Don't
Dougie
lead the
Fresh.
witness, Pope. Do not lead the witness.
I'm not gonna lead him. He just said salute. I'm just saying salute back. I just seen it. I don't really read. I don't read what the chat be talking about.
Yeah, give us your Hornets record in the first 7 games, Douglas Golden Child. Okay, go ahead. Continue, guys.
But Flight, nobody's going to bet against himself for PJ, and that's part of the conundrum when it comes to PJ. Nobody's
It's
going to
not,
bet
but
against
see,
himself.
Gemini, you keep
It ain't
saying
no
that.
conundrum for PJ Washington.
Right,
Don't even say
that's
that.
no
It's
damn
there's
conundrum.
nobody
Right, you're
perplexed
making
over
it
PJ Washington.
ridiculous.
PJ Washington had a decent year on a very bad team.
He's
No,
not
I
that
dig
good. That's
that
why
part.
nobody's signing him. Gemini, it's not got nothing to do with don't
No,
nobody want to
I
be.
agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with you. But
So why do you keep
Flight
saying the other
asks
thing?
Flight asks like, why did you not put PJ in the starting
No, that's not
lineup?
that's not what I said.
I, I,
I said that you have him in there and he hasn't been signed yet.
Right, that's what
okay, yeah,
Flight's
yeah,
saying.
yeah. Right. So it's like
Hope
he's
putting
not
anybody
going
in their
nowhere.
starting lineup to avoid
Like
putting in Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward.
No, that's
yeah,
not
but
true, Dex.
yeah, but
He's gonna
Flight,
put Clippy
he's
nephew in
not
the
going
starting lineup
nowhere.
if he knew his name.
But it's
No, no.
Well,
When
this
you get
dude.
Miles back, it makes sense. At first, I
well,
really did it because
No,
I
but
figured.
no, you can't make sense because it's the first 10 games. Remember?
Right, I'm saying when you get Miles back, I'm not putting Miller in the starting lineup if Miles Bridges ain't there because you need a Miles Bridges to take away from the inefficiencies of Brandon Miller.
We
Of
waiting
Brandon
on
not
you,
that
Douglas,
big
to
of
give us
a
the record. You
so
stalling over there, Douglas.
I mean,
7 games, first seven
at,
games.
at this point right now, I PJ is definitely going to be there. I don't, me personally, I don't have him as a starter. I would honestly put Miles over him starting if I had to choose. Um, and then I would run the rotation at PF, however you gonna run it. But me
Oh
personally,
my
I do
God,
not.
he
no,
just
no,
was
no,
worse than
no, no,
Pope.
no, no. Wait, Gemini,
Oh my God.
you can't do that, Gemini.
What you mean?
If you're going to replace, if you it's 6-1, my nigga Dougie Fat. So if you're going
Oh
to
my God,
replace,
Douglas done lost his mind too.
no, he didn't. He just look at
Wait, hold
How
on.
but
sway? How sway?
Six,
if you're going to take if you're going
six
to move
and
pieces
one.
around and take somebody out the starting lineup, then what's your starting lineup?
I mean, right now, I don't think, and this is for fanfare more than anything. I don't think they're going to sit Haywood. I think you're going to have to stagger his minutes because at this point, it that he's a player more for the fans than anything, and I think that's where the big conundrum comes in. Like he's more for the fan base that they have more than anything, not us. That like their fan base. So that's the overall problem, and that's the reason why I don't see them sitting Haywood.
hey, I want to add something to that. I think we're sleeping on Gordon Hayward, man. We acting like this dude is completely garbage. I mean, he do
No,
something.
no, I'm
He's a
not saying
contributor.
he's
I
All
garbage.
the
know he
way to
need to
heaven.
go.
I'm
I
saying
know he need
Heaven,
to
I'm
go.
heaven,
saying
all the
he's
way
I
to
not
know
the
heaven
he
to
30.
needs
get
to
fresh
go.
screw. I see you, Chucky.
No,
The 50th anniversary of
I'm
the hip hop.
literally stating Sway that he can't bring $30 million worth of value to the Hornets. That's what I'm saying, Sway. That's what I'm saying. Like he doesn't bring that to the organization, and that's the only problem I have with you. Like overall,
Slim put uh, JT Thor in the starting lineup. Slim, you
nah, I
deserve to be
wouldn't do
timed
that.
out for that.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put JT Thor in the starting lineup.
JT Thor averaging .00023 points a game and .0001
How many minutes?
17 rebounds and 0.000000000 assists. And you're gonna put
Yeah,
him in the
but
starting lineup.
but how many minutes did he actually
Big Al,
play?
what are they doing to your
Is my
team?
question.
Man, hey, I got a question for Flight. So who you'll start lineup before Miles comes back, and who you'll start lineup after?
All right. Well, on top of my head right now, I'm obviously Lamelo Ball. You went for Terry Rozier in there. Gordon Hayward. Um, without Miles Bridges, I'm trying to think. Are they gonna have to bring in Brandon Miller? That's the question. And then we don't and no PJ Washington, so I'm gonna throw Miller in there. Whether you want this is a tough call.
Miller at
Obviously,
what
Mark
Let me give
position?
you a
Williams.
starting
Mark
lineup.
Williams
I'm
is
gonna give you a
fine.
real starting
I'm
lineup.
just slipping on that
The
fourth
Let this
Melo
man
Ball.
finish his starting lineup, Dick.
No,
Damn.
Flight fumbling. He fumbling. He
Oh
fumbling the
my
bag.
God. This
Well,
thing.
not really. I'm just slipping up on the 4 position. But go ahead.
Yeah. It's going to be LaMelo Ball, Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier. I don't know if PJ Washington's going to sign, but if he get that qualifying offer, it will be PJ Washington and Brandon Miller. That would be your starting 5.
What
There
the
will be
fuck?
no,
That's a bad starting 5. I tell
but
you
that's all
why.
you got. That's all you got.
Nigga,
Ain't
who
no
you start
Miles.
at center?
Yeah, you
So
fumbling the bag.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
fumbling.
Mark Williams. I forgot about
you
Mark
just
Williams. My
put
bad. I
Miller.
mean Mark
You
Williams.
Put on the bench out of
No, I
PJ
mean Mark
Washington
Williams. I
and
forgot
Brandon
Mark
Miller.
Williams. You're right. Forgive me. I
Dex,
meant Mark
Dex,
Williams.
listen. Listen.
I
Who you
forgot all
putting
about
on the
Marky.
bench? Who you putting on the bench?
Marky
Out,
Mark and the Funky Bunch.
oh my God, Dex.
I just told you. Let me do it over then. Let me do it over.
Please.
Because see, that's what happens. See, I interrupted Flight, and that's what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Karma.
that's what you get.
That's karma.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's
you
what I get.
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
Go ahead, man.
LaMelo Ball. Let's be clear now. LaMelo Ball, Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, Mark Williams, and Brandon Miller. That's your starting lineup.
Brandon Miller played at 4.
No, Williams is the 5, not the 4. Oh my God, you
I
high.
said Miller, not
She said
Williams.
Miller. She said Miller.
No,
Oh,
you gonna have to use JT Thor if what's his name don't come back.
You don't
yeah,
need no
you're gonna
JT
have
Thor, no
to.
starting lineup. Don't
You're
do that.
gonna
Now here comes
have
Slim.
to.
You done brought
You're
Slim
gonna
up on the
have
panel now.
to.
Or Nick
No,
Richards.
you're gonna have to.
No, you got Brandon Miller.
He didn't do
You
well
you
at the
don't.
Port of the Summer
You
League.
gonna
Why-
put him at the power forward?
He's
You
right.
been
gonna
playing
put this
power
man at
forward
the?
in summer league.
Oh man, cut
But
it
he
out.
looked
Cut
terrible.
it out, please.
But really,
Maybe that's
but
why they
really,
played him at
honestly,
4.
no, listen. Let me be
That's why
honest.
they
Hold
played
up.
him at 4. I just thought about that. That's why they fucking played him at 4.
Listen.
Oh
That's
no.
interchangeable with Brandon Miller. He can go from 3. He can go from 2, 3, or 4
He
with
can,
Brandon
but
Miller.
he
don't wear enough
he too
for
light in the
4.
pants right now for me for that.
I'm just saying that's how the game go right now. You know what I'm saying? But all
So
I'm saying is that will be a solid starting lineup for Charlotte Hornet, and they will be formidable. Then you trying to keep Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier off of the starting lineup.
well, I hope PJ Washington come back because I don't want
I
Brandon
just
Miller
said
playing no 4.
stagger their minutes. That's all I said was stagger their minutes. I
Yeah,
mean, me personally.
Miller need to be playing the 2 or the 3 right now, not no damn
Right.
4.
But I guarantee you, he's not playing that. He's not playing over Terry Rozier at the 2, and he's definitely not playing over Gordon Hayward at the 3. I'm telling you that right now. The only room
I don't
for
know about
him
a definite
is
though.
the 4.
That well, in that case, why not just take an older Gordon Hayward and school him up? Being that the people he gonna go against on a nightly basis are younger and more athletic than him.
Okay, wait. Say that again. Explain that again. Purple.
Being that Golden Hayward is older and slower, why don't you just put him at the 4 and leave Miller at the 3?
Okay, you can do that. I wouldn't mind.
Bases for defensive purposes, Gordon wouldn't be able to keep up. At least he can decently keep up with some of the 4s. Like
I don't know. If
I wouldn't
he
mind.
can
I wouldn't mind.
act-
You could interchange those 2. No problem.
I think it comes down to matchup though.
Listen, we got
I don't
Uncle
know if
Vern
he's
and we
gonna
got Slim
box out
Cahoot
or not.
on the panel.
oh,
Yeah.
Slim here.
Slim up here?
Yeah.
What's
What's up,
happening?
y'all? What's up, y'all? My
Yeah, he
question
coming
is,
with
why
his
What's
you?
going
JT
on,
Thor.
bro?
No,
What
Slim is from the
up?
Congo, so he love JT Thor.
no, they talking about put me in timeout because I said JT Thor at the four, man. I'm just saying though, if not JT Thor because he's 6'10", then who? Then who? Everybody else is undersized, right?
Yep.
So you feel like JT
Everybody else
Thor
is.
been producing like that?
Yeah.
Well, my thing is this: like he didn't play in the whatchamacallit, right? He didn't play in the summer league.
Summer
So I'm
league.
like, so I'm
No, he
like,
didn't.
why is that? They must value him in some sort of way, right? So I'm thinking like if he
Okay.
don't play, if they start him in the preseason at the four, then that gives me confirmation that like, look, he might be him or Kai Jones might start at the four. PJ
Oh my
Washington,
God. Oh,
PJ Washington is 6'7" at the four or whatever,
It's
and
the
then
worst take you ever did in your life, Slim can hoop.
oh my
what you
God.
mean? Why is it the worst take?
Nah,
JT Thor
Oh,
do
time
not
no,
out,
have any
time out,
numbers.
time out, time out.
no.
My four is
He's
gonna be
actually
my
right.
starting four is gonna be JT Thor,
Slim,
and then my
the
Can
best
I
thing
backup.
you
finish
ever
though?
said, Slim.
My
Can I
backup is
can
what's
I
my nigga
finish
name? I
timeout?
forgot his name.
You usually sound like Slim can't hoop, but now you sound
See,
like
oh,
you
look
can
at
hoop,
you over
Slim.
here, jerk face. The jerk face. I'm just saying though, like PJ Washington is undersized, man. He's six
I
seven.
mean,
And
Nick,
then when you look at him trying to
is
guard
Nick still
Giannis
there?
and the Cats of the world, yeah, Nick Richards is still
Yes,
there. He's the
Nick's still there,
backup.
but he's not starting over Mark Williams, though. We know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Mark
Kai
Williams is the
Jones.
starter.
Hold up. Slim
Kai
can
Jones.
hoop. Let me ask you a
What's
question.
up?
Let me ask you a question. So, are you saying JT Thor is better than PJ Washington?
I'm not saying nothing. I haven't seen JT Thor play since in the summer league or I mean excuse me the G League or whatever. So he might be developing. You never know. But he's 6'10". He can shoot.
He
He
ain't
can stretch
developed.
the floor. How
He
you
ain't
know
did
that?
nothing, man.
We ain't seen him play in a while though. You know what I'm saying? So
I
you
have
never
seen him
know
play. I
though.
saw him play last season in
Yeah,
that
right.
broken injured riddle season where
He looked
PJ
broken, but
Washington ascended,
okay.
Mark
So where
Williams
was it?
ascended, but
Okay, so where
JT
was
Thor
it?
still averaged 0.00017 points per game.
JT
Okay.
Thor should
So
have been
here's
in the
the
summer
question.
league.
So here's the question. If he looks so bad, then don't you think that he needs reps? He needs to get in the game. So why didn't he play in the summer league?
I
PJ.
don't
And
know.
that's
It's a
why I
Charlotte
asked.
Hornets for crying out loud.
Right. We don't
But,
know what
but
the hell that is about.
no, but hold
Exactly.
on.
No, he showed
But
enough.
he's
Y'all tripping,
raising a
man.
good
Y'all
point.
really tripping.
You
He
tripping,
Right.
bro,
did.
right
I
now.
think
Come
he
on,
No,
got a
man.
no,
lot
no. Hold
better.
on, hold on, hold on. He's raising a good point because when Dex went to quoting out what the numbers was, I did ask, and Dex never answered me. I said, "How many minutes did he play?" And he still haven't answered me to this
JT
point.
Thor was a seventh and eighth man coming off the bench. He played decent
Garbage
amount of
minutes.
minutes last
Okay,
season
D-
and did
decent or
nothing.
garbage?
We was
Decent
begging
or
for
garbage?
JT Thor to do something. I did play by play on the Charlotte Hornets last season,
Yeah, he
and
need.
J
Yeah, I
and
agree with
JT
that.
Thor, and I didn't see anything from him. But somehow Cliffy and Mitch wanted him to be played in those situations. I don't know why. I don't know how. I think Theo Maladin was more productive than JT Thor.
Right.
Okay, well then
I
check
feel
this
like
out then. With if it's not gonna be JT Thornton, it's gonna have to be their number two overall pick than Brandon Miller. He's gonna have to start at the four.
At
They're gonna
the
have to put him
That's
at the
what
four?
I was
five.
saying, but y'all
They're
laughed
gonna
at me. Y'all
At
try to
the
laugh me off the
four?
stream.
because of his
Man,
size. Because of
I
his
wouldn't
size
put
and
him at
Miles
four.
being out
Hey, hey, hey,
them
hey, hey,
first 10 games.
Okay,
hey,
Thunder
hey,
said
can I, hey,
Miller's too
hey, hey,
light for
look,
the
Jack, hey,
four.
Jax,
Anybody agree
Yes,
hey,
with that? Go
Jax,
ahead,
yes,
hey,
we
bro.
all
Jax,
agreeing.
well, I'm telling you, thank you.
Maybe
Look, hey,
Kai
give me another
Jones may.
second, I'm gonna let y'all go again. Look, the thing about that with Charlotte with the center spot, all them playing that same kind of mode. None of them do nothing no different than the rest of them do. They go with Nick and Thorpe and all the rest of them. They all do the same thing. They don't play they don't stop nothing on defense. They don't protect the rim. All them guys right there, them three guys, them names that y'all keep going throwing up, really, who the best out of them three? Really, it don't make no difference because they don't really do nothing. They don't
I think
stop. They don't
Williams.
move. With my point is this, right? Hold on for a minute. They don't move it. They don't move the needle as far as Charlotte winning games and stuff like that. Now, there's some other players you have to realize and think about too. Then you got to go back to PJ Washington because that's the main person right there. Charlotte don't want to get into no money problems with these average ass players. and they got a whole bunch of them. So they don't want to keep giving these people this little outstanding money or holding on to these people with these long contracts when they really
Then get rid of them.
problem. So that right there, they send a
But what
problem. That's a
value
big.
though?
That's a big. Really, they
But
got
what?
a big problem because they
But
ain't got nobody that they can't get rid of.
well, I'll confirm. They need PJ Washington though. I'm just
No,
gonna say that.
but to a certain extent, no, they don't need him for the money he think he want to get. Because he
Not for
has
no
he
20
has off
million.
the court issues too, and they have to realize that. And he's not outstanding in his play. He's okay, but he's not outstanding like that. And something is holding him back. He have to realize what it is, and giving him
It's
a
Tiana
goddamn lot
Trump.
of money ain't gonna be it. And I don't
It's
think the new ownership gonna do that
it's
neither.
his baby mama and Tiana Trump on
Yeah,
this,
well,
Yeah,
hey,
he
Well,
can't
y'all know
decide
what
what
it
skirt he
is
wants.
though.
hey, I tell
Y'all
you
know
what,
what it is though.
I bet you the ownership ain't gonna be the new ownership ain't gonna be laughing at that. Y'all have to realize that. And I want to ask Pope this too, and what he think about this. Look, hey Pope, when a lot of great players start coming out of college into the NBA, it usually take them a minute to get on and get into that championship mode. It took Michael Jordan 7 years before he got a championship and we came out of college. It took Giannis the same thing, 7 years. I think it's gonna take Melo too. But that organization got to be smart over whom they got around him. And I think they learned that in that situation with that PJ Washington and that what's his name, that Gordon Hayward and that the Rozier and all the more other little characters when they stopped call themselves isolating Melo like that with that team chemistry type shit. They getting rid of the new ownership is getting rid of that. Hayward gonna be gone so fast, it's pitiful. I don't think he might not. They wouldn't even care if he stepped on the court again. As far as Charlotte is concerned, if I was them, I wouldn't care if he stepped on the court again because soon that contract is gonna be gone. Ain't nobody gonna be fighting to get him. That contract
No,
gonna be over.
it is more Haywood's wife that they're like more concerned about than anything because when she go on social media, she starts with her little rants and they get intense
Yeah.
like that's what I seen about that situation. So as far as Haywood, I don't see him even re-signing with Charlotte, even if he dropped the number, I don't see him re-signing with Charlotte.
Blessing in
All,
disguise.
all because the wife actually wants to get back to Utah where she know they're going more pale skin, and I
Yeah.
mean it is what it is.
Yeah.
Why
I
y'all
agree.
so down on Hayward though, man? I don't understand, man. I know
Well,
he ain't
No,
been
I
healthy. He
120
ain't been
million,
healthy, bro. But
129
I
million
think
dollars
he's needed as a
already.
defender on this squad though. He's definitely
n-
needed. Who gonna guard the
I,
Tatums, the Jimmy Butlers, you know what I'm saying?
Not no Gordon
The
Hayward.
Browns.
he
You know what I
doesn't
Not
mean?
guard
Gordon
him.
Hayward, sir.
Wait. He doesn't guard him. So I'm trying to see where you're
He
going with that.
should though. He should though.
But
He
he
should though.
doesn't
It's a
guard them. He's a
him and
traffic cone, my
Miles.
brother. But he's a traffic cone.
I don't know. I don't know. I think Gordon Hayward has a lot of value with Lamelo. He's slower, yeah, but he does have value with this team. He just has to stay healthy though, and he can get you
Yeah.
20 points a night too.
Explain his value, Slim.
Well, like I said, I look at him as a great defender, especially with the tougher opponents like Jimmy Butler,
Do you
like the
look at
like the
you look at him as
Browns,
being
like the
do you look
Tatum's.
at him as being a willing defender? Say that. Can you
Yeah,
say
I
okay? You
do.
say a
I
great
do.
defender as a
Lamelo,
willing
Lamelo.
defender.
Listen, let me tell y'all something. Lamelo can't do it all, bro.
Hey,
I
I
know
asked you the
he's
question.
all
Hey,
work.
look, Slim can hoop. Just answer the question, bro. Do you look at Gordon Hayward as being a willing defender?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah, right. Okay, right.
I do.
Okay.
Well,
He ain't
Slim got a
he
point. Hey,
he
Slim
ain't
got a
out
point.
there.
Hey,
He
can I
ain't
say
out
this?
there.
Slim, let
He's
me
out
say
there
this.
pouting on offense. I see that, but on defense, he gets busy. He
Slim
ain't
Hey,
got
just
a
hey,
slouching
point
on
hey,
because
hey,
defense
when
hey,
at
that's
all.
the
because
black. I'm
Gordon
I'm
Hayward,
gonna tell you
Hey,
something.
let
Gordon
me
You
tell
ain't
y'all
gonna
Hayward,
talk
something.
no
Let me
nonsense.
tell
You
y'all
know
something.
goddamn
Earlier
well
when
he ain't
Pope,
doing no defense. Come on,
Uncle
Slim
Vern.
Big. You know better than
Earlier,
that, Slim.
earlier when the Pope was talking about that Pacers game where the Hornets whooped their ass, it was Lamelo, Miles, and Hayward out there kicking their ass because Terry Rozier was out.
Okay.
Slim
It
got a
was
point
Hayward.
because Gordon Hayward has been described as a good defender his whole career.
Well,
I mean, real talk.
offensively, he's slow. He don't really
Purple.
know
I'm
how to
being
play
honest.
with
That's
him.
what
You
they
know,
said in the
Yeah,
beginning of his career. He was
he's right.
he
described as
don't
a
get
good
how to play with
defender.
Lamelo just yet. That's
Okay.
what I think.
He
They
has.
ain't had too
It's
much.
that's the
They ain't had
truth.
the court time. I don't think.
He's just injury prone.
Now Miles,
Yeah,
Miles know how to play with him with his eyes closed. That's
But
easy work out there.
mm.
That's easy.
I don't know about his defense like Slim. I haven't seen
I
it in
got
Gordon Hayward.
hey
You're right.
that
Back in
Pacers
the
game. Y'all
day.
got
But
to
you
see
don't
that
even watch the
Pacers game.
Hornets though, Dex. How
I've
can you
watched
say
enough
that?
of them. I've been watching for 4 years. That's enough shit. Watching that horrible shit, fucking up my eyes.
Hey,
Well,
hey, unless you go back
well, a
to
lot of these
Utah,
niggas don't play defense on the Hornets. That's the
unless
truth.
you go back to college days and then go back to the first year or 2 years of Utah. Yeah, okay, I get you because he
They
was
don't
putting
give
on
a
a
damn
show
about
then.
defense
He
because they
he was
losing.
he was holding his own. Did I agree with Slim? Yeah, in Utah the first year, 2 years in Utah, he was holding it down. He was holding it down like he was gonna be the one, and then it
but
turned out.
once again, we're talking
And then
about
they got
Utah.
Spider Man, and that was it. His ass was out of there.
The
Yeah,
best
Yep.
defenders on this team have been Cody Barton, Hayward, and Miles Bridges. Everybody else don't really play
And ain't
defense
none
like
of
that.
them, and ain't none of them ranked in the top 15.
Ain't
thank
nobody
you,
Good
talking about
one,
no top 50.
purple. Good one, purple.
thank
We
That's
you,
why I
talking
can
about
tell him.
we talking about willing defenders, people who actually try to really defend.
yeah, right. I agree. Willing defenders.
And they haven't willed themselves to a top 15 ranking. That's
Okay,
crazy.
Oh,
purple.
get him,
That's the
purple.
point, purple.
Purple giving me a break. Get him, purple.
Man, hey, I dig it. I dig it.
But the reason I said we need somebody was trying to get on PJ Washington. I'm not saying PJ all that good, but I would rather have a backup of PJ Washington than fucking JT Thor. I'm sorry.
No, I mean at this point, y'all need it. Y'all need any and everybody. Hell,
Right.
Van Caro. I'm surprised y'all not going after Van Caro,
You
who's
damn
playing on
right.
the national team right now. Like
Right.
I'm
Our
shocked about
backups
that.
are garbage. I don't. Yeah, this team's foundation, like I've been saying, is not good. The foundation has got to improve. Lamelo or not, this foundation is garbage. And until it
Damn,
improves, it doesn't really matter.
they ain't improved. We're getting that B Miller, that B Miller kid.
Oh
More than
wow,
just one
They
player.
ain't
that's part
improved.
of it. That might
Oh,
be part of it. We don't know
folks don't
what Brandon Miller.
reemerge.
We don't know. Like, right. We don't know what's gonna happen with Brandon. I hope he balls out
Okay,
like
That's
I
a
believe he
damn shame.
can.
It's a damn
okay, but that.
How
He
shame.
you
better than
how you
JT
po-
Thor.
how you go on
Wait.
the same stream rep
Wait, Pope.
Brandon Miller and all of a sudden
Wait.
start shitting on him? What the
No,
hell, Paul? What you
I
doing?
didn't
wait,
rep
Pope,
him. I didn't rep him.
You
Pope.
bipolar like a motherfucker. One
Wait,
minute you
wait,
for
wait,
him, the
wait,
next
wait,
minute
wait,
Brandon
you
Miller is
against him.
better than
wait,
JT Thor.
wait.
He
What?
damn sure is.
I don't believe
But
that.
hold on, Pope.
I
The
don't
the
know about that.
position that they're literally talking about right now is specifically the power forward position, and that's one of the main concerns. So who would you start at the power forward position? Yes, swing the question to you since you came back with that type of energy.
I already
Who would
told
you
you all my
start at?
starting lineup. I gave it to you for.
You said Brandon Miller at the four.
Hell
Eh,
no, I
eh,
didn't.
Who is it then, Pope?
I didn't know four.
okay,
I
so
told you. No, you're not listening, Jim. Like, God damn, I got to repeat myself around this motherfucker.
I mean,
I,
Miller is the center, so I mean Williams the center. So, but you also said him at power forward, and we was trying to
no,
get you straight on that. So, okay,
never did I say Williams power forward. Okay, so again, the without Miles Bridges, first 10 games,
hmm
PJ Washington is your power forward. Is what I've been saying.
PJ Washington. Okay.
Mark Williams, Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, LaMelo Ball.
Right.
Oh, you put Gordon Hayward back in the starting lineup?
He only out of the starting lineup when Miles come back. That's the one who replaces him at the 3. The
But you
only
still
one.
don't got Miller in there,
oh,
right?
so you
No,
no, we
now
got
and when you get Miles and you have a scorer like Miles in your starting lineup, you don't need a Terry Rozier. Now you need somebody to score coming off your bench. So you need to put Terry as a off the bench sparker since
Right.
you have Melo and you have Miles and you got Mark Williams, who I believe gonna be doing more than just defense. He gonna be a part of that. of the offense.
Where's
Yeah.
Miller at though,
Hey,
Pope?
what?
That's what I'm trying to
How
get
y'all
from you.
niggas
Miller
Where's
at
feel?
your
Miller?
two. You throw
Let me
Miller
ask
at
Pope. Let me ask you.
You can throw Miller anywhere because he's a defensive liability wherever.
How
He's a
Oh my
defensive
God.
Oh
liability at
my
the
God. No,
two,
he
And you
didn't.
saying the Hornets
3,
is going 7 and
4.
0?
how
The-
tall
They
is
be
Mark?
11 and
How
0.
tall is Mark Williams? And what position
I'm
he play?
yes,
confused. I'm
because
perplexed.
everybody doesn't need to be. And like I say, they're not playing against no juggernauts in the first 7 games. They playing against boo boo teams. You niggas keep acting like they got a tough schedule in the first 7 games. I
Uh,
just gave you 8 games is on there where none of them is really they battle with the
But
Hawks. They could beat the
but
Hawks.
Charlotte can't even get their lineup straight.
Hey,
I don't want to hear
what
that, Dex. They
position do
lineup
Mark?
is
What position
that's
do
not the
Mark
truth.
Williams play?
This is their lineup.
What
Without Miles
position do
Bridges,
Mark
you
Williams play?
got the same lineup they've had for years, except for with Mark Williams at the center instead of Plumlee and Cody Zeller.
Okay,
That's the
what's
only
that
difference
lineup for
between their
year?
lineup.
Okay, what's the lineup, Pope? What's your official lineup? Let's get
They
that
line up
official.
for years. This is hold on. This is what's crazy. Dex, you've been watching them for now 4 years. It's
No, I
like
want you, Pope, not
their
me, you.
lineup has been Terry Rozier,
uh,
LaMelo Ball,
Right,
Gordon Hayward,
right,
Miles Bridges,
right.
and such with PJ
We're
Washington
not
come off
talking
the
about
bench.
that. We're talking about your
Hold on.
starting lineup.
Hold on. Now when PJ Washington with Miles Bridges out, you got PJ Washington at the 4. So you got PJ Washington at the 4. The only thing that's different is Mark Williams. So
Okay.
you take Gordon Hayward old ass now, since he on the last end of his contract last year, and it
Now you
don't
bitching
matter.
Gordon Hayward.
Yeah, he's a bench. I've mentioned everybody, but at the beginning of the season, you go with your
uh,
starting lineup that's been there for years. That's been your starting lineup, and even PJ Washington, he's been inserted in that starting lineup, in and out of it for years. So you ain't no need to change up nothing when you're going into a new season, starting out. Your only new guy in the lineup is Mark
Mark
Williams,
Williams, right. What position he play?
Center.
center.
Center,
Who
center.
you got? Who you gonna have in the backcourt, Pope? Then that's the problem. Who in the backcourt besides Melo?
I mean Frank.
The
That
Man,
same
who in the
damn
backcourt?
team.
Who in the backcourt?
That's what I said. The
Let Pope speak.
same
Hold on, let
nigga
Pope speak. Go
that's
ahead, Pope.
been there
how many times he
forever.
gonna say this goddamn lineup?
Terry
Because he keep changing
Rozier,
it.
Oh,
Gordon
okay. Terry
Hayward.
Rozier starting then. I got it. Okay, you start instead
Hello.
of Miller.
But when,
Instead of Miller in the backcourt playing that 2, you want Terry Rozier to play the 2, right?
no, but that's not. Yeah, that's only until. I repeat, that's only
Wow.
until Miles Bridges gets back. When Miles Bridges get back, now you can change things. You have a dynamic of a squad
I
now,
agree.
to where
I
you can
agree.
say, in this starting lineup, I only need scoring to come from
Uh,
Miles Bridges, LaMelo Ball, PJ Washington. Sometimes Mark Williams for sure will get buckets. He would get buckets off
Okay.
the pick and roll with LaMelo Ball. He plays that pick and roll
Yeah, he
fantastic.
does. He does. He
And
does. No
he
doubt.
really does. And Melo finds him. And so I think he's going to be a big part of the offense while a lot of people sleeping. So I think in that starting lineup, when you have the dynamic of Miles, Melo, and Mark Williams scoring plus PJ stretching you out at
Right.
the 4,
Pause. Shit.
I don't play all that. I'm too old to
Damn.
play that Paul shit. So
Funny.
you got PJ stretching you out at the 4, and you got Brandon Miller standing in the corner like a little corner store hoe selling threes. He gonna be selling
Wow.
threes.
Pope, you so wrong about Brandon Miller.
I know he shitting
Listen,
on Brandon again.
he
Why you
gonna
shitting on
Hey, Pope,
Brandon?
corner store hoe.
Pope, I like what you said because of the fact that you said this is going to take place because that's good because Miles Bridges is going to give some of the game. Miles
I'm
Bridges be coming
confused
back.
though. The only
Miles Bridges be coming back while they got their groove, while they get into their groove. But
Right.
I'm gonna tell you though, Pope, don't sleep on Miller though, Pope. Please don't, man, because he gonna be
Tell
Man,
him, Uncle
everybody's
Var.
gonna
Tell him.
sleep on him. Listen, that's gonna
Pope
be the
have
good
no
thing.
faith in Miller.
Look,
Yeah,
Uncle,
he done
hey,
already
Burn,
took a nap
listen.
on
he
him.
got Miller
It,
as his shooting
Already
guard,
took
but
a
he gonna
nap
be
on
in the
him.
corner though, bro. Like,
of course, he gonna be in the listen. That nigga gonna be on the corner store like your local bum. You hear me? That nigga gonna be over there. He gonna
With
be
a paper
asking for
sack?
threes.
Pope, do
Wow.
you realize?
With a
He
paper
gonna
sack of
ask
old
you
English in it?
with an old English in the deck, asking for threes. He
Okay,
gonna ask you for a $3 bill.
like
my
That's it.
California
You got
Pistons
they don't even
with
exist, but
OE.
he gonna get a $3 bill in that corner.
Oh
so
my God.
are you assuming that your two weakest 3-point shooters are PJ and Miller.
For
No,
sure.
PJ don't shoot
Oh,
3 points.
that's wow. You
See,
realize
that's the
Miles is
case.
not a
Then
good
you real.
3-point
Do
Well,
shooter.
y'all
hey,
y'all don't y'all
Miller
so
turned up.
funny. Y'all think that Miller? It's so funny. Y'all think Miller can shoot like he gonna be able to shoot threes like he did in college.
Yeah,
Y'all
it
think
is. So
that
he
is
will,
so
E-
Pope.
funny.
Man,
Even
practice
if
make
he
perfect, Pope. You know better than
But
that.
a
Practice
college
Now,
make perfect.
three-pointer
That
is
man
only
hit
at
the
the top
green
of the
light.
key. Don't forget that.
yeah, it's so funny. And not only that, but see the thing is, if he shot it, if like I said, if he shot it like at a real high clip of 44%, 45 from three in college, and then but he shoot from his chest. That's the problem. Y'all really don't understand how much of a problem that will become. You can't shoot from your chest
Nigga,
in
did
your
you Nick?
face.
Hold up, Pope. Did you not see this nigga in summer league where he was taking his threes
Oh,
from?
and he shot a bad 3-point percentage in summer
Nigga,
Hey,
league.
go
Go
look
look
at
at his
he
three
was
Pope
point
can
shooting a
see that
percentage.
half court.
26 point he put on their heads, huh?
He shot a bad 3-point percentage
Oh
at
my
the three,
god, bro.
and that's in summer league. And listen, and that's in summer league. I'm gonna say it again for
Victor
you.
Wembanyama did block his 3-point shot, so
Yeah, no doubt he did. But I mean,
This
he blocked a lot of people.
he
I'm not. I
went
want
left
to.
field.
But every time, if you notice, anytime somebody was in Miller's face and on him close, he couldn't shoot that three comfortably. He was bricking a lot. He only
Oh
was
my
knocking
god.
down his
Oh.
wide open threes, and he can shoot. He got range too. So sometimes when he pulled up comfortably from out range before defender could get there, he knocked some of those down,
he's
which
going to
helped him
have
out.
plenty opportunities because wide open he should be because of Lamelo Ball and
There
company.
you go. So
yeah,
he gonna be in the
I'm
corner.
gonna
He gonna
be
be
wide
ducked
open.
off, and the team's gonna forget about him. So when Burns say you can't forget about, no, everybody's gonna forget about him because they got
That
to worry about Mark Williams running the floor like a gazelle. They got to worry about Miles Bridges running the floor. They got to worry about PJ Washington trailing,
and
and then they got to worry about Miller going into the corner last. That's your
first of
last
all,
resort.
I don't think you realize that Miles don't shoot that good from three. I hope you know that.
That's all right. He got Melo. He gonna be
It
dunking
don't
the ball
matter if
on it.
not right. Don't nobody care. Y'all don't. I'm not a new age nigga. I don't. Threes don't matter. It's not that big of a
It
deal. They don't
was
matter.
he was at the bottom of
Yes, Thunder.
You die
Yes,
by the
that's
three.
true, Thunder. Yeah, that's true, Thunder.
Yeah.
Threes will kill you. Be better than they will actually keep you alive. Threes will dead you off.
You want to spread that court though. You want to spread that defense out.
Yes, but he's a threat. He is a threat. That's all
yeah,
you got to be is a threat. You don't got to
but
be a dead eye.
I don't understand in the point of drafting Miller if you wanted like my understanding was that you needed to fix your 3-point percentage because even Terry, which I was surprised by, Terry don't even have three.
Who's that?
Terry don't what?
Don't have a good percentage. I was shocked when I looked up his percentages. I was like, I thought he shot better from three, but he don't.
I
No, he
mean, but he
don't.
does. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's where y'all get things confused. Like with your own eyes, you watched him can shoot the three, but then you look at his percentage and you be like, oh, well, he doesn't. No, he does. It's just certain. It has a lot to. You got to take a lot of into consideration looking at the percentage, the difficulties of shot, when he shoots, so on and so forth. It's a lot of shit goes into a percentage. The nigga can shoot. Period. He can shoot the three. Miles Bridges can shoot the three.
No, he can't.
Melo can shoot the three. PJ
Purple, bro.
Washington, he can shoot the three.
He
You
can.
don't have to have a crazy percentage. That's crazy to even think.
Yes, you do.
No, all right.
Yes,
You can think
you
so. Like I said,
would
you
have
can think so.
more
I'll
3-point.
tell you, put it this way: Jordan didn't shoot a high 3-point percentage, but I tell you, you'd be an idiot if you left him open for three. If you looked at his 3-point percentage and said, "Oh, you can let him shoot that," you'll be a fucking dummy.
Hey, look,
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you.
I
Hey,
Correct
Okay,
or
but
not?
hold on,
hey,
No,
Purple
hey,
Baby,
correct
hold
or
on.
incorrect?
Let Purple
Is that
Baby
correct
defend
or
herself.
incorrect?
Hey, Pope, that
Hey,
makes sense because if you turn around and say double lie, if that's the case, then you lie because of the fact that if your percentage ain't nothing from the 3-point line, they can see you out there all day. It's like Shaq shoot free throws. Look at this.
Correct. That like
okay,
they
hold
gonna
on one
force you
second.
to
Hold
go
on
to
one
the line.
second. Let Purple Baby defend herself. Purple Baby, you saying Rozier do not shoot at a high percentage. What is a high percentage for you to consider a good percentage or efficient?
I wanted to answer that question. First, she answered that though. Next,
Okay,
would
but
you leave Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant wide open at the 3-point line?
Oh, because they buddy. Practice make perfect, and
I
they
mean,
shoot it
no,
with nobody on them like that,
Okay,
wide
then.
open.
but
Nope,
I'm
that's
saying that
guaranteed
they
money.
play too.
That's all you need to be is a threat. You don't need to be a dead eye shooter.
So then,
But if that's
if
the
you turn
case,
around and
I
turn
would
the
like
numbers, and then you put Michael Jordan numbers along with Steph
Wait,
Curry
let
numbers, and
Purple
they
answer.
won't add up. Okay, Purple
Let
Baby, I'm
Purple
sorry,
answer.
but they go with the numbers. The numbers never lie. The
like I'll
percentage
give
is
you
the
an
percentage.
example of a team that went to the playoffs. Boston shot tremendous. Somebody
Wake up,
sleep.
Big Al. Stop snoring on the stream.
No,
Somebody.
That's, are you serious,
that's
my
me
nigga?
with my
That's that me.
Go to
e-cigarette.
sleep.
That's me with my e-cigarette.
Oh, all
That's
right.
an
Next,
e-cigarette.
I
Oh, my
butcher
fault.
your
I apologize.
motherfucking
Hold on.
name,
I
nigga.
apologize, Big Al. I apologize. I
Yeah,
apologize.
I ain't
Say it
making
again,
no
Purple
noise at
Baby. Say
all.
it again, Purple Baby.
You hateful ass nigga.
I
That's
Say
an
it
apologize.
again, Purple Baby.
e-cigarette. Yo, wildin'.
Go ahead, purple baby. This is
Okay.
bullshit.
For instance,
I thought Big Al asthma was acting up.
we just watched
Oh, okay, I got you.
Let
Butchering your
Purple
throat, nigga.
answer, man. Come on, man. Let Purple answer.
we just watched the finals. Some of us, where we watched the Miami team, where whether you consider them role players or not, where when the role players did not shoot well from three, the team in general, including Butler, at times struggled to win games and stuff like that. And Butler's not a good 3-point performer himself, which is why Miami. So you have to be able to respectfully, in my opinion, you don't have to
Mm,
be a you have to be at least league average, in my opinion, to
What's
even
average?
far in the playoffs. And
What's
Oh,
league average, Purple Baby?
it's not
our
even true,
experience
Purple
is
Baby.
average from
Hold on, hold on, hold
3.5.
on, hold on. What's league average?
Thirty-seven to
not
forty
for sure. The
percent.
last I heard, it was
About 30,
35.
about 30, about 36%, right?
Yeah, 35 or 36%.
All
That's
right, so
Okay,
let me ask
okay.
you this, Dex. Hold on, because we this is me between really kind of between. Hold on, so Purple Baby. Okay, you just said what you said. The Miami Heat, use them for example. Do
hmm
you know what they shot from three in the regular season?
No, I don't.
They shot 27%, Purple Baby. They shot 27%, Purple Baby. So if they shot 27% from the three in regular season and got to the playoffs, and all of a sudden they started shooting 44% from three in the playoffs, which was an admiration because they went 82 games shooting 27%. That's who they really are.
No,
But you ever heard the saying, Purple Baby, you live by the three, you die by the three?
Yep.
I agree with
Mm-hmm.
that, but that's
Okay,
also
hold on, Purple Baby. Hold on, Purple Baby. Don't get ahead of yourself. Hold on.
can y'all
So you live
stop?
by the three, you die by the three, Purple Baby. This is what I'm about to prove you all the way wrong. So if they was dying by the three in the regular season while they was about to the eighth, ninth seed, and then all of a sudden they came alive from the three in the playoffs and got back to the when they got to the finals, they went back to the who they really are. And they died by the three and got
Right.
their ass smacked.
I,
Okay, but
Correct?
on the opposite
I
side,
agree
what
with that.
about
I agree
Denver?
with that. I
Denver
agree
went through
with
the
that.
playoffs shooting astronomically from the 3-point line. They buried the Lakers shooting from the 3-point line, and
But
they
that was
buried
Yes.
luck.
And they
Miami from the
suck in the
3-point line.
finals shooting from the 3-point line.
Not
They
Denver.
suck. They
All right.
sucked in the finals shooting at
Yeah,
the
yeah,
3-point
they
line.
did
Right.
suck.
They
They
What
did
what
suck
suck.
what was
just
Denver
with the Heat.
percentage from the? Hold on. What was Denver percentage from the 3-point line in the finals?
They suck. It was
They
the
suck.
same with the
They
Heat.
they they did suck. I can't deny
But
that one.
I agree
Michael
with
They
it
Porter
too.
couldn't. That nigga couldn't throw
my
a rock in the
when
ocean.
when Michael Porter actually got hot, he got hot in between game 3 and game 4.
Jamal
But
Murray couldn't hit nothing. Nobody. They wasn't hitting threes. They was going to the rack.
Joker was the only one hitting threes, and then Gordon hit a couple of threes in game 2.
And Joker only
So
take two threes a game. So he only
Hey,
take
yeah,
two
that I
threes. So
will
hey,
he was.
hey, hey, hey,
that
hey,
I
hey, but
will get to
what
say.
make it so bad is I was glad about it too because they beat the Bulls and they beat the Bucks the same way, hot on their ass, but then when it came down to it, they didn't do jack. You right, Pope. Go ahead on, cook their ass.
Set 73-10 Bulls team. Best really to me the best team of all time in NBA history. They wasn't a good 3-point shooting team.
Mm,
They wasn't a good
I
three
have
point
to give
shooting
it to the
team.
Golden State. No, as far as that statement, I have to give it to the Golden State team.
Oh, that's cool.
I
I mean,
have to.
that's opinion. I'm not gonna argue with you. You can pick, but my whole
And I
point
don't
is,
even like Golden
even if you
State
want to
like
say
that.
the Bulls is the second NBA best NBA
Yeah,
team in NBA
second.
history,
Yeah,
if that's what you want to call it, that's cool. My opinion, they're the first, and first or second, they wasn't a good 3-point shooting team. That's a fact.
yeah, it wasn't.
They was actually one of the lowest 3-point shooting teams, and they still was really the best team of NBA history. So that'll tell you too, Purple Baby. It's not about threes.
Right. Their best 3-point shooter was all time
If
was
you talking
Craig
about the
Hodges.
Bulls, that's in a whole different era though. That era was really
It don't matter, Dex. They were still one of the best worst 3-point shooting teams in the league. So
Right.
out of the
That
league, they wasn't shooting threes as good as other teams were shooting threes, however many threes they were shooting.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. When you put it like that, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. And like I said, the Bulls' best 3-point shooter really was Craig Hodges and Jordan. Jordan wasn't
Yep.
nobody else shooting
And
threes though.
and Jordan didn't like him. And
Yeah,
Jordan
he set
had
the
him.
bench. He set the bench. I
No,
don't know about this.
Jordan had him kicked out of the league,
Yeah,
like literally.
right. I understand that because Craig challenged them, man. He challenged them when they won that
No,
championship.
no.
They were
Craig
challenging
was
him
a
for president.
Craig was a local activist, and Mike
Yeah,
didn't like that, and
I
and
know. He
that's why
challenged.
Mike.
Right. He challenged. He challenged. Okay, we go right back to the when I said that he challenged Michael Jordan and he challenged Magic too. Because that was when they went going against LA. He challenged him because that's when they did the Rodney King thing. That was in 92, 91 and 92 when the Rodney King thing took place. The same thing that was going on, the same situation that was going on with Giannis and them did that same thing in the bubble. That whole same thing was going on, took place there. Remember when Craig went to the president and
No, no. With
when Craig Hodges
Giannis,
went to the
their
president and read
player
that
got
letter?
arrested. No, but with the Bucks, their player got arrested and manhandled
At
for
Walgreens,
parking in
right
a
down the street from
handicap.
where I'm
Yeah,
at now. I know about the Walgreens. I can ride my bike down there with right 5 minutes. They gonna take me number 5 minutes to get there. I know that at Walgreens. The police beat them up out here in Milwaukee.
yeah,
Yeah, I know it. I'm
yeah.
out here. I know it. I'm just saying. I'm telling you about Craig Hodges. I grew up with him. I told you what he did. He went to the president, wrote a letter. The president didn't like that. Michael Jordan didn't like it either because he was Craig was pressuring. Craig Hodges was pressuring Michael Jordan. He was pressuring Magic Johnson. For real though, honestly, he was pressuring them, saying, "Look here, we should boycott this thing." You understand? And then when they won the championship, they went to go in front of the president at first. Remember what they were talking about now? They don't want to go in front of the president now because of the situation with the girls' team. But Sidney Craig didn't want to do that either, but he wrote a note to him. And he read it in front of him. You never saw that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay,
I
then well, if
remember
that's the
that.
case, I'm not lying on my sheet now, then am I right or wrong? Okay, then
You're
get back
right,
to
but
what you were saying. I'm
but
sorry.
he didn't challenge. Who you saying he challenged? It
Challenged
is the
Michael
part
Jordan.
that's wrong. No, he didn't
He
challenge Mike.
challenged him to
No,
boycott. He wanted
man.
them to boycott,
Craig
not to play.
Hodges was inside the Bulls silo trying to apostolize, and especially Michael Jordan, in trying to introduce him to Minister Farrakhan.
Thank
And when David Stern got wind of that, that was it for Craig Hodges, basically, from that
right.
point on.
Well, with that letter,
well,
with the letter to the
the
president,
letter,
hey,
the
the letter to the
the
president didn't make it good, Dex.
well, he didn't. He honestly didn't challenge him. What he actually did was he handed he handed two different letters off. He handed one to the vice president, one to the president, and that is what, if Uncle Vern called that challenging Michael Jordan, okay, I will accept it.
Well,
But he
you
didn't
hey, wait. First of
personally
all,
challenge Michael
But
Jordan.
they
you
but they
equate.
do
See, this
stuff
is
like that though.
wait,
That's
Dex.
when you
That's
go to
what
the
I'm
White
asking.
House. That's networking.
Dex. Wait. First of all, this is what you're doing. You equating the letters with Michael Jordan. Them. That's not the same thing. He went
No, no,
off.
no, no,
Wait.
no.
Listen
He
to me. No.
handed the
Okay.
letter
Let me explain
to.
to this. He went off road to them. He took them, face to face with them. He had contact with them. This is what we should do, which equates right back to what they was doing in the bubble. Remember? That wasn't that long ago that you could remember that. So it was the same situation. But that was in 92 during the Rodney King beating during that same summer. So then
Once again,
that was the same
if that
situation. It goes right
once
back to the same
again,
situation.
if
And Craig went to them. Just like it don't even make a difference. They did the same thing with Jabbar. Remember the '68 when Jabbar and the football players, what's his name, Brown, what's his name, the rest of the players, they got
Yeah,
together. They did the
Jim
same
Brown
thing.
and
Talking
them.
about with me, Joe
Yeah,
Green,
Jim
Joe
Brown.
Brown,
hmm
OJ.
Yeah. Well, not OJ.
I think what
No,
Gerald
I'm
says.
I'm talking about Robinson. I'm talking about Robinson.
Okay.
Um. So I mean, I dig what you're saying,
Yeah.
but it's he didn't like personally challenge Mike.
No,
Now
he went to
he
whoa. He
challenged the
went to him.
organization.
He had
He
personal
challenged the
contact.
organ.
Whoa, he had personal contact with him. He talked with him to the side. He talked with Magic to the
But I
side.
don't think
He let them
that
know.
was illegal.
No,
No, it
no,
wasn't
that.
illegal. That was one player talking to another player about the idea of doing things. Well, look here, this is we can't allow this. This can't allow this
But
going.
you say
It was the
challenging, and that's the only part where I dispute because he didn't personally challenge them. He asked them
So
no.
at that
my
juncture.
understanding of it was, like I said, Craig Hodges was semi or quasi apostolizing inside the Bulls organization, and he was Mark Jackson before Mark Jackson, basically,
Right.
and
Right.
he was trying to get a meeting with Michael Jordan. With Minister Farrakhan through Father Flager. See, he was using Father Flager as a
A median
intermediate,
as a median.
yeah, damn, I can't even say it right now.
Intermediary.
Intermediate.
Intermediary, and David Stern caught wind of it, and that's when a lot of BS started to unfold. But they swept it under the rug and decided just to weed Craig Hodges out of the NBA system because he wasn't no dynamic player. I mean, he was just a 3-point specialist. So
Right.
it was easy to weed him out when the 3-point wasn't a point of emphasis for the NBA in totality. You
Right.
know, it was good for the Bulls because they had the triangle offense, and you always got that 3-point guy, just like with Derek Fisher. You always got that 3-point guy that's basically going to be open. You just got to make sure you catch him. You follow what I'm saying? The Paxsons, the Kerrs, the BJ Armstrongs, and things of that nature.
Right.
Right.
So when Hodges was trying to do that and wearing his dashikis and stuff like that, that's when those boys in the upper echelon, the oligarchs, was like, no way, we can't do this. Not with Mike. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Not with
Right.
Mike. You ain't finna turn Mike like that.
I mean, but in the overall funny thing, Mike already had a relationship with Farrakhan. Just Hodges didn't know.
Yeah. I don't know nothing
They
about that,
they
but yeah.
yeah
That's
they
yeah.
already had a relationship.
Yeah. But I agree. I agree with what you were saying though. That what I'm saying. That was right on point. It was like Craig was more or less. He wasn't the greatest player in the world. But I'm gonna tell you something. When he was winning the 3-point those 2 3-point championship things in a row with the All-Star game, that set him up apart from a whole lot of people. That put him on that out of his own self. That's something that can't take away. You understand what I'm saying, Dex?
Yeah, he became
Boy,
a celebrity for
boy,
that. Craig Hodges
yeah.
became a celebrity for that.
Hey, boy, I'm
But
telling
I
you
think
that.
he beat out Petrovic and some other guys.
Yeah,
You
but
know what
Yeah,
I'm
like you,
saying?
he
but like you said though, Dex,
Miller beat out Reggie Miller.
yeah,
He beat out a
yeah,
lot
he
of
beat
top
out
notch
a lot of
dudes.
people. He beat out a lot of them. Yeah, he sure did. But if you stick to the point though, but like you said though, the astronaut risk they wish they could have just watched him out the history. But I'm gonna tell you though, it came back to haunt them though because they was used to cut necks off, and they cut off Phil Jackson's neck. That was the wrong neck they shouldn't have cut off, and they did that. That brought something up on them they couldn't handle right now today. They couldn't get past. That going right back to winning again and building the winning program or build winning organization because they don't know how. They lost everything they did. They lost the secret to what it was that got them to get it in the first place. And the first place the secret was the fans, to be honest with you, because the fans turned on you, they'll turn on you for good.
Oh, no doubt. And this is
Yeah.
what we're trying to prevent from Charlotte, for the fans turning on them.
Yeah, and
And
That's what the Bulls. And to be honest with you, Dex, that's what the Bulls trying to do because they got two good players right now in this plan, and they don't even know what they can do with them. They don't know.
mm,
They got to turn. They got to please one to upset the other. And
Mm.
that ain't going well with them. It ain't been going well with the Bulls organization for a very long time because everybody
I
want to
don't
run
think
off.
Charlotte has that problem on.
Say it again.
To that with what you just stated,
Yeah.
to please one to please the other one. I don't think Charlotte has that problem.
You talking about
I
the
Charlotte,
Bulls?
yeah. I was
oh
talking about Chicago. I said
Yeah, you talking about
oh
the
Chicago.
okay. I'm
Bulls?
sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I said that's what Chicago got that same problem too right now because of DeRozan and what's the name? I'm all subject now.
Zach, yeah, Zach and DeRozan. We get you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, I'm just saying. It's like see the organization got to rear their ugly head here. Organization always got to be into it. Just like you just said, and they don't know how to handle it. If only they'd have made the move with Keith Phil Jackson, boy, I would tell you how many more championships they'd have just won.
It was more because the assistant for Phil Jackson, I think he got sick and died.
Phil
It,
Jackson.
No, he
no,
got
no,
no.
that assistant
Oh,
with that
Tex
offense.
Winters. Tex Winters.
Yeah, didn't he
Yeah, he
Oh,
die?
the
That
one that designed the triangle. Tex Winters. Yeah, he's
right,
gone. Yeah, he passed
and
on.
it right, and when he died, that was when the Chicago upper brass wanted to get rid of Phil because they knew the offense wouldn't be ran the same.
No, but didn't Tex Winters go
Hey,
into the
no,
Lakers? I think Tex Winters
Tex
was with the
Tex
Lakers too.
when he went to L.A.
Yeah,
I I could have
yeah,
sworn it was
No,
yeah. He
Tex
was
something.
Williams
with yeah.
when he went to L.A. Tex Williams was a
Hmm.
head basketball coach at what's the name? And what's the name? Long Beach State University.
Yeah, yeah. Long Beach State. Yep. The 49ers. The
Yeah,
49ers.
he coached Craig Hodges. He coached him.
No, I know he coached
I
them.
mean, so this is what I'm saying. He was alive when Phil Jackson went over to L.A. The reason why they didn't do that with Phil Jackson because they realized they gonna hold on to Mike. They can just work everything through Mike and just be happy like that. And Mike
Yeah,
said,
because I
"Hold on,
think Tex
I don't
Winters
want."
died in like
Mike
2018.
said, "Hold on, I don't
He
want.
died
I
Okay,
right
don't
before
want
the
no
okay.
more."
pandemic.
Say it
Okay.
again.
Yeah,
That's what I
he
was
died
trying
right
to
before the
remember.
pandemic.
Right,
That's what I was trying to
right,
remember. When did he leave
right. It
us?
sure was. You right, Dex. It was right before the pandemic. It was. But yeah. And then Mike said if McPhil don't stay, I ain't staying. And then what's the name said if Mike said if Philly ain't stay going, I'm going too. He was what's the name? He went to what? Goddamn it out there in Oregon. Something what it is out there in Oregon. He went out
Who?
there.
Who?
Scotty Pippen.
Oh
Oh,
no,
Portland. He talking
Scottie Pippen
Portland.
Portland.
went to. He went. No, he went to. What you call that?
Houston. Did he go to Houston first? Or he
Houston.
went to
Yeah, he went to Houston.
Houston
Then he went
first,
to
right?
Portland.
And then he went to Portland. I'm sorry. Thank
Because
you.
remember him, Charles Barkley, and Olajuwon was trying to form a big three.
A big three.
But that was my point. My point is my point is like you said, Dex. You know, sometimes that cutting off, when you start, boy, you got that power to be cutting stuff. You might want to cut off the lights, Joe, and you might realize later, hold on, I gotta get the lights turned back on. I can't see.
Yeah.
You cut off the wrong thing. Cut off the wrong
Well,
power.
you know what happens is that some people they just get so full with money, and they don't think it's going to stop. And sometimes they get blinded by their greed, and they forgot that Michael Jordan was the one who basically initiated the flow of cash that was coming through the Chicago Bulls. Because even though Ryan Horford is already a billionaire, right? But
Right.
the White Sox wasn't doing anything, and Chicago really wasn't doing anything until they got the superstar in Michael Jordan and all of the fanfare and the hype and everything that went along with it.
And you
Because
had Reggie
Chicago,
Theus.
huh?
Yeah, Reggie Theus.
No, he kicked Reggie Theus out. Remember, he kicked Reggie Theus out and took his woman.
I'm saying you had Reggie Theus. You had
And my
Charles
mama used to
Oakley,
love some
baby.
Reggie Theus, boy. My mama loves some Reggie Theus. My mama hate Michael Jordan because she felt that Michael Jordan kicked him out with his black self and took his girl Juanita. Can you imagine that? A man kick you off the team and take your woman and have a life
Hey,
with her? Oh, Juanita Jordan. Oh boy, boy, boy. But nevertheless, that's a whole nother thing. But Michael Jordan, when he came through that portal, I mean, Chicago was built like the David versus the Goliath in Boston and the Lakers. Like Chicago was finna come and take over that throne. They thought Houston would do it with the Twin Towers, but the Houston had a couple of years of a good run, but it wasn't exciting enough. With the McCray brothers and all that type of stuff over there in Houston, it wasn't exciting enough with the Ralph Sampson and Akeem Olajuwon dynamic. But that Chicago kid, the cardiac kids down there in Chicago, those were the kids because they was young. They did have Artis Gilmore for a minute, before he dipped off into San Antonio. They had Artis Gilmore, and Artis Gilmore was upset that the organization was moving towards the guard play with with Michael Jordan. You folks, what was it? Michael Jordan and was it something Vincent, right? Jay Vincent.
I forgot the other.
Sam Vincent.
Sam Vincent.
Yeah, Sam Vincent. So they was moving into that era. And then Michael just took it over. And soon everybody knew that Michael was going to dethrone Boston and eventually dethrone Detroit and eventually get to the Lakers. And that's exactly what happened. And that's what exploded because the NBA predicted that. And it exploded and it was over with. So the owner and the general manager, those two guys, and what they represented, that upper echelon.
Right.
They thought they can get it done. They thought they was the geniuses. They really thought that, even though David Stern fought them about the Michael breaking up that Bulls team, but they thought that they was a genius, that they can go get who? Pete Myers. Y'all remember that? Yeah. Do y'all remember the man that replaced Michael Jordan? Pete Myers?
Pete Myers, yeah. What's the name? A young dude.
Remember how he came in with so much hype?
Yeah.
And he scored 30 his first game?
Yeah.
And then he just disappeared.
Yeah. Yeah.
The man that supposed to replace Mike. And David Stern begged Mike to come back. Even though Mike had his little issues, he still begged him to come back to save the NBA.
Yeah.
And the Reinhorst and what's the other guy? Jerry Krause. They was kind of hesitant on that. They thought Scottie Pippen could take him over the hump. It was like Mike who? Remember that?
Yeah.
Do y'all remember that slogan Chicago had? Mike who? See, y'all don't talk about that.
They did not give it. No, but remember, they did not give the team to Scotty. They gave it to Tony Kukoc.
No, Scotty had it first. Then they wanted to soft merge Kukoc into the league, but it was really Scotty's team for as we can see.
Yeah, that's
but the inner workings. Yeah, it was. No, Scotty was the first option. It's only when Phil Jackson did that one thing, people start to question, wait a minute, what's going on here? But prior to that, everybody knew that was Scotty's team. When he played the New York Knicks, that was Scotty's team. Wasn't no Kukoc.
And that go right back to what you were just saying about Houston. Houston would have never got to the championships if Jordan would have got shut down for gambling.
But I'm saying, it wasn't just gambling. It was also the Bulls management.
Right.
They didn't want to pay. Mike. They would say, "Well, Mike is making all his money off the court, so why should we have to pay him?" How do you do that?
But he been giving them a hometown discount.
Yes, he been giving them a discount. That's true.
What are you saying? This is breaking news. You said the Bulls suspended had Michael Jordan suspended?
No, they didn't really push for Mike to remain. That's what I'm saying.
Whoa. Well, it had to be something really bad that Michael Jordan did, but they never did.
Because they knew Mike. Because listen, Vern, they knew Mike value.
They denying Pete Rose right now. They're going into. Well, listen to me. I want you to understand something. Listen to me. They denying Pete Rose right now. They're going to the Hall of Fame. And why?
Pete Rose never go to the Hall of Fame.
Okay, then. And Michael Jordan did the same thing. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, but before the
Mike
league
came
can
back,
come
though,
down
see?
on him, but before the league can come down on him, Mike exited.
Yeah.
Before the league could come down on him, he exited, and that's what saved Mike.
That would save Mike. I agree.
Okay, I got you.
And then his father died, and that took a whole lot of the heat away as well.
So the thing is, Mike just didn't gamble. He wasn't out there with the peoples out, with the pimps and the pushers out there on the golf course. Not just only with them. He was gambling on what? Basketball, huh?
I can't say because I don't know for certain.
On his own team.
Yeah, I don't know for
He
certain. I
gambled
heard a
on
lot
his
of
own
things.
team.
I heard a lot of things. So I can't just besmirch the man just yet. But I heard a lot of things. But what I'm saying is that the Chicago Bulls didn't put up a hell of a fight on his behalf. That's what I'm saying. Because
No, they didn't.
they felt that Scotty can get him over the hump. They felt that's why Scotty's talking the way he's talking right now. See,
Dex,
Scotty's
Dex,
talking the way
Dex,
he's
Dex,
talking right
Dex,
now because
Dex,
Scotty
disagree.
knows.
That's why I disagree with you because right here, this is what I'm saying. They already went through the situation of what's happening with the Bulls without Michael, and they didn't even make it to the point they can get past Houston and all the rest of the teams. So they already knew that then when they made the decision of not hiring Phil Jackson again. They already knew before all that stuff transpired way before.
What do you
They
mean
said,
not
look
hiring
here,
Phil Jackson
wait a minute,
again?
this is what I'm saying, Dex. Look, all that stuff happened way before Phil Jackson came up and said, look here, this is what you need to do with me, make me happy, and everything will be good. And nope, they said, Phil, we got a problem with that. And then it was okay. Mike said, look, okay, y'all ain't gonna have Phil back. Well, I'm not gonna be around. And they already knew then that and Scotty said, wait, Sam, they all left on the same ship, the same year, same summer. Am I right or wrong, Dex?
This is what I'm saying. I'm
And
supposed to say Dexter not true.
did
I'm saying that
Phil
I'm saying
Jackson go all the way out there to LA and do what, Dex?
no, we're not talking about the Phil Jackson LA. We're talking about the first retirement of Michael Jordan.
That's because of the
And
gambling.
with
Okay,
I understand that, but that's what I'm stuck on. I'm stuck on that. I'm not
Look, for
stuck
the
on that
baseball, it
last
was the
dance. See,
baseball. Yeah, no,
y'all
you
talking about the last
baseball
dance.
thing.
I'm
Yeah.
not talking about the last dance. I'm talking about Michael Jordan prior to his baseball stench. They felt that Scottie Pippen was good enough to get the
No,
Bulls into the
no,
NBA
and
Finals. They
that's what
did,
I
man.
said.
Don't
When
sit there and tell me.
you equating one thing with another. The whole
No, I'm
thing was
talking that
equating to
one
the
where they lost to the
gambling.
New York Knicks.
The whole
That's the
thing
one I'm
was
talking
equating to
about.
the gambling.
They
All
lost
that
to
was
New York in
equating to the
7 games,
gambling
right?
thing. That was equating to you
Yeah, they
equating
did.
that's a gambling
That's
thing.
what
All
I'm
that
talking about. I'm
transpired
not
was
talking about the
gambling.
last dance. So y'all talking about the last dance
I
after
don't
y'all
know.
seen
I
them.
ain't seen the last dance. God dang it, I seen the whole thing happen.
Well,
I
what are you talking
flashed
about?
to
Phil to
my eyes.
LA then?
What I'm saying is after they told Phil Jackson he ain't coming back next year, Michael Jackson said he ain't
Phil
coming back
Jackson
either.
coached when Michael Jordan retired the first time. What are you talking about?
No,
He
that's
was the
the second
coach.
time. They said he didn't retire. He went to
We ain't talking about you.
he went
So
to
you
the
talking about
Wizards.
the Tim?
He
You
didn't
talking about the Tim
retire. He went
Floyd
to the
era?
Wizards.
Hold
He
on.
went to the
Are you
Wizards.
talking about the Tim Floyd era?
Who is Tim
I,
Floyd?
Tim Floyd, the coach out of Iowa State that went to coach the Bulls
After
when
yeah,
Phil
Phil left.
Jackson. Yeah, there you
I
go.
think that's
The
what he
I'm
Bulls
not
were
talking
talking
dead
about.
and
about that
strangers.
era. I ain't talking about that era.
Wait, hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you where you off guard at because it don't make sense. Look,
The first after
who's the
'93.
lead
That's what I'm
scorer?
talking.
Who's the lead scorer on the Bulls in that area? On with Tim Floyd. Who is his leading
Shit, I
scorer?
don't know. I wasn't watching that shit.
Well, I'm telling you, boy, it didn't take you long to catch
I
on.
wasn't watching no Tim Floyd coaching the
The hell
Bulls
I know.
and Pete Myers and all that. I wasn't watching that crap.
Yeah, I told you what the problem was. The problem was Michael Jordan got dang it betting on baseball, football, or any other
I'm not
ball.
talking about him leaving. I'm talking about the dynamic that Scottie Pippen felt he can raise his freaking voice, and he's still doing it right now in the day because he knew what's going on in the inside, and that's when they thought Scottie Pippen was good enough to lead the Bulls to a championship without Mike in '93. That
Now,
'94 season, he got whipped by the New York Knicks.
now Scottie
That's what
Pippen.
I'm talking about. I'm not
Okay,
talking about that other stuff.
right, I understand that, but now we get right back to the point. The point is now Scottie Pippen raises his weight because he can't raise nothing else. He can't raise his jump shot. He can't raise a nut for another
But
year.
that's why he feel confident to
He can't
say what
raise
he's
nothing.
saying right now. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Raise his voice and sit up there and take him another drink or another puff. That's what
Well,
Scottie Pippen
listen,
is.
we
He got
know
a problem
Scotty's
with getting
delusional, right?
right.
We know he's delusional.
Okay, well
And
then
all I'm saying is that
I don't put too much emphasis
the
on
organization put in his ear that he can do it without Mike.
Yeah. Well, we see already he done made some stupid ass decisions too. Well, he brought a good child into the world. Don't get me wrong. His young man, his young boy, that young boy can go. But besides all that, he done made a whole bunch of stupid ass decisions and making
It
stupid
is.
ass
It ain't because his wife.
making stupid ass comments and getting paid for it. He'll make a whole bunch more of those just on the channel likes alone. No,
Hey, Dex,
happens too.
there
No, Dex, I don't give a damn. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Flight just dropped a breaking news video that PJ Washington said that he will be signing on Wednesday at
Uh-oh.
12 o'clock.
So that means Brandon Miller might be going to the bench.
No, don't mean that. Don't mean I have to be going with you nowhere. Like PJ Washington gonna be going to the bench, baby
Oh,
Bob, because what's the name coming back in 20 games?
oh,
He's
okay,
not playing with
okay.
us.
Well, correct me then.
Well, yeah, you should have been corrected already. You knew better than what you just said. You just be talking about the wall. Stop doing that. You be talking for views, don't you?
No, Vern, you misconstrue what I'm
PJ
saying.
Washington,
You
you said,
you
look, you
listen.
said,
You
you
dealing with
said
the
it seemed
wrong
like Brandon Miller
dispensation.
gonna be good. You
I'm
said you see like Brandon Miller gonna be going to the bench. God dang it, I ain't misconstrued a
Hey,
goddamn
it's
thing.
a possibility.
Why?
Do you know the starting lineup?
PJ, well, I wasn't. The Scott Lamb was gonna be the same. PJ Washington came back and not.
Okay, give us your
But
starting five then, Uncle
Brandon
Vern.
Miller was gonna be playing.
Wait,
And
don't
starting.
explain.
He
Don't
gonna he put.
explain. Give us your
Let me
starting
explain this
five.
to you.
Give us the data.
You know what Brandon Miller gonna do? He gonna pull a Melo on him. He gonna get here one day. They gonna never get out. I can see that. What about you, Gemini?
I
No, Gemini, don't
can.
answer that. Hold
Yeah,
on. No,
no,
Uncle
answer
Vern,
that, Gemini.
you try to
Don't let
deflect.
Dex tell you what to
Give us
say,
your
dude.
starting five, Uncle Vern, since you want to comment.
I don't care nothing about that. I don't care nothing about the starting five because I know the
Okay,
starting
so
five.
you just talking out the side of your neck.
This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to put Gordon Hayward in my starting five, but I don't want
Well,
to
give
see
us
that.
5 players. That's all we want.
Okay, no, we're gonna have to include Gordon Hayward. I don't really want to speak on it right now. It messes with my conscience. And I know they got to play him, Dex. I wish they wouldn't, Dex, but I know they got to play him because they got to get rid of him. They got to show him. You can't sit the dude on the bench like that. His wife is right. You got to play him, but he ain't. But maybe he got to play.
You got
Dex,
Melo,
Dex,
Gordon Hayward. Give me
Dex,
3 more.
let me say this. Just want to say this part too. Then you go ahead, please. Look, but maybe he gonna play the game right this time. Because remember, the last 2 years he wasn't playing worth shit. Go ahead, Dex.
No, I'm saying we got Melo, you got Gordon Hayward. Who's the other 3 that will start the season?
Melo, Gordon Hayward, Terry. I was going to say Terry Rozier, but I want Brandon Miller to start at that too. And then after that, Dex, Miles Bridges when he get up off that 20 guys, you understand me? And
10 games.
and then the what's the name? The rest of them guys, the Nick Williams of the world and the
Burn,
Kobe
you
of
no
the
help.
world. I want them to get their game up and be able to play too. I'm hoping they do, but I don't see nothing happening on that five. On that five, they ain't got nobody faded on that five. Like, but y'all mentioned that one other dude. I'm hoping to see that he played well too at that five. But
What other dude? What do you mean? What other dude? Give us some names.
The center for the center, the young center.
That's
You said
Mark Williams. Mark Williams.
Mark. There you go. That Pope's boy. I'm hoping that's Pope's guy. Yeah, not boy, but that's Pope's guy. And I want to see that.
Yeah, I like Mark Williams. He's
I
good.
ain't never seen. I never noticed him out there, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know him from Adam. You know what I'm saying? But I want to see him, and I'm looking forward to seeing him. But far as that go, Dex, if Gordon Hayward, they can get into the playoffs. Come, like just like that. Gordon Hayward come in, put in some money, just say, you know what I'm saying? Look, Melo, this is you. Jordan Hayward got to come in and say, Melo, this is you. You understand me, Dex? Do you?
I'm trying to,
Dex, do you
but it's a little difficult.
Gordon Hayward have to, that delete? Gordon had, you don't have to delete with nothing. He just got to get up off that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I bet we good now. This is you. I see how you want to go. We gonna roll like that. Not only just for the first quarter to the third quarter, but also to the fourth quarter too, and in the overtime. Remember that, Dex, because remember Gordon Hayward was good for what, Dex? Giving up in that fourth quarter. And then I go right back to what dude.
Gordon Hayward give up in the fourth quarter?
That was saying, like, that defense thing. No, he just gave up. That's what it was. In the early parts, especially when it was
shout out to Unstoppable.
Especially Melo's rookie year.
Oh, okay. I thought Gordon Hayward was their
Gordon Hayward, Melo ain't only been there, but this is third season, Dex.
Fourth season. He's going into his fourth season.
Why then? Well, hell, they've been a goddamn long 3 years, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A long, boring 3 years. Yes.
Oh, I'm telling you, Dex. Boy, I'm telling you.
Difficult and disappointing.
Yo, Dex, man, you need to get a pass to the face talking that bull crap.
Okay, go ahead, Unstoppable, since you want to speak.
What up, Unstoppable?
What's up, man? We know why Scotty on the rant, man. It ain't because of that. That man been jealous of Mike for the longest.
I'm not saying he's not jealous of Mike. We never said that. We never denied that.
Yeah, but you saying
But
That's the
it has to
reason
be
why.
a reason for Scotty to be bodacious because we know the numbers doesn't match. We know the play style doesn't match. We know the tenacity in the leadership doesn't match. So he have to have something to be
Man, that
pumping
man
him up
going
in
through a
order for him to thrust so much confidence in what he's saying.
It ain't that man going through a breakdown. Look what's going on with his wife. He somewhat still,
Man,
trying
Scottie
to.
Pippen got a nice little chip on his side. You don't need that girl.
Man,
It don't make a
You don't
difference.
need Laura.
his
Hey,
girl
he
getting
got
piped
that
down by
bottle, Jack.
everybody,
That
man.
bottle
That
was on
dude,
his other
that
side,
that,
Jack.
that
That
dude
bottle.
Yeah,
embarrassed.
Scotty ain't worried about that, man.
Man,
No,
man,
he
that
finished
man
that bottle,
embarrassed,
Jack. He
bro.
too deep in that bottle.
And on top of that, she getting that retirement money. That dude
Hold
angry.
up.
And on top of that, the contract, and everybody was telling him don't sign the contract, and he said he signed the contract. That man, he got a lot of shit built up. That man was
I'm
slowly
not
making.
denying that. I'm not
Yeah,
denying none of that right there. Only thing I'm
Tell him,
saying is that they was putting in Scotty head that he can win without Mike. And he got as far as to the Eastern Conference Championship game and got his head peeled back by the New York Tough
but there
Knicks.
ain't no reason to be talking about nobody, man. You making it seem like it's
No, no,
something
no.
with
I
what
wasn't
it ain't.
justifying his actions. No, I wouldn't. Not Scotty. Scotty's not my guy. I
No,
take Mike
he
over
was
Scotty any
asking
day.
a question. He was asking a question. Well, he wasn't asking a question. He was basically saying the organization did tell Scotty that, hey, it's your team,
Hmm.
because that was my question when he brought that up, because I that's the part I don't remember. But
I would think it
it
would
it
be.
it 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 is what it is.
I
yeah,
mean,
and then my question,
who team if
This is
if
why
Mike if
Scotty
but
got
was this.
pissed
My
bruh,
question
but
when
was this.
Kukoc
hold on,
got
My
wait a
that
minute.
last second call to make
That's
the shot.
that's
my
common
question was
sense, bro.
my
If
question was
Michael
this. Where
Jordan's
was
not
Michael
there,
Jordan in
whose
all this
team it is,
time?
man?
No,
Where was
somebody said it
Mike?
was Tony Kukoc's team.
Man, no, man.
Yeah, I said that.
No, man. That's just common
It
sense.
was
If Mike,
Tony Kukoc
no, it's
team.
not, bro. No, man.
No,
No,
it never was
no,
Kukoc Day.
bro. No.
Shit.
They try to make it. They try to make it seem like that was a matter of opinion, public opinion. But
Eh,
and then to a certain extent, Scotty
It's
and
damn
Scotty
crazy talking
decided
to
and
my
Kukoc decided. But the
eh,
Bulls tried to push
Yeah, the controversy
they
came
tried
in
to push
when Phil
Kukoc.
Jackson gave Tony Kukoc the last
That
play.
last shot. That
Uh huh.
last
Right,
shot.
That's
right.
where
There
the
you go.
conflict came in at,
I
and that
mean,
caused the controversy.
that makes his team. I mean, I can understand why he ain't
And
just
Scotty
what
made that scene.
why.
No, yeah, Scotty got
Yeah,
all
I
of
can
his feelings
understand
and
why he
made.
got
You know,
pissed
Yep,
off
that's
about
true,
that.
hold
Burn.
on.
Yep, Scotty got in his feelings.
Scotty
Yep,
got all of
Yeah,
his feelings and made a scene right there in
yep,
front of a thousand
right,
yep.
right.
people.
But
I'm
come
not
on,
going
man.
in the game. He said, I ain't going back in the game.
Yeah, whole ass. I mean, I'm sorry, Scotty.
But leave it to you, Dex. That's what you want. That's what you want Zach Levine to do. You want Zach Levine to make a fit just like that.
I couldn't hear what you said.
He
I'm
said you want
saying,
Zach Levine. You heard what he said. You want
right.
Zach Levine to do the same thing, and I agree with him.
No, no, that's not what
Oh
you
my
want Zach to
God.
do. Zach not like
Unstoppable,
that.
please.
Yeah,
Don't bring that up.
I
yeah,
agree
because
with
I
him.
you want
we
him to
let
You
be.
that
want
go
Zach
for a while.
Levine.
How many
You
months we
want
ain't
Zach
spoke on
Levine to
that?
do that.
No. You
We ain't
want Zach
spoke on
Levine.
that in months.
You want Zach, and we ain't spoken that
Wait,
P.
wait,
Will
wait,
Actually,
wait,
thing.
wait, I missed
actually,
something.
if we would have betted, I would have won because Zach Levine didn't do anything since that conversation.
What?
And
What
they
you mean
end
by
up
he ain't
getting
do
their
nothing?
head peeled by the Miami Heat in the playing game.
I mean, I told you they was gonna fall apart, man. I mean,
No, but
it,
the conversation was Zach finna turn
but
the
what you
corner.
didn't. Okay, I
Him
will
in.
say this: he didn't do anything, but guess what? He the reason why they advanced to beat the Raptors.
He didn't do anything coming down the stretch. What are you talking about? They
No,
barely scraped
no,
the bottom of the playing game.
no. You said about the Miami Heat. I
Him
said
and
what
Patrick Williams, if
I
you want me to
said.
add him in there too.
We can talk about Patrick Williams too. I said what he did
Wow.
before that game. Your ass was mighty. It's just funny when you do something, you quiet, but when when he had one of them, I guess you want to say maybe
I
like a
like
bad
Zach.
game.
Stop making it seem like I don't like Zach. Zach is a
Dex,
Pac-12
Dex,
guy.
what was you when he whooped the Raptors by himself? You didn't say nothing.
But that's 1 out of 82.
Man,
Hey, hey,
that's more
hey,
games, bro.
Jax.
Stop
Let
it,
me
Dex.
ask you this question, Jax. If it came down to it, who would you prefer them to get rid of, Zach or DeRozan?
DeRozan.
DeRozan.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you.
I've been telling.
Thank you,
Listen,
Purple
me,
Baby.
Ray,
Thank you, Purple Baby. Alicia
Nico,
Waters.
Rico, all of us been on Marvin and Unstoppable. Well, no, not Unstoppable. I take that back. On Marvin, because Unstoppable was with us on getting rid of DeRozan. Unstoppable wanted to bench DeRozan. Remember,
Yeah,
him
I
and
said
Marvin
put
got
him on
into
the
it by
bench.
that.
Yeah.
But we all agree that Zach should be there without DeMar DeRozan
And
if
why
it
did I?
came down to it.
What was the other
Yeah.
reason why I
And
said
I
he
don't
was?
agree with that. I don't
I
agree.
know you and Marvin didn't agree.
Yeah,
And I think
I
Coffee
don't.
didn't agree either. I
Yeah,
think
I don't agree
Coffee
with that.
No,
Coffee
Coffee
liked it
agreed with that.
DeRozan to be there
No,
as
Coffee
well.
agreed with that. Coffee said if the Rosen ain't gonna do what's best for the team, that his ass do need to come off the bench and get going.
Yeah, but that's ambiguous though. If he ain't
How
gonna
is
do,
that?
because do we know that DeRozan ain't doing what's good for the team? Do
Well,
we know
he's
that?
not. Hey, he's
Hell
still
no.
getting his
I
average.
mean,
He's still at
Because
the
to a
end of the
certain
day, he's
extent.
doing. He's keeping
the
his
reason why
average
I'm
steady.
saying that is because Billy Donovan pushes DeMar DeRozan to be the leader.
You know what he doing? He doing
Whoa,
that
how you gonna
same.
push the body road?
Hold on.
Oh yeah,
He
well yeah,
doing
you
that.
do. You're right. He is. You right. I apologize. I'm
He
sorry. Go
doing
ahead.
that same bullshit that he did up in OKC. Why that didn't work when it really should have been
Yeah,
KD
Westbrook
doing the
and
same. And
Durant,
KD,
because he felt
yeah.
Westbrook was the dog, and he felt Durant was the beta male, and so he feels DeMar DeRozan is the dog, and he feels Zach LaVine is the beta male,
No,
and
I
that's how
think.
he's coaching the team.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. He didn't feel that way when he was at the Thunder. He never did look at Westbrook as being a leader of that team.
I can't
Man, he
tell.
let Westbrook do whatever he wanted
Westbrook done
on
whatever he
the
wanted to do.
That's what good.
that
He couldn't do nothing but do whatever he wanted to do. He was playing
No, not
alongside the
really. He
man
should
that
never
was his
shoot more
guy.
than Kevin Durant. Never.
KD always was the man with the Thunder. You crazy? Both of y'all crazy if y'all think
Listen, Uncle Bro,
KD.
you ain't
And
hearing
what?
what you ain't hearing what Unstoppable was talking about. You're not listening.
Hey, well,
That's a
listen.
big
Nah.
Let me
problem
go
with
to this
you.
point. Unstoppable. Then I'm gonna say this to a point. Then because I'm
You don't
looking y'all
listen
way.
well.
Y'all right. Look here. They didn't run KD up out of OKC. Y'all know that, right?
I can't tell.
I can't tell.
Hey, look here. You know they didn't. You know them peoples out there didn't like KD running
Burn
up
you
out
on an
of there.
island all
no,
KD
unto
no.
ran
yourself.
up. KD ran up out of there. They didn't run KD out of there. KD ran up out of there.
I think KD eventually got tired
He
of the
said he
bullshit.
couldn't win. That's what he
Yeah.
said out of his own
Okay,
mouth.
well then
Well,
it's
I
no,
couldn't
okay.
win there.
Hey, look here.
I
Look,
would say
you
this.
got you got you.
That ain't true because they was up 3-1 on Golden State. He should have been able to close
But
that,
you
bro. Ain't no
okay,
excuse.
okay, that happens, right? Golden State was up 3-1 on Cleveland. That shit
Right.
happens.
Yeah, if you can't beat it,
The
like I
Lakers was
can't
up
win.
3-1
Hey,
on
look,
Phoenix. That
hey,
happens.
Dex, you right. He said I can't win. Hey, if you
Houston
can't
was
beat
up
them,
3-1 on Golden State.
if you can't beat them,
The only reason why he couldn't win, because that series there, he really wasn't playing no damn defense like he normally do.
thank you. And then none of them
Why
play
would he
no
play
defense.
defense all the time when Russell Westbrook is shooting 28 shots per game and he's shooting 20?
That's
Hey,
I
why
ain't
you
playing
got.
defense either.
That's why you got that other guy. What's his name? Salopius or
So
whatever his
basically,
name
so
is.
basically,
And
what
he
you
was.
saying is that
And
he
boy,
quit.
Cephalosha?
You saying he quit that? That's what you saying?
yeah, he
Basically, I mean,
quit.
come on,
He
man. I mean,
quit
like,
on him.
really, this dude can't
No,
even shoot.
I think he did too. I think he
He,
quit. He
he
got
did
fed up.
quit on him.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook cannot shoot. He's a tenacious player. We know that Russell Westbrook run up and down that court like a cheetah. We understand that. He's aggressive and he's mean spirited out there on that court. I've seen him play. He's very mean spirited. That's why fans get at him the way they get at him. Okay, Russell Westbrook have that type of mentality, but sometimes if you don't curtail it or tame it, you can go overboard with it. Instead of pumping your brakes when needed, you go too fast and you run right off the cliff. And that's what Russell Westbrook was doing with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yep.
There's no way that Russell Westbrook should have a higher shooting value than
Your
the best
best
shooter on
player.
the
No, I
team
agree.
and one of the
Remember,
best shooters in the league.
Dex, I told you he should have been leading the league in assists having KD a couple of times. You know, but we know, but still, you gotta blame Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan should have nipped that in the bud and was like,
I agree.
nah.
I agree. I agree. I
The
agree. That's
same
what coaches
thing,
are for, right?
yeah.
Coaches are
Same thing with the
mediators.
Zach stuff, with the
They're
Zach and
arbitrators.
DeMar stuff. You
And
supposed
they're
to nip that in
character
the bud.
management.
But
I agree. Billy
remember,
Donovan failed that organization,
but I
and
want
he's
to
failing
point
the
out
Bulls.
something.
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh
was
yes,
about to
purple
say
baby, most
he's
definitely.
telling the bull truth.
We also have to recognize that they openly came out and said, and it's been a lot of discussion on almost all these new age GMs, and well, there's no new age owners. They got these owners that been owning these some of these teams for years to believe in the analytics and stuff like that. So analytically, if it's saying okay, DeRozan from a winning perspective, or even with KD, which it shouldn't have been like that with KD and Russ, but analytically, if at any point in time it said these guys help us win more games, or they're the reason why we're winning these games, that's how it's going to be. And ultimately that's what happened with Westbrook and Durant. I that was some BS, and that was sad. That was really sad what
Well,
went down
Billy
with KD.
Donovan didn't follow the analytics, nor did Sam Presley, apparently, right? Because, and the
Yes
reason why
they
I'm saying is
did.
because, but listen, Durant shoot a higher percentage anywhere on the court than Westbrook. Probably
I
dunk.
agree.
Dunk is probably the only thing that Westbrook was probably a higher percentage shooter than Durant, because Westbrook dunked way more than Durant, right?
Yeah.
And he was efficient
Correct.
at it.
And
So anywhere else on that court, the analytics says Durant should be shooting the ball.
I agree with you, but again, it was not just analytically the problem for them. That wasn't the only issue, because I really want to know to this day if it was really true, because they always talk about it, that for whatever reason the organization chose Westbrook over Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant, you know how y'all saying hold Russell responsible for the things he does out of the action of plays, and in general he wasn't being held responsible. He was able to just be out
Get
there
away
and be
with it,
a
right? Exactly. It was
loose,
OKD.
a loose cannon. And I really want to
He was
know
bullying, yeah.
where, like, some a conversation, no, even if you feel like the man is an all-star player, whatever it is, that don't happen out the blue. Like, it was clear that Kevin Durant was the better, like, that don't happen out the, like, a conversation had to happen, whether it be between Russell Westbrook and KD, or the ownership.
And at that time, Purple Baby, Kevin Durant was running the floor.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying? He was a thoroughbred. Even though Russell Westbrook was a cheetah, Kevin Durant was a thoroughbred. And he get out on the break. He'll run that floor. He don't run like that no more, of course, but he'll run that floor like crazy with Russell Westbrook. So I don't know. I'm like you. I'm perplexed as well, because if you got a guy that's fast, because both Russell Westbrook and Durant was fast. We all can remember that when Durant was in his prime. He was a very fast player. He'd blow by anybody, right? If you got two players that is somewhat equal in stature and their speed, then you always take the taller player. That's just natural. I
Right.
coach, but I ain't coach at no big level. But the level that I coach at, it still reigns as a fundamental decision. If two players are somewhat equal, you always take the taller player. You always take the bigger player. You understand what I'm saying? And it seemed that OKC took the smaller player. Now, Kevin Durant played out his contract in full.
Right.
So he put power in his hands, and he did that strategically. He said, I'm going to play out my contract all the way out until I'm an unrestricted free agent and I just can leave. I don't have to get matched, or someone have to, negotiate with the
The
Oklahoma City Thunder for a trade or anything. I want
Right.
to take control of my own destiny. And that's what he did. He stayed quiet. He played it out. And then once his contract was obligatedly filled to capacity, he said, sayonara, I'm out. Now, he was supposed to go to Portland. Then somehow he got detoured and convinced
I
up
don't
at
think he was going to Portland.
well, that's remained to be seen. I guess he gave Dame and CJ McCullough his word. That's where he's coming. And when he detoured and went to go to state, they called him a snake. And that's where he got that moniker at, being a snake. Because he
Because
let Draymond Green and them talk him out of going to Portland, according to that situation.
Because one thing I don't blame him for is leaving. Because a lot of people say, "Oh, they could have gotten no, they couldn't have went back." Per the player Westbrook was becoming, they weren't going to go back. I don't care how dynamic Kevin Durant was. Like outside of having the owner be cheap at that time too, they weren't going to go back. I mean,
They could
Russell
have went back
Westbrook
most
looked
definitely.
Yeah, they
horrible.
could have because they had a really good team.
No, they wouldn't have went back. Russell looked horrible.
They would have
It
went
was
back.
one game
No,
away.
no, they wouldn't have went back. If y'all think they would have went back,
Purple. One game,
no, they
one
wouldn't.
one bucket at a critical juncture of the game could have turned the momentum around and they could have closed the game out. At least
But
one of the three remaining games.
they were clashing because of play style and Russell
Oh,
Westbrook.
okay. You talking that part. Okay. You're not
Yeah,
just talking
decision
talent.
making. That's what I'm saying. It would have
Okay,
been
okay. I feel you.
if you saying
Yeah.
KD is the beta male and he don't care about being the leader of a team, and I'm not gonna say Kevin Durant is silent because we ain't in the locker room, but
He
from
ain't he ain't rough like Russell. Russell rough.
right, and I'm
Russell
telling
talk
you,
crazy. He's
it
like
was
a miniature Draymond Green, trust me.
right, it was too much for Kevin Durant. Like it was too much. Like why am I gonna come back to that?
I understand what you're saying as far as that, yeah. Yeah, I mean the real camaraderie and the bond was somewhat broken because of someone exceeding the boundaries of play. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, there's no way Russell should ever be looked at as a volume shooter. I mean, if you know basketball, no way should Russell Westbrook be looked at as a volume shooter. And we know Westbrook took a lot of jump shots. We ain't talking about Westbrook going hard to the paint and dunking or making a difficult layup. We ain't talking that version of Westbrook. We talking about the Westbrook that want to shoot threes, the Westbrook that want to shoot mid range, and we know Westbrook is not a 3 level scorer.
Right. And it makes me think too, because it makes me think a lot about DeRozan and Levine's situation. I don't like to say players suck, and I need to write the word suck out of my category when talking about particular players, right? I think about Westbrook in his years after, KD left, right? I don't compare, the Golden State thing because that's certainly an exception. But I thought about the seasons and stuff he had with Paul George. And I'm like, in the back of my mind, I question, dang, how good is Russell Westbrook really? Yeah, he got the Wizards to the playoffs, but how good is he really? Because I remember Pope saying, about Bill being a cornerstone piece to a franchise that guys need people with them, and I'm like, okay, he had George with him, but George is I like Paul George, but he at that time will we
For the
agree
record, Purple Baby, Paul
what
George was playing MVP level basketball over there at
right.
OKC.
But would you say Paul George was on KD's level at any period or time that him and Westbrook
I
played?
don't think so. I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying. Because even with Paul George, I thought he was great and whatever, in OKC too. And I was impressed. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, he playing at an
Hey,
MVP level, but
hey,
is he an MVP really?
hey, Purple Baby, remember Paul George was doing playing at the times when he was the time when he was with the Thunder, he was playing hurt, his shoulders and stuff like that. He always wrapped up like that. Remember, he wasn't playing at 100%. You understand me? He really was going through some injuries then at that time. Also, he was
And
keeping it
coming
up.
off an injury, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like, even then, let's be really honest about Westbrook. Do y'all think I don't like to say without the injuries that he could really like be
Somebody got some
somebody's
noise going on in the
KD?
background.
I don't know who that is.
Could he really be a team's KD? Basically, let's say, not Westbrook, but Paul George is a tier below Kevin Durant, which is still a very good house of players to be in. Could he really be that guy? In other words, is he a franchise changer, Paul George?
Yeah,
Well,
heck
not with
yeah.
the OKC, was it? Because
A
look what
healthy,
happened. Look how they got
saying you
knocked out
got
the
to say a
playoffs.
healthy Paul George. I'm sorry, Dex. Say a healthy Paul George. Come on now, Purple Baby. You gotta say
So
a
you
healthy
think
Paul
he was
George
a
because right
franchise
now,
changer?
at this point, right now, Paul George really ain't gonna be that much of a threat with the Clippers right now. Even playing with what's his name, another person is almost over the hill. They might
Kawhi
play the
Leonard.
Clippers.
Kawhi Leonard.
They're not that much of a threat. So you have to say a healthy Paul George if you go speak on him in that context. Am I right or wrong, Purple Baby? Because it's
I
two
mean
different.
that's
When
correct.
the
That's
when
Because
I'm gonna
right
when the
now,
give
in
you.
last
Paul
time
George's
Paul George
career,
was
no.
healthy, Uncle
Right
Ver?
now, in
Right?
Paul George's career, no. Right, Dex?
When was he When the last time was he healthy?
Indiana, I believe.
See, that was a long time ago.
He healthy now, but he's not gonna be playing a lot of games
He
like
can't
that.
be healthy because he didn't play in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. But he's coming to be healthy now. He's looking to be healthy coming into the season this year. I heard this. I don't know. Maybe I'm assuming though. I'm assuming Dex.
I feel like shout out to KD, LeBron, and Steph. And I even put Giannis and now Jokic in that category. But it's very few guys that you can put on the team with very like little help, and they can change the outlook of your franchise. Like,
Well, Kevin Durant didn't change much for Brooklyn.
Right,
but you talking about uh, a
Okay,
older
I get you. I get you. I
Achilles,
got you.
yeah,
right.
I got you.
Achilles, and he toe up.
Yeah,
And
because
and and,
he
and not
was
on,
coming off a career-ending injury. You're right.
Yeah,
and not only that, because of the times, the situation with Kawhi, what's the other guy? What's his name? The young guy, Irvin. With Kawhi Kyrie. The
yeah,
situation with him, how it turns out, the pandemic and everything, and how that transpired coming into play with them two. You maybe with the availability of Kyrie at that time, it'd have been a different story when it came down to playing the Bucks. You dig?
right.
Well,
But
The situation with Kyrie and Kevin, I can't blame all that on Kevin because we know Kyrie had some on-court, off-court situations that led to Brooklyn, either losing or winning.
Right,
We know Kyrie is very mercurial at times, and he's like the wind; he can just come and go.
right,
So until Kyrie really makes his presence known and be committed to actual basketball, like LeBron told Lonzo Ball, keep the main thing, then that situation would have been a much different situation up in Brooklyn because at one time they were the number one seed. The Brooklyn Nets were the number one seed. There was a number one seed the same year the Bulls was number one seed because that's where they took it over from Brooklyn. And Brooklyn also last season got up to the number one seed. And at one time had won like 13, 14 games in a row. So we know how formidable they could have been if they just would have focused on basketball. And it's just a terrible loss to the borough of Brooklyn that these two weren't able to avoid such a tumultuous season with management, with the executives, and with the city of New York as a whole. And they just had to part ways.
Yeah. Hey, Dex.
Uh huh.
We need to go back focus now. You say you want me to come up on the panel and
Talk up a
talk
little
that
bit.
stuff. I say you said you want me to come up on the panel. I want you to talk that talk you saying about P. Will, man.
Oh man, listen.
Turn your
I'm
mic
tired.
up
Listen,
though, Pimp.
unstoppable. I don't listen. I ain't gonna talk behind your back. I'm
Huh?
gonna talk in front of your face and tell you about all your funky ways. You and Pat Williams, he is never gonna sprout. We
Sure.
already saw the best of Pat Williams. He's reached his ceiling, and only way that he will be a better player, he will have to be in a better situation, and that is away from the Bulls. If you really want Patrick Williams to be the kind of player the Bulls drafted him to be, then he have to part ways with the Bulls and get on
I,
the team and
I would agree
to
with
allow
that.
him to
Yes and no,
blossom.
though. I would say yes and no to that, but I think you're wrong about that. I think this year gonna be a breakout.
You said that last year.
No, I didn't.
You said that the year before.
No, I didn't, man. No,
So how many years he need to be a
no.
breakout season?
First of all, I said he kind of in a shitty situation right now, playing with two ball dominant guys. But you got to realize this year is contract year. He gonna play. He gonna ball out.
Okay, but listen, Anthony Edwards played with D'Angelo Russell. Anthony Edwards played with Carl Anthony Towns. Anthony Edwards played with Rudy Gobert.
Okay,
Right? All stars, three all stars.
okay.
And he still was able to emerge and make a name and a path for himself.
Let me ask you this: what option was Anthony
Pat
Edwards?
Williams only played with two all stars.
What
And
option was
before
Anthony?
that, no all stars.
What option was Anthony Edwards? And that's not true. What option was Anthony Edwards? Well, not
Coming
yeah,
into
yeah.
the league,
What option? You
it was
just said
third
he
option.
played.
Coming into the league, it was the third
Okay,
option.
okay. So he's the
Now
third
he's
option.
probably the second option.
Okay, so what option was Patrick Williams? Well, is Patrick Williams? Ain't no
Coming
was.
into the
It's
league,
coming into the league.
he was no option.
Okay. Second year, what was his option?
He probably was third option second year.
Probably
Yes. After Vucevic, right?
after
Zach,
Vucevic.
Vooch, Pat,
Okay, I just want
before
you to be
Lonzo.
sure. Okay, I just want you to be sure. What
Hey,
about the fourth? What about the fourth year? Because you remember why I
He got
said yes.
hurt.
No, I said fourth because I said you remember why. No.
Oh, this is his fourth
Yeah,
season right
yeah,
now.
yeah,
hey,
yeah. Because remember I told you why you got to say this is his third year because you just said it. He
Hey,
got
hey,
hurt.
hey, hey, Unstoppable. Hey, Unstoppable. Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
You
Chucky
probably know
Edward
more than
Morris. Okay,
this
Chucky.
question. Okay, say for instance, you had to pick between Patrick Williams and what's his name, the one that they finna sign that shot it for the
I didn't
shot.
hear you said what?
If you had to pick
You
between
talking about between
Pat,
Brandon Miller or
P.J.
Patrick
Washington?
Williams?
No,
no.
he's
Whoa,
saying
slow
P.J.
down for a minute,
Washington.
Dex.
He's
That way
saying
it won't
P.J.
be
Washington.
confusing. Let me slow down. Look, if you say for instance you have to pick between Patrick Miller and that what's the name guy that what they got it the one out there shot it the
You
one that
talking about Patrick Williams or P.J. Washington?
yeah. If you had a choice between them two, which would you take?
That's a
Hold
good
on, I'm gonna
question.
answer that for you. Hold on. Give me one second. Hold on.
That's a good question, Vern. I like
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, because you got to put them both in the same category, which isn't, that's their price range, which should be their price range. What they can do on the court and off the court, because they both in that same category.
And you know
They
what,
not in
Uncle
the,
Vern? Hey,
they not
listen.
in that, they not really.
Unstoppable was not on the stream, so we could talk about his funky ass. Listen, Unstoppable crazy, man. That man barely got a qualifying offer. Patrick
I
Williams.
agree.
And he
I
trying to
agree.
and he
Go
talking
ahead,
about
Dex.
Patrick Williams going to blossom. His man was damn near out the league.
You said that one? Something like this?
Oh, never mind, Uncle Vern. Here come Unstoppable.
All right, stop.
I'm gonna ask you a
Do.
question. Hold on, bro. I got to do one more thing.
Okay, well, I bet. But yeah, because it can come down to it, Dex. They really don't move the needle, Dex. And if Patrick Williams ain't moving the needle, then god dang it, PJ Washington ain't moving the neither. Why would you keep paying them kind of people? Because you still, sooner or later they gonna want to move up, and they really ain't positioning or fighting the person that's ahead of them anyway. Really, they're just playing in place, getting paid.
One thing about Patrick Williams, he admitted that he hasn't been playing up to par according to the slot that he was picked in right after Lamelo Ball.
Sound like you want
You
to
got
pay.
Anthony
Sound
Edwards,
like you want
right?
to pay cut, huh?
You got Anthony Edwards before him. You got Lamelo Ball before him. Then you got Patrick Williams at number 4. And then you got players below him that's in that draft because that was the most expensive draft in NBA history coming out of their rookie contracts. The most expensive and most profitable.
Lamelo, Anthony Edwards,
Yep. That draft was the most expensive draft in the annals of the 75-year history of the NBA. No draft in their rookie contracts have received more money. Such lucrative draft.
Because they just now getting their money.
All right, I'm back.
And Patrick Williams was picked right after Lamelo, right? And he was picked before Tyrese Halliburton.
He wasn't picked after Lamelo.
Yeah, he was.
No, he
He
wasn't.
was. He was picked right after Lamelo. What are you talking about? Know your players.
What are you talking about?
No,
Patrick
Patrick
Williams was picked number 4.
was
Oh
that
my bad. I'm thinking Melo was picked second. I'm tripping. My bad.
You always
Yeah,
trying to
Patrick
stump
Williams.
me,
Yeah, Patrick
Unstoppable.
Williams. Yeah, Patrick
Shame on
Williams was
you.
the number one. Was the number 4
No,
draft pick
I
because I
put him.
saw. I remember that draft too.
I thought
Then
no. I really
Lamelo.
thought he was
Yeah,
second.
number 2.
Yeah, Patrick.
Shame on you,
Yeah,
Unstoppable.
yeah.
I'm putting Melo high on the pedestal. I thought you were second. But
But listen,
listen, but hold on.
Unstoppable.
Uncle
Those
Vern asked me a
guys.
question. What was the
Oh,
question? So I answer that. Ask me again.
oh, Patrick Williams or PJ Washington.
Patrick Williams all day, man. PJ Washington ain't gonna be able to stick no defense like no damn Patrick Williams. PJ Washington.
I have to agree with that. But then, but see, PJ Washington's offensive game is better than Patrick Williams.
Yeah, and he better now because he don't have nobody that's holding him back.
No,
No two, no two, no two players.
wait. See, hey, stop. See, stop. You said the right thing. He ain't got nobody holding him back. The only thing that's holding back what's his name Williams is himself because he ain't working on his offensive game. He was saying and made mention that he was doing it, but it ain't showing no fruit. The
I
labor.
would say yes and no. Yes is himself, and two, I think it's a 50-50 question that the coach is somewhat holding him back too. I'm gonna say why. For somebody to be shooting over 40% from the 3-point line, how was that not working on their offensive game or whatnot? I mean, he can shoot. That's Billy Donovan didn't run no plays for him, none whatsoever.
Unstoppable.
So
Do you think Patrick Williams want to be a 3-and-D guy?
There you go. That's a
no,
good
no,
question, Jack.
no.
Okay, well, Jay, I don't think so. If
If he
that's the
thinks
case, then
high of himself,
they
no,
pushing them to shoot that three. Then
they
that
are,
that that,
they
that
are.
take back what you just said. What
No,
you
no,
just
no,
said,
no,
they
no,
ain't
no, no. They
allowing them
not
to do
pushing him to shoot the three because I would say this. Tell me how many plays you can remember that they ran for him, and remember I told you he's shooting over 40%. I can even go to the numbers and show you he has been working on his game, so that's not true.
it. He's
You say
reluctant offensively. Offensively, he's reluctant. He's very reluctant offensively. That's his problem. Would you agree with that? And
he's
that's
very
not a good.
what?
Very reluctant. What I mean is he ain't always in the mood to get in the mood. You
He
understand?
hesitant. He hesitant. That's what
Yeah,
he's saying.
he
Reluctant.
ain't
He's
ready to
hesitant.
be challenged in
I
person.
would,
Then you
I
got to.
would say
The thing
I
is,
would, and two,
unstoppable. Please
and
listen to
two.
me. If the thing is, he's not always. He don't have to move together. He ain't got that kind of game.
Well, that's the point. That's the point of you working on your game. And
PJ
this
Washington got that kind of game, but he weak at.
has he was PJ Washington like that soon he got drafted, or did it take him some years to get like that?
Okay, so you saying you will take Williams over PJ Washington, which PJ Washington do have a so-called established offensive game. PJ Washington don't have that. I mean,
Let me
Patrick
ask you
Williams
this.
don't have that, but you say Patrick Williams is a little bit stronger
Let me
on
ask you this,
defense.
Uncle Ron. If you take Patrick Williams out the Bulls and put him on the Hornets, is he gonna be better? And you take PJ
I
Washington.
think, hey, Jax was right. But Hornets would be a good team for him, right, Jax? Jax.
So
The
with
Yeah, he could
that
Hornets
come
being,
would
over
be
to
a
the
good
Hornets.
team for Patrick
hold on.
Williams.
So
If you
with
take
that,
him from the
so
Bulls, ain't a
with
good
that
team
being
for him
said,
because he
with that
can't
being
do.
said, you just proved my point that I'm right.
No,
Hey,
no, no, because that's what Charlotte needs. Charlotte needs more of what Patrick brings. Charlotte
so
don't need
again,
more of
that
what
means
PJ
Patrick
Washington
Williams
brings.
will be better
Actually,
than PJ, right?
there you go. Defense. Patrick
Okay
will
then.
bring. PJ Washington don't bring defense.
What I'm
That's
saying
what
is this.
lacks. That's
What
why
I'm saying is
Charlotte
this
lacks
too.
now. That's
What
what
I'm
they
saying
lack
is too.
because they got
He
Miles Bridges.
he
Miles Bridges not really a defensive player,
he
and he's
Patrick
replaced by PJ Washington, which isn't a
Patrick.
defensive player. And
Check it
then
out.
you got. Go ahead. I'm
Patrick
sorry.
is playing. No, I'm saying Patrick. He's playing his role right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do whatever y'all need me to do. But
Okay.
I feel like, and everybody else that's scouting him, I mean, other coaches feel like, know that he got way more than that to his game. I mean, even DeMar came out and said, "Yo, Patrick Williams got a whole lot of shit to his
I
game."
agree.
But
I agree. He
it's like,
do.
man,
We
you
seen
gotta,
Patrick Williams in the Drew League, and he was playing very well. Why
yeah.
we don't see him in the Drew League
But
this year?
hold on. You did.
We saw Dalen Terry.
Hey,
Dalen Terry's in the Drew
hey,
League.
Dex. I started to send this to you, but I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna send it to you. You should have seen what this man was doing. This dude was pull up for the midi,
Where
shooting
at?
deep
Where at?
three, shooting deep. I think it was the league.
He
It was
was.
some league.
I saw.
For
I
some
saw
league
how
he
he
was
was
in.
playing. That
Hey,
was this year last year
this
too. He
man
was doing. He was starting to
was
do
putting people in the
always in
post.
the summertime.
He was posting them up, hitting post shots on their ass. So
Right.
he got some shit to his game, and it's showing it. He has been working on his dribbling too. It's like, man, Demar he gotta sacrifice, man,
Yeah.
and let that kid play. That's why I say too, it's a contract year. I think he's gonna do
It looks
good.
like Dalen Terry gonna have him a Drew League championship.
What's going on with Jalen Terry?
He in the Drew League with DeMar DeRozan. They undefeated.
Oh, I mean, well, that's a good burn you can get. So that's some good experience you can get from a vet. You know what I'm saying? So, improve. But Dex, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna prove you wrong. You gonna be like,
Here you
damn.
go with that hocus
You
pocus. That
you gonna be
spooky
like,
talk.
you was like, damn. Just like you said that stuff about Zach, you said it about P. Will.
Listen, I was right about Zach. Zach
No,
didn't
you
do
wasn't, bro.
anything better than he did in previous years.
You said he
Actually,
can't.
Zach had his numbers are down.
Yeah, they down. They ain't down by much, but they down probably about 3 points. I think
Actually, that's a lot
3 points.
per game. Yes,
That's a lot. Three.
yes, per game.
Oh, the numbers down. If the numbers don't matter, man. If the numbers ain't gonna be late to winning, then what's the point? I mean,
Yep.
shit.
I mean, that's really it in a
Well,
nutshell, Kafani. Yeah, I agree. The
hey,
numbers down and the Bulls are down.
it's
Bad
that. I
combination.
told you, man. That's that. It's Billy, man. Oh my God, it's Billy. I'm gonna tell you this. Lonzo was covering up for his flaws, man.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Him and Caruso together. Yep.
Yeah,
All we know is that when the season start. I know. I heard a lot of crazy takes on here tonight. But once the season, hey, I
no,
can't
but
believe my
Especially the
ears. Then,
Pope. Hey, the Pope set it off, man. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, the Pope set it
no.
off with that 7-0.
Hey,
He
Dex,
got
hey, I can't.
everybody riled up.
I said the same
Man,
Man,
thing because remember,
Man, that
hey,
dude
I
high when
said,
he said 7-0. He high.
And then he
what I said.
extended to
They
11.
they
That
not
wasn't
they
good
not
enough.
they not gonna be 7-0, but
He
I
took it
think
to
I
11 in the hole.
I think they got a good chance of making the playoffs. Remember, I changed it. I said play in. I was like, you know what? I got a feeling they could make the playoffs if everything go right. Because you got to remember, they gonna have Bridges back. You know, so they should be able to make it.
They have a front court problem and a back court problem. So at this point, I got them at like 11. I know everybody wants to cut my head off, but I don't care. I don't mind being too high.
No, that ain't too bad. I mean, 11. I mean, it could happen if everything don't go right. But if they come out and Bridges come out balling, pick up where he left off at, and they can get some
Here
chemistry
you
with.
go talking that hocus pocus talk.
I'm just saying, you never know. Shit, they could be a surprise team. I ain't just
Ain't
gonna
gonna be.
shit on them.
You know where they're gonna be surprised? You
The
know where they're
lowest
gonna be
is a play
surprised?
in. The lowest is a play in. I already said the lowest gonna be a play in, bro. That's the lowest. I see it. Play in.
The lowest or the highest?
Oh, okay,
I
so
think
he
that's
got
the
him at
lowest. The play in.
10. I got him at 11.
Highest.
He have him at
The
10.
highest is the AC.
Slim, there you go drinking the Kool Aid.
I, I don't
What is
have him
going on? It
that
must be
high.
a full moon out there tonight.
No, they
I
definitely
don't
not
I
going.
don't have him that high.
What's
I'm
they? What's they?
sorry.
Who they playing against again? For them to say 7-0. What's the schedule?
They
Um,
playing. I can tell you right off the hand. They
I
playing.
think Washington gonna give them problems. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
let me give them the schedule real quick. Let me see if I can remember. The first game is Atlanta. They
Atlanta?
play
Oh, they
they play
losing that.
Detroit.
No, they beating them.
Then they
Detroit,
play then they play the Heat. No, the
they
Nets.
losing
They
to the
play the
Heat.
Nets. They play the Nets. Brooklyn Nets. Then I think they play the Heat and the Mavericks the first 5 games.
They losing to the Heat. They fight. They losing to who was that other
But
team?
that's not 7-0 then.
Yeah, I know. They might lose to the damn Nets though.
I
To be
gotta I
honest with
gotta pull it up. Hold on, let me pull up their schedule again. So we all be on in one accord. Uh, hey Siri, Charlotte Hornet 2023 schedule.
Here's the upcoming schedule for the Hornets between October 10th, 2023 and December 29th, 2023.
Okay, they play the Hawks, Pistons, the Nets, the Rockets, the Pacers, Mavericks, Wizards. 7 games.
I don't think
and I
they'll be
got about
Houston though.
4 games that they gonna lose on that, bro.
That's what I said. 3 and 4.
Yeah, yeah.
That was my prediction. They go 3 and 4 first 7 games.
And folks sleeping on them Pacers, man. Pacers, they done got a little bit better, bro. Not
I
much,
told
but
So
a
folks
little bit
that.
better.
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
but Washington got better too, and from what
But they
he
got a
was
bunch
saying,
of players that really don't want to be there, though,
I don't know, bro.
Gemini,
I don't
with
know about
I,
Washington.
Wizards
I
getting
I know, but
Wizards getting
I
better, bro.
think they're gonna play harder. I think they're gonna play harder because they don't want to be there.
I mean, if they don't beat Washington, man, they might go 2 and 5.
Let me ask
And
you this,
Cliffy Job gonna be on the line. They go 2 and 5.
Gemini. Why you feel like the Wizards done got better? What did they
We
do
might see Sam
better
Cassell up
than
in that
them?
bitch.
No,
Huh?
the Washington got back. I had
Slim,
pulled up
stop
their
it,
route.
Slim.
They had that. I pulled up their roster the other day. So hold on, let me
I
re-pull it
know they
up
got Kyle
again.
Kuzma. They got Poole. I think they got Brian
Yeah,
something.
they got Kuzma, they got Jones, they got um dude from Washington, but they literally I think are gonna play better than what people giving them credit for.
Yeah,
Like
Why
but
is that,
they
Gemini? Why is that?
I think Hornets can get them though,
cause,
man.
cause, cause who they have. Hold on, I'm pulling up their roster again. Cause
Cause you gotta remember,
I went over the roster that day, but yet but now it's a different day, so they're not on
Do they still
my
have Ish
thing.
Smith, or did they trade him off?
I think they still got
Smith. You said Smith.
Yeah,
I
Ish Smith.
um talking about the guard. Talking about the
Yep.
guard number
Uh huh.
20.
Yeah, the guy for
Yeah,
Charlotte.
they still got him, but they have Baldwin, who's a shooter, and he's gonna be one of the forwards. They have, but I think
who gonna be their point guard? Is it gonna be Poole?
Tyus Jones.
no, it's gonna be Jones.
So they
It's
gonna have
gonna be
Poole playing the shooting
Jones.
guard?
Who gonna be shoot? Kuzma gonna be small forward, and what they have as far as power
Daniel
forward,
Gafford will be the
they
center.
have enough. Yeah,
Oh man, them
they,
Wizards
they
ain't gonna be doing much
Is,
without
Ot-
them, bro.
and then
is
they
Otto
got
Porter
Cook,
gonna be the power forward?
Porter.
Porter might be the three, man.
No, Kuzma gonna be the three.
Oh, they gonna move
Kuzma
him
gonna
to
be
the
the
three.
three.
Kuzma normally play
Yeah,
power forward.
Right, that's what I'm
no,
saying. They gonna move him to the
yeah,
three.
but I think they're gonna move him to the three because he really plays like a three, not a four.
Let me
And
ask
that
you this: what do you think would be better, Poole with the two guard or Poole with the point guard?
hold on, who?
Poole, George Poole.
Poole
Is, you
shooting
think
guard,
he? No, I'm saying you think he better at the shooting guard or the point guard?
shooting guard, shooting guard. Honestly, shooting guard.
Slim say Poole will run point. I don't think he's gonna run
No,
point because they got a
Poole
true
not
point
running
guard in
point.
Jones.
Yeah, they got
You
Jones
talking about
there.
Cyrus Jones? Yeah, I forgot
Yep.
about
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
they
He's a
he
have
gonna
true
be he
point
Jones.
gonna be
guard.
guard. Yep.
Yeah, Poole gonna be the shooting guard. And Kuzma, they was already talking about converting him last season a small forward. That was the main reason why they kind of didn't mind paying him. Um, and then they have Mike Mercer. They they have like they have a front court. Like the Hornets don't have a front like a reliable front court compared to Washington, and that's sad to say.
And that's
That's
why the
act-
Hawks is going to
that's
run amok
actually sad to
through
see
the Hornets when they come open the season. Watch,
because
they
Baldwin,
might be getting
uh,
beat so bad Lamelo might not even play the fourth quarter.
I don't know because
yeah, even.
the Hawks didn't even get better. If I
But hold
remember
on,
right.
Yes, yes. Finish with Washington for a sec, because with Baldwin with Pat Baldwin who was on Golden State last year, he's a good shoot spread floor power forward, and that's what's gonna help them a lot too. Like they literally have what they need to kind of throw a lot of jabs to the NBA this season. They really do. So as far as Washington, I think a lot of them are going to be playing to get up out of there, which I can see that, but they literally I think are
Who
going to
trying to
play
get out
hard.
of there? Who you think trying to get out of there?
Everybody except Kyle
Well,
Kuzma.
besides
That ain't gonna
Kuzma
happen,
and
bro.
Poole and Tao, I mean, and Jones,
Oh,
everybody's
they expendable,
going to
man.
be
You
playing to
ain't
get
know
out
he's
of
his
there.
name. They expendable, man. I'm not trading
No,
Poole.
no,
I'm not
I'm
trading
saying
Kuzma.
not cool, not Poole, and not Jones.
I know that's what I'm saying.
Everybody
Everybody else
else
is
is playing
expendable,
to
bro.
get up out of there.
They gonna get up out of there even if they don't want to. Even if they wanted to stay, they out of there,
Nah,
man.
bro. Nah, bro. Cause even your boy and I always mess his name up, Galliani,
I know
Galliani.
you talking about the guy from overseas. Yeah,
Yeah, he's gonna be playing to get up out of there too.
man, they gonna keep that man, bro. They gonna keep him.
He gonna be playing to get up out there is
Yeah, he
what
can
I'm
play all
saying.
to get up on out of all you want, but he stay. But the
Cause
rest of them
cause
dudes, they
all of
out of
them are
there.
free agents coming up this season. Like
All
this
they asses
season.
gone, bro.
Yeah, like you have one, two, three, four, uh, five. They got five free agents on their team this next season, dog.
Yeah, they'll probably
Five.
be gone come trade deadline, bro. They'll be out of there.
So I think they're gonna play harder to be amongst the trade. That's
Oh,
what
well,
I'm
yeah,
getting
yeah,
at.
okay, yeah.
As far as Charlotte don't have players like that I think are going to be playing that hard to either improve their spot or to get
What
better.
we talked about
And
with Charlotte, though, Gemini, nobody's lining up to come to Charlotte. Charlotte best bet is to get off them.
buyout
First, no,
market.
they first bet is to do this to develop their players. So if they might want to trade them, they got something that somebody's willing to trade for. Secondly, is to get off some bad contracts, man. But nobody's want to come to Charlotte, man. They can only build
I
through the draft.
I think they need to sign Van Carroll that's on the national team, and I think he'll help with their front court problems. I think Van Carroll would help, but would they sign him? I don't think so.
No, they don't
I
need to.
think.
They don't need to lock up no big contract right now. Man. The main thing they need to
I mean,
do is
I think they're trying to get Rozier and Hayward contract off of the books, but I don't think nobody's going to save them.
well, nobody
I
gonna
think we
trade
were
for
saying
them.
the same thing. I
The
think we
only
said the same thing 2 years ago. What you think gonna stop them?
No, nobody's gonna trade for Terry
Nope.
Rozier or trade for
They
Gordon
weren't
Hayward.
gonna do it 2 seasons ago
Them
Hold
anyway.
on,
contracts
y'all. I'll
gonna
be
have to.
back. I'll be back.
All right, them contracts gonna have to fall off the books, man. They stuck with them unless Gordon Hayward can show that if Gordon Hayward stay healthy this whole season and he make it to the trade deadline and the playoff team would feel like they one piece away. You know what I'm saying? They can trade him, then maybe. But do I see it? Nah. Them contracts gonna have to fall off.
This is the last year on this contract, though, ain't it?
Yeah, it's the last year. Yeah.
Okay, well they ain't got to trade. Then who gonna trade for Gordon Hayward now? Who would be a fool to trade for him in the middle of the season like
If
that?
they
I can't
offer
do it.
if Charlotte offer a pick, I can see somebody taking like, okay, we'll get him, we'll take him for that pick, we'll take him.
Oh, okay.
You know,
That's a lot of money. That's a lot
yeah,
of
that
money in
is,
their book.
that
Hey,
is.
wait a minute. Who do you see? Who you? The question is, who you see doing stupid shit like that?
Shit, nobody. To be honest with you, that's why I said I doubt it happens.
Yeah, okay. I got
You know, so they gonna have to. I mean, for their best bet is man, just go ahead, try to keep him healthy,
you.
have
There
him
is
make a push, try to make a push for the playoffs.
right.
You know,
A new
and
owner. The new owner. See, this is what he needs. It's a new. I guess that's why his wife got involved too. It's a new ownership. You know what I'm saying? Look, Gordon, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna ride it out. You know what I'm saying? You're not guaranteed to come back with anything. Ain't nobody guaranteed anything. But we're gonna let you help you, and we hope you'll put you in a position to help ride it out. We can go to the playoffs. We can do all that because they got that kind of team that can do that, especially when Miles Bridges come back, like we know. And with the
they're
new
gonna be good.
acquisition.
Miles Bridges come back, that team's gonna be good.
With the new acquisition. And then ain't nobody spoke about that one other rookie they got, that Smith dude. I think he's gonna be working good in that backcourt too. Forget it's
What dude?
Smith. Yeah, I think it's Smith, that Smith guy. But forget it's Smith. I think Dude gonna come through and gonna be putting on the show and gonna help Charlotte too in the future. So when folks said they can come up and win all win them games like that, with that situation that they got going out there now, they can win games out there in Charlotte
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, they could.
Especially with Melo. Melo been in charge. The main thing, like folks said, Melo's in charge right now. He got the keys. They finna let him go to work. As long as he can
And
stay
shoot,
healthy.
Miles Bridges too, man, because Miles Bridges is playing for a
All
contract.
right, he
He's
playing
playing
for
for a
pride. He
contract.
playing for
Yeah.
pride. He playing for a contract. Same way dude, what's his name? P.J. Washington playing for a contract. He need to be
Gordon
playing
Hayward's playing for a
pride.
I
contract.
I don't you know what? A part of me don't even think PJ gonna be back with the Hornets, man. It
He
it
another.
it it, it, it will be Hornets' best interest to let PJ walk.
I would think that too, because of the fact they can't. Well, see, well, it don't make a difference because look, he's playing behind Miles Bridges. So what are you gonna do? I mean, it's like, see, you gotta see where he at. He ain't gonna be playing in front of Miles Bridges like that. He gonna be playing behind Miles Bridges,
Right.
but he ain't gonna be getting the money that he wants. So it don't make no sense, and
I
it ain't
think
really no big fall off between him and Miles Bridges, bro. Except
right.
Miles Bridges a little bit more athletic. That's it.
Yeah, they
Because
they
neither
need
one
to
of them pushing no needles on the defensive side. He's a liability just like Miles Bridges is to a certain extent, because Miles Bridges ain't stopping nothing.
right, right.
Yeah.
So they just need to try to
Right,
trade him or
right.
whoever offer him a contract don't match it and just
Yeah,
let him go. Because
yeah.
guess what? We'll be talking about how they unlock themselves in a contract that they shouldn't have.
Right, right. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the business though. Charlie to be good though. All they gotta do, man, if they come in, man, they gotta bring a whole new this organization besides a whole way of thinking besides Michael Jordan no way. You know what I'm telling you.
I know
And
Washington is feeling some kind of way that he thought he had a stellar year, but yet no one wants to offer him anything in which Charlotte would have to match.
Who you talking about, PJ Washington?
Yes, sir.
Shoot, if anything, he should. I don't know, because should he be happy? Because you don't want Charlotte to match. So if nobody winds up offering you nothing and they just offer him a qualifying offer, that means he would be a free agent next season, right?
I don't know,
Yep.
but that makes sense though. That'll be
Yeah. I
good.
mean, if anything, if he's trying to get away from Charlotte, then shoot, it would be best to hope that nobody offers him nothing. Because what if somebody offer like 10,000, not 10,000, $100 million or whatnot, not 100, $10 million. Would you want Charlotte to match that and you stuck with Charlotte?
Charlotte would match 10 million. Shit.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
they. But I'm saying, but should they match it? Because you should just let the man go.
But
Maybe they're
he's
trying
not
to trade him.
he asking for more than $10 million to see.
Yeah,
He
well, we
asking
know
for
that, but
best.
he might not get that. But let's just say
That's
a
the
team
that's the
offered it.
whole point. They Charlie, you said it. Charlie want to keep him, but they don't want to keep him with the money that he think he deserves, because he don't
Right.
deserve that.
So
Everybody and their mama know they know he don't deserve that. He
let me
ain't
ask
that guy.
do you think he's worth, just to say, forgive me, 50? You think he's worth 50?
Well,
You said
50,
how much?
50 million, 50
50
million a
million.
year.
No,
No, he
the
ain't getting
whole
no 50 million a
contract.
Oh, you
year.
mean
Yeah.
okay? You 50 million. No, he be more than that. Yeah, I think.
But 50 million for
But
4 years?
when I'm saying 50 million, yeah, do you think he's worth that?
You have
You
to
give
put
him-
in more than that. Just on what he already done alone.
I know that,
I
but
have
I'm
to
just
give him that. I
okay.
have to give him more than that.
Okay,
At least 60 to 70 some million.
let's just say 50, right? Do you want Charlotte to lock him for spend 50 on PJ, or you want them to spend it on somebody else?
who out there?
Well, you got Christian Wood that's still out there. Um, shit, that's all I can think of right now. Kelly Oubre, and they got it. Shit, you got Kelly Oubre that's still out there. Um, that's all I can think of right now. That's at least decent off the top of my head. But I say that to say this: if you don't want PJ to come back, and you don't want to be having a conversation how they done spent money on another player, especially a backup, really when you think about it, that really 50 really nothing with the buying stuff going, with the salary going up. That's really nothing. But what you want them to spend that nothing money on him, or what you rather, you know what I'm saying, go for a trade or sign Christian Wood. You know, I think they should just offer, which I don't think nobody gonna offer him nothing. It's looking like nobody's gonna offer him nothing. Just give him the qualifying offer to get that contract off your book.
I think that if that's the case, then if that's the case, it came down to Christian Woods. I think they should go after Christian Woods. That changed. Christian Woods is an offensive player, somewhat decent on defense, and you know,
Man, look,
his own thing. You know, he don't play big like he's supposed to.
if
Neither do P.J. Washington. So
if you think
Christian Wood will
PJ
be an
Washington don't
improvement.
play defense, wait till you see Christian Wood.
Say it again. Say it again.
I said if you don't like PJ Washington the way he plays defense, wait till you
They're
see
gonna like
Christian
Christian
Wood.
Wood. I saw Christian Wood. I like the Christian Wood offensive game though.
Yeah,
I saw
he
like he
got
a
a good
beast on the
offensive game.
offense. He
Yeah.
tried to get beastly on that. He'll try to get beastly on the offense. P.J. Washington wouldn't even try. That's my opinion of them two. But I saw what's the name when he was I saw when he was at UC. I saw him. I just thought he was playing out of place because they tried to run him at center all the time.
Hey, I just thought about something. Hold on, but they cannot offer him the qualifying offense and make him a free agent now, right? Am I right about that?
Say that
I
again.
thought that's what they was gonna do though. I
With
thought that was the whole
PJ,
thing they was gonna do.
they could choose not to offer him anything and make him a free agent now, right?
Right,
Yep.
Oh, shit, they better just do that.
He is
They
a
better
free
offer
agent
him
right
that.
now. Right now, he
right,
is a free agent
yeah. And did he? I thought
Nah,
what he was gonna do
nah.
was
How is he a free agent if they can match his contract? They don't make him a
because,
free agent.
yeah, it's a free agent. He's just a restricted free agent, not an unrestricted.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, an unrestricted free agent. That if they don't offer him the qualifying offer, that'll make him an unrestricted free agent, right? They shoot like, nah, we ain't gonna give you nothing. That would make him
Yeah,
an
he
unrestricted.
just walked like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, he just walked.
yeah, they better off doing that, man. Shoot.
Okay, I'm back, y'all.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
yeah, you good. They
Hey,
better off
hey,
doing
hey,
that,
hey,
man.
hey, hey, look. They don't care. Charlotte at the point right now that since we talk about PJ Washington, we already understand what Charlotte think about it. If he do walk, he can walk on his own. It don't make a difference. They want him to stay, but they ain't gonna give him the money that he want. I'm telling you, they not gonna go out like that.
I mean, of course they ain't gonna go out like that because they feel like they can get a trade for him. They gonna do that. They can find somebody to trade. But I'm saying, but why
What
do
you mean
that?
on the
Because
signing trade?
yeah. But
Okay.
my thing is, why even do that? Because then again, that can fail against you, and somebody be like, "Yo, we don't want it." Because if somebody wanted PJ, I think somebody would have
Hey,
offered
hey,
a
look.
contract for
Hey,
PJ by now.
look. The Bulls want P.J. Washington.
Yeah,
The
they
matter of fact, listen to me on top. Please, look. The Bulls want P.J. Washington. They want what's his name? They want Patrick Williams to play just like P.J. playing now. That's what they
right.
want. They want. That's what they want for them. If they had a
Yeah,
chance, they'll reach out and say, "Look, P.J., come over here. Look, Patrick, go over there." They'll do that.
No, bro, they not doing that, bro. No,
If
they
they
not,
could,
bro.
they'd do it.
No,
And
they not.
and
They
the
can
shot
do it right
and
now, bro.
they'll stop. But listen to me. This is my understanding. I want you to understand it though. If Charlotte had, if Charlotte could, Charlotte would do the same thing.
They not, but I'm saying if that was the case, they both would come to agreement and do a sign and trade, bro. They
I
know Pat,
agree.
they know Patrick Williams ceiling is way higher than PJ Washington, man.
Right there, you go. There you go. That's the point. Patrick Williams' ceiling is way higher than P.J. Washington. P.J. Washington, to a certain extent, is washed up because he washed up in his mind. Patrick Williams ain't washed up in his mind. P.J. Washington is almost through because, to a certain extent, it ain't the fact that things that happened in the past and things like that. It's like he's soft.
Who saw? To my
P.J.
Patrick?
Washington.
Uh,
P.J.
I
Washington
mean,
soft. Unstoppable P.J. Washington compared to Patrick Williams. P.J. Washington is soft.
well, then I have to ask you this then. So if you feel like he's soft, why would you want to sign this player back to your team if he's soft? Just cut your loss. Because I don't think nobody's gonna offer him a contract because if I'm a let's just say I'm a team that wants PJ Washington, right? And let's just say I want to lowball him because we basically seeing his market value right now, and his market value is nothing. So why would I offer him a contract when Charlotte might wind up matching that and be like, yeah, we're gonna keep it. We got you for the low. You signed. Let's just say you signed for 20 million. We gonna keep you 20 million 2 year, whatever. Yeah, now we gonna keep you. Yeah, that's a steal right there. You know, I'm gonna take my chances. Let's see they offer him a contract, and if they don't, then he's gonna become a restricted free agent. Then I can offer him whatever what I want to offer him. And let's just say I want to offer him 50. I can offer him like, look, man, shit, you got no market value. Yeah, come on over here for 30 million. He gonna sign that because he gonna see his market value wasn't nothing.
They're gonna wind up doing the same. Okay, if you talk about okay, that's what P.J. Washington. That's what Charlotte's gonna do with P.J. Washington, right?
What I'm saying is,
Okay, they're pretty soon because the Bulls gonna have to wind up doing the same thing with what's his name too out there with him with Patrick
I mean,
Williams.
well, Patrick Williams, they already offered him. They offered, I believe, the qualifying offer, but he got to ball out to get that big contract he wants. So,
P.J. Washington got to do the same thing.
but they haven't offered him the qualifying offer yet. That's what I'm saying.
Uh,
Why even do? You just said he's soft, right? So
yeah.
why would I even entertain to bring him back to the team? You say he's soft and he's gonna play behind
Well,
Miles
see,
Bridges, unless you wanna make him a
remember
rotation
he's the
piece.
third player on the totem pole. Gordon
You said what?
Haywood, Miles Bridges, and then him. But you got him at a low price. You don't need to pay him at a big and he's at a one level or two level player price. You know he ain't.
But why even waste that money when you can get somebody else? That's what I'm
That's
saying.
their point. They're not going to give it to him. Either or he's going to come to the conclusion he's going to meet them halfway.
I mean, I wouldn't do it if like I said, if you say he's soft,
He's soft,
I mean,
bro. He's soft. He's soft
wow.
toilet paper, bro.
And unless you got to spend, you looking at you got to spend the money so you won't get hit with nothing, then you go ahead and just give it to him, offer him a 1 year contract so he can get on. But
That's what they're going to do. And
I,
they and
I
they and they go and they did to a certain. Then my point again is they're gonna do the same thing with Patrick Williams. They want to see the Bulls might do. It's not right. They're gonna do the same thing with Patrick
yeah,
Williams.
they gonna let the market value
Right.
value his contract. Now, if
Which
he
is
come out,
wise. That's
if
wise.
right, if he come out and do what he was doing in that summer league or whatnot, when he looked damn good,
Yeah. Well, he
then
got.
they gonna offer him something.
It's silly. I love his silly. I don't like I said before. I love Patrick Williams silly. I don't see the same. I don't see that same thing going on with dude out there in Charlotte, man. Dude is he, man. It's just my opinion. That's all. But yeah, I invest in Patrick Williams. I wouldn't invest into what's his name out there
Right? Yeah,
because
I agree.
he don't have that mentality. He don't have that go get it mentality. He kind of weak like that. He can be persuaded. A good player can take him out of his game. And there's
Hey,
a lot
believe
of
what
good
the Deck
players,
Deck say
players
he ain't
in
gonna be
the NBA.
nothing, bro.
A good player take him out of his game. He wouldn't be able to,
No, as far as PJ,
yeah, PJ
I,
Washington.
I, I just think that I think he need to work on his conditioning and change his position. But as far as him really being a power forward within the NBA, that's the only part where I disagree at because I feel he needs to work on his condition and actually become a small forward. Like he's one of those I feel with the weight that with the weight of his body right now, he honestly needs to be a small forward.
Now, who he gonna beat out at the small forward position then? So if you want to
No,
compete,
I'm
let's say if
I'm
he
not
just look,
saying he's gonna hold up on. I'm not
go
saying
ahead.
he's gonna stay with Charlotte. I'm
Okay,
saying what I feel he needs to do to better himself in his career. As far as like him being on Charlotte right now,
yeah,
Charlotte actually need real power forwards. They don't need people that's trying to convert themselves to being a power forward. And that's at this point what he's trying to do. He's trying to convert himself to be a power forward. But do I honestly think he's a power forward? Hell no.
no, no, he ain't got that. As a
Charlotte got
matter
the
of fact,
power forward. They just got to work on their player development, man. They not giving these kids burn, you know. But matter of fact, no, because have you seen Miles Bridges the power forward? Now, I mean, he's a small
Yeah,
power
he
forward,
he,
but
he, he,
he
he he didn't play power forward, but that was by necessity, and that was prior to him prior to his charge and everything, and that was the main reason why they was willing to offer him 84 mil because he was pulling what they wasn't used to another player on their team pulling. So what was he worth it? Yeah. Is he still worth it? I think so. That will outweigh the the PJ Washington situation, and that's just me saying it. But I think it will outweigh the PJ situation, and PJ will find himself as an odd man out, and you never know. PJ may wind up as a Spur, playing around talking about he feel he's worth 20 mil a season. He gonna find himself as a Spur and with lower pay than that 20. Hell, Christian Wood said the same thing. He felt he was worth between 8 to 12. And look at it, he fucked around and found out that everybody backed away from him. So I
right,
mean, it is what it is.
yeah, I agree. Hmm. Yeah,
So I mean, at this point, I do me personally. It's not just player development because Charlotte kind of just like the Bulls have a tendency of not developing power forwards. So I mean, at this point, I think Thor is going to have a better season, but is will he get the minutes? Are they going to shadow the minutes like they should? As far as who's going to really take over the power forward position, I have no clue because at this point, I admit I'm not a Charlotte fan like that,
yeah,
but I'm just saying I think they will have better luck on the buy market at this point because they are literally shooting themselves in the foot. The ones who should be in development, they should not be on the big team. But right now, they have to have them on the big team because what? They need them on the big team. So
yeah,
so how can we keep them in development and develop them if they need them on the big team right now?
yeah,
Hell, even when it comes to Book Night was double slotted last year. Also, he was on the big team and he was on the G League team. So but if you look at his salary, he was making eight a year.
yeah. First round pick.
So I mean, literally, book night to me. I mean, book night to me is like a player that really needed development, and if he were to develop in with the G League team, then got called up, I will feel different. But right now, with him being double slotted and this wasn't the first year he was double slotted. His game should be a hell of a lot better. So what he showed in summer league was straight trash.
Yeah, I agree. But then
And
Who you talking about? Book Knight?
Book Night.
yeah, Bug Knight.
Book Knight fighting some demons, man. He need to take a break, get his mind right.
Yeah,
Yeah, so and that's literally what I'm getting at.
yeah. Okay. Definitely agree with that. Yeah. And to a certain
Because I
extent,
think I think he way better than what he showcased. He was pretty good in college,
no,
but that's college though.
yeah. And then in college, he was playing out of place too, because they were trying to put him at point in college too. He couldn't play that point in college. He couldn't play point guard in college. He wasn't the best point guard out there. He was an athletic guard. He was a scoring guard more than anything else. He wasn't a point guard, but they had him at point. And then they tried to make him come to the pros with that same kind of ideology, and it didn't work in college. What the heck make you think it's gonna work in the pros? And not only
Right,
that, you grow up so many picks to get him. I mean, that ain't the goddamn stupidest thing in the world. You go up and go get the person, you don't know where to put him at. But you just see him in the backcourt with Melo. I don't think how you get that. If you plan on having Melo your staple player, your franchise player, you want to watch who you put in the backcourt with him.
right. But that's why I said it. And even though y'all wanted to curse me out, and I still don't care, Charlotte is going to need one more year to possibly have a good draft or a good trade season or a good buyout market to get to try to piece together what they need. And if they do not, they they are literally going to wind up needing about 3 to 4 years to develop. Now they can do it in at least about 2 years, depends
Yep.
on who happens in this buyout market. But if they do not do it right, it's going to be an overall problem.
I, I
And,
say
and,
I say 2 years. And the reason why I would say one, what made it would push the extra year, what messed them up is when Kenny Atkinson bagged out. If he was their coach right now, they would be in a good position. But since
But
he
stop,
it
bagged out,
but it
stop.
does depend on who they get in the buyout market,
Okay, thank
because
you.
Charlotte has been known not to make no moves during the buyout market.
Okay,
They're known
stop.
for not.
Gemini, no, stop listen there. Gemini, you ain't gonna like this, and I'm sorry, Unstoppable, you ain't gonna like it either. But look here, as you just said it about. Look here, last time Charlotte tried to make a move. Listen to me, Gemini. I'm glad you said it. Last time Charlotte tried to make his move when they tried to get Lonzo. But Lonzo went out there to the Chicago Bulls. The only time there was ever aggressive, I haven't noticed to be aggressive if anything, besides making a double decision to get Gordon Hayward. I'm talking about besides jumping off a cliff and go get Gordon Hayward. That wasn't aggressive. That was stupid. But
Yeah,
but
well,
now
no, but it was stupid. But it
no.
honestly was stupid. They should have bought Rozier there.
listen
They
to
should have left Haywood alone.
okay, then yeah, I agree. Well, but that's scared to think
I
that
wouldn't
that
say
was
it was
what.
stupid.
But my point is this: they tried real hard. I think Caldersville, they had pass tried to go get Lonzo Ball, but they didn't do it. They didn't do it. But they put up there if they did, they would have. But this is my point right here, Unstoppable. This is the one you don't like. Lonzo contract is coming up in the next 2 years. You understand me? Within that
No,
what?
Lonzo is. You talking
Whoa,
about Zoe? You talking about Zoe?
Lonzo Ball,
Zoe,
Melo Ball's brother. Yeah,
Zoe gon' I'll be honest to you,
go
and
ahead.
I normally don't even speak on this in Unstoppable.
I know, I know, I know, I know.
Y'all
That's
know
why
I
I
don't
want to do another
speak
stop.
on
I
it,
want to get that. Go ahead.
but I'll be honest. That young man, I I I'll totally be honest to y'all. As much as I want him back on the court, I do not think he's going to be back on the court.
I
I
wouldn't be
don't.
surprised. I would the way it is.
Are you talking about not going to be back on the court ever? Or are you talking
Never.
about what
He's saying
in
ever,
this? Are you
ever.
No,
saying this season?
I'm saying he's done. I'm
Yeah,
honestly saying he's done.
I wouldn't
Like
be
he
surprised
like
too.
Uh,
I wouldn't be
he
surprised.
doesn't want to be done, and
He
I
got no
admire
choice.
him for that. But I think he's done.
Yeah,
Because wait, now hold up, unstoppable. Now here's something I really want you to understand. Do you realize this like the fourth or fifth time they're going back in that knee?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I mean, this is the B. What's the saying? Done all be all. I think that's what it is. So
Yeah,
if
I
this
mean,
don't work,
like,
it's over with
yeah,
for him.
I
Yeah.
mean, this is honestly like the fourth or fifth time they're going in that same knee, bro.
I mean, coming from a Chicago fan, bro, we know all about the knee thing. I mean, with Derrick Rose. So yeah. So we I'm hoping it might not be over for him, but like I said, folks that have had that knee surgery before, they haven't been able to play again. But I
All
will
right,
say, I will say this though. I have to agree with Dexter. He said that the medicine did get the field did medical field did get better. So he
bro.
very well.
The medical team could get
Let me say
better.
this. Let me say this before you say that.
Okay.
And I'm saying he very well could be back, but the chance of him being back is low if I'm going to be realistic. But why I have to give Dex some leeway because before then ACL tears, shit, people was down there done with them. And see, I can say about Zach Levine, if you never did your research, you would have never known Zach Levine tore his ACL because he don't he
No,
still
I did
got his
know.
up. No, I'm
No,
saying
I did
I'm
know
saying
with him.
if you didn't know he tore his ACL, you wouldn't have known. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't tell because he still got his bounce. So that's why I say, well, we got to see. But then again, we got to go back to like I think it was Jason Richardson. He got the same procedure Zoe got, and he said
No, but
he
he's. Have you ever eaten a chicken bone before? Honestly, have you
no
honestly eaten
no no no.
a chicken leg? Have you honestly eaten a
You
chicken
said
leg before?
you said eat the bone or eat. I had a chicken leg.
I'm 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 talking about a chicken leg. The a chicken leg. Have you honestly separated it
Yeah.
from like
If
okay,
anybody, yeah.
the actual the actual hard part of that joint is what he's rubbing away within his knee.
Right.
So that's the part they can't replace, and that's where his pain and everything is coming from.
Well, that
And
was the
he's
whole
rubbing
point
it
of putting a
away
cadaver
Yeah.
on there, right?
at about 3 points, at about three different points within him. Within that knee is where it's rubbing away, and that's why he has discomfort and pain, and
Right.
that's one thing they cannot replace.
Well, didn't they say they replaced it with a cadaver knee, so he should have that part. Now I don't know.
No, they gave him cushioning, but if you are athlete, that's not a full replacement. Like that's temporary. Um, like how when people normally get their hip replaced and they go with that the weaker version, but then they always need that next surgery. He's
Right.
always going to need a next surgery, a next surgery, a next surgery. So no, I don't think a team like a team didn't even want to take a chance on Eddie, even with Eddie Curry, yes, his was hot, but I'm saying medical wise, they're not going to want to keep taking that chance on you because when it comes to negotiating your contract, you're going to be asking for a high dollar contract, but then they have to look at the time you're going to be off of the team. So and he just started walking again. I want to say about 2.5 to 3 months ago. He just
Well,
started back walking again.
right. Well, I would say this because I know Uncle Vern is probably gonna be like he gonna leave Chicago and go to Charlotte. I don't think he's gonna do that. I think he's gonna sign one more if it happens. It will be with Chicago, but whoever gets him, it's gonna be some mad stipulations in that contract. It's gonna be some crazy stipulations. I
Yeah,
already see it.
I mean that I could definitely agree with, but I mean, as bad as I honestly want him back on the court, because I felt if his knee wouldn't have been a problem here, we definitely would have kept him and signed him, and that's overall what I had a problem with here. Like, like the the I the Lakers knew about it, so that's why they didn't mind trading him. And I get that. When the Pelicans found out about it, we found out about it here
Whoa, 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 whoa,
on the
whoa, whoa, whoa.
MRI.
Lonzo didn't have a knee
Yeah, he
problem
did.
with the
Yes,
Lakers.
he
He had
did.
an ankle problem. It was the
No,
ankle.
no, no. Part of his problem was a knee because what he was doing, he was compensating when you play. He was compensating for the pain, and they took him for an MRI. They talked to him. Magic talked to him. Like Magic talked to him. I'm not saying shit about Palinka because Palinka didn't have nothing to do with that. Magic talked to him. So when Magic talked to him, that's why he wasn't that's why he had nothing to say when it came to the trade. Then when he got here, New Orleans didn't find out about it until they sent him to Oxnard for MRI. Then
Well, hold on.
that's when the Pelicans found out about it.
Don't you got to get all the medical records and pass the physical though before you do
You
that
have
trade?
with the
No,
Celtics,
no,
right?
no, no, no. That's not the way that works. As long as he can pass the physical, it's kind of just like the military. As long as he can pass the physical, I don't have to send you those documentation. I don't have to send you what he went through
Let me ask you this
on
though.
my with my
What
franchise.
what if I request it? I mean, I get what you're saying. You don't have to send them with them. But what if I request his medical records?
Yeah, you would have had to you would have had to request it. Then I could send you the regular medical records. I do not have to add M, M, MRI. I don't have to add that.
Now my thing is, why is that? Because that would be the most recent medical record. Why would I want to see some old medical records? I mean, I would want to
No,
see the old. I
no,
would
no,
want to see the
no.
old and the recent.
They sent up to date, but they did not send the MRI because why? He could pass a physical. As long as he could pass a physical, like a lot of teams that have those type of players. And I found out this from the Pelicans. What teams do, and they never get leaked out to the media. What they do, they put you through a physical to see will you pass a physical. If they think you're gonna pass a physical, they do not add certain stuff. And
Well,
this is NBA wide. It's
let me say this
it
then. You can finesse the system if you saying it that way. And the reason why I say this, let's just say the MRI says something, shows something in there. But I got an issue going on with my knee. Let's just say I got some pain. I can get a shot in the knee and pass the damn fist.
Right.
right.
And
But
a lot
he
of people
didn't
do
need a
that.
hot shot for that. Like that cortisone shot. He didn't need that for that. Like his come when he played for duration on his knee. Like not short term. So if he wake up right now and you say, "Hey man, I'm about to give you this physical," he's good. But when it comes past that, it's like, oh snap, like yeah, like that's when everything gets dicey.
Yeah, I understand it. But yeah, but he didn't have a knee problem. I don't know. I ain't know nothing about him having no knee problem in LA though.
Yeah, Magic had talked to him that's why he was one of the main ones that didn't complain when it came to the trade.
Right,
When it originally came to the trade,
right.
he did not say nothing, and that's honestly why.
So
Nah,
did he have a knee problem before he had the what the ankle problem or the foot problem? Because I know
it
it was the
it,
foot
it,
problem
it,
that
it,
got him
it,
out the
it
first
was
time.
in conjunction with,
Okay,
but the ankle was it is something that you always heal from. As far as knee, yes,
right.
he knew he would not heal from that. He knew that,
I didn't
I'm
know.
wondering if that was how. I'm
and
just trying to figure out how his knee got like that, man. Just
nah,
overworking himself or what?
I mean, wear and tear and overwork. Yeah, like he, like and that's why I honestly say, and me and Uncle had this conversation off of the live, where I enjoy Lavar as a parent, I do, but I just have some reservation when it came to overworking the boys, um and we all could say our different opinions about it, but I just personally feel he overworked them to a point to where that their body never had a chance to heal. Which I can say the same for myself. I was a football, basketball, wrestling, soccer, and cross country track runner. So I never had an off season.
Hey,
When
hey,
when
hey.
when everything hit me, it hit me during my senior year. I went up for I technically went up for a layup, but I thought I could have dunked it over this one guy,
Mhm.
and literally my ACL popped. When my ACL popped, I was like, oh damn, and I landed from in the air to like a crouch position,
Yeah,
slid from where I fell all the way to the door because the door wasn't that far from the back of
yeah.
the goal,
Felt like
and
somebody hit you with a
and I
crowbar.
yeah, like I
Yeah.
hit it, like I heard, and the thing about it is, I was supposed to be going to Texas A&M, and the coach at that time told me, and that's the one thing I do give that coach. He said, "Man, look, I want you to make your scholarship academic and athlete." And I was like, nah, coach, I'm good. I can make it as an athlete. I know I can make it on your field. I mean, even if I had to do it as a walk on. Now, mind you, I'm 195 pure muscle at that point. So I just knew I had it in me to be a nice running back for him. But when my knee popped and that man came and seen me standing next to my hospital bed, he said, "Didn't I tell you make it academic and athlete? Like, like you will still have a scholarship right now." And that's what made me push to the military. But that's neither here nor there. When it comes to Lonzo, if anybody that was honest with him, it was Magic, and that's why if you notice, he doesn't have respect for Palinka, but he still have respect for Magic. Have you honestly noticed that about him?
About who? About Lonzo have
So
respect for
so
Magic.
yeah, Zoe having respect for Magic,
Yeah,
but
because
can't stand Palinka.
well, the reason why because Magic speak highly of him. Magic continue to speak highly of him. Palinka really is Palinka is Palinka. But
Right.
I'm not even lost on that. You had lost me on when you had said this. Let me go right back to it. You were saying this about Zoe about damn, what was it again, man? Zoe oh yeah, the Tino Hill thing. You about Levar pushing Zoe and them into the ground and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Running them into the ground. I guess that's what you was really associating.
No, I'm not saying running them to the ground. I'm saying overwork, not giving them a chance to recover. Is basically what I'm getting at. I'm not saying running them into the ground because he did what he was supposed to do on the training aspect. But once it come to recovery, like I'll say this prime example. You honestly want to know how I learned about really the importance of heat and cold treatment? You want to know how I found out about it? I found out about it honestly from a sprained ankle, but
Okay,
I found out about it from the hospital. I
right,
did not find out from my trainer, from my coaches, like in the football, like for my high school, we didn't even have a cold tub, so we couldn't even do ice treatment at the school.
right.
So like I've never seen and I didn't want and look and refresh my mind and look at all of the stuff Lavar had them going through. I ain't never seen them doing ice and heat recovery. Never. Like
Uh,
never.
let me go in real fast. Let me get catch on to what you said. Because now you have to remember during the times when Melo was coming in, Melo had already came through high school. He wasn't even through high school and everything when LeVar was sitting up there doing running down.
No, but I'm talking about
Okay,
all three. I'm talking
okay.
about all
Well,
three.
did I
I've
stop?
never
I'm really
seen them with the
that's what
recovery.
I had wanted to do start from the beginning because, like I said, they career really didn't just start in high school. Except for Lonzo did. Like flight thing showed that Lonzo knew he was going to the pros when he was a junior in high school, which was understandable. But I wouldn't look at their work ethic as far as them running them hills and all this other stuff and the swelling and all this other stuff to have any effect as far as the health wise of their health condition right now today. I don't look at that'll be having no favor against anything, even with Jello, Mello, or Lonzo. I don't see that.
Yeah, I mean it's just recovery, but I don't. But see,
You
and
know,
that's why. But that.
I'm gonna tell you, because you like. Let me say this. I'm gonna call you. Oh, look, Gemini, listen to me, Gemini. I want you to understand this. Just listen to me. When I talk to you, when I talk with you, especially about the Ball family and stuff like that, it seems like I'm
Mm,
talking to that Allen guy because
who-
you give me all his selling points about them, about what you don't like about them, but you give me all his selling points. So it seems like that's what I'm
I don't
talking.
know who the Allen guy is.
The one that fucked up their whole excuse my language, the one that messed up their whole program, that allowed that LeVar allowed to mess up their whole program.
oh,
That
you
out.
talking about the business partner that stole
So
the
called
money?
no, yeah, so called business partner. You want to call it business partner, friend? LeVar called him a friend of the family and all this other stuff. He
Well,
really
well,
had him messed up.
well, on paper, he technically on paper
Come on,
he was down as the
business
business
partner,
partner.
right.
Okay,
He
so
it
if
wasn't
that's who
he
you
wasn't
talking
running nothing
about,
no 50. A business partner is a person that sit up there that's got 50% of this and the 50% of that. Percentage wise, he really wasn't a business partner, but it was a lot of things that was invested into him as such as called a business partner. But
he
he
killed
didn't have
Lavar
the
on the
money
paperwork.
investment up to be the business partner. He was the brains of let's say he was the brains of the operation.
Right, right, but
Right.
but where he killed Lavar on, he killed him on the paperwork.
Yeah.
If Lavar really would have paid attention to the paperwork,
Right.
like
He was a crook. I think the guy was a crook. His
he would
record was crook.
honestly
Right. He had a
he
record.
would have honestly been
Right. He's a crook.
he could have hit the dude back in the pocket for everything that he stole,
Well,
but
right.
but but
Well, he really
but
shouldn't have
be,
messed with him in the first place. You stay away from a devil like that. Really, that's a devil with with a forked tongue. But then that what my point was mentioning him was the fact that it seems like when I do talk with you and about this ball subject about that, which you try to stay away from, but you always use his selling points, the selling points of a crook. What
mm,
I mean by using his selling points, he came back and said the same thing. LeVar Ball was wrong for running Alonzo and them into the ground because that's why they got all these injuries.
but
Because
no,
but that's what
but
he
that's
does.
not what I'm saying. Oh, no,
Okay,
that's
I
not
know.
what I'm
Wait,
saying.
first, okay, no, I didn't. You didn't say that. I just said those are the selling points that he used. It seemed
But
like you trying to use that same.
no,
That's
no,
what
no.
you're
I'm
doing.
not trying.
Okay,
What I literally said is that he did not do recovery with them. I can train like okay. Prime example. I did 16 years in the military before I got injured in Iraq. I ran every freaking day. When I could not run, I still had to do jumping jacks. When I could not run, I still had to do push-ups and sit-ups. Then the for the two times only in 16 years that I tweaked my wrist, I still was out there doing one-handed push-ups. I still was out there running. So you still can train, but you have to know how to recover. If and that is the main thing that I honestly give LBJ is because he does that ice hyperbolic chamber. Like that helps him extremely when it comes to ice recovery. When he does heat recovery, he does the sauna. Most of us do not know the importance of heat and cold recovery.
That was my question I wanted to ask you.
When I really found out how to go into a sauna and literally be in there for like a good 20 minutes and honestly relax, but that helps with my joint and my muscles, bruh. That changed my life, and I found out about that in my junior year. And the only reason why I found out about that, I caught a stinger. I caught a
Well,
stinger in a football game, and it was
well,
it was the white the nurse who actually asked me what do I do as far as recovery, and I was like, I just hop in my tub, like that's my recovery, as any average person would do. They either hop in the shower or they hop in the tub, and that's all we know about that. But when it comes to actually giving me an actual system on how to run and how to do my recovery, if that nurse wouldn't have pulled my coattail, my body probably would be all jacked up because I just like I said, I ran football, basketball, ran cross country track, ran soccer, and I did wrestling, and that's everything that I did. I had no freaking off season. So
yeah.
you're talking about what I bring up about Lavar. I'm bringing up recovery only. I'm not bringing up everything else because I feel he was a phenomenal trainer as far as them. So I do not dispute anything he did as far as training. I'm talking about recovery, and that don't necessarily come from the same trainer, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense.
So when you saying if you are you saying let's just say in knee part if you doing leg workouts and whatnot, you
Uh
saying
huh.
after your leg outs regardless, you need to do recovery, or are you saying if you do a little bit?
Yes. Leg, and like when you do anything leg, now I'm talking about as far as powerlifting or high reps. Yes, you should do a recovery. If even when it comes to your upper body, extremely like with your shoulders, your and your wrists, you should do a treatment as for either and it depends on if you're doing hot or cold that day, because some days you could do hot temporarily or some days you could do cold. If you do a sauna, what most people do, they hit the sauna like for a good 20 minutes, but then after that they take a medium to a cool shower, and that actually operates as the cold treatment within the same system, and that's normally what you're supposed to do. Most parents do not know that, so I don't blame him for not knowing. I just know I never seen it on any of the video I ever seen with him. I never seen them ask them about the sauna. I never seen them ask them about the cold tubs, because normally after that they would they would take a shower, get dressed, and they would leave and go do a family activity. You did not see them literally like concentrating on treatment. And now that's the only point I have against him. As far as the Allen dude, I could really give a flying F about him because I feel he didn't even bring up the cold treatment and everything. He was this money hungry and ready to grab every dollar that and every crumb that was around him. So that- I don't have his same talking points. His points, because if he would have had it his way, which I felt Lamar should have really did a partnership with a black owned company at that time. And I felt he should have did it that way, even though he did it his own way, and still we're doing it his own way. It is what it is. I just felt he should have meshed with somebody that was kind of already out there before he took it and ran with it, which I think would have made them more money, would have been more longevity, and it would have kept down a lot of customer complaints. As far as the t-shirt side, he was good, but as far as when it comes to the shoe side, I really think he should have like linked up with somebody that was already out there.
Right.
So it would have cut him. It would have cut down the overhead, cut down the shipping. Like literally, what they could have, everybody could have built together, and nobody would have been cheated, and that's my overall aspect on that. But I'm only talking about recovery. Recovery, hell, but my track coach never even talked about recovery, and my track coach was also my running back coach on the football team. So the only thing he cared about was me being out there, and I dig that. I get that. So if that kind of makes sense, I don't know the other dude. That's why I could never speak up on him. I just know if the only reason why Zoe couldn't go after him about the money is because the way the dude did the contract. If that contract would have just been a little different, like Zoe and Lavar could have went after that guy for so much. So I mean, I don't get what Uncle was trying to say. I'm sounding like that dude.
No, I was,
That
what I was saying. The selling points that you were using against Lonzo, not only just against Lonzo, but against the Ball family too. Because, like you said, you really don't like speaking on them just to a certain extent. I wouldn't call them personal reasons to a certain extent. It's just your opinion of them. I wouldn't call it something they did to you personally. Just your opinion of it and how you see them. And then with the same selling points that you use for a reason why you do it is Alan's Foster there. That's his name, Alan Foster. That's his same opinion. It's like I seem like when I'm listening to you talk, not negative about them, but about how you feel about them, which is negative or positive, seem like I'm listening to Alan Foster.
no,
Whether you
I
agree
mean
or not, whether you
it
agree or not.
I love Zoe as an individual. I don't like I like what he did as far as community service. I like the energy that and chemistry he brings to a team. It's like I knew why the trade was happening in with the Lakers because they even talked about it on Laker Nation. With the white commentator, they literally talked about it. So like at first I didn't know he met with Magic until that guy brought it up, and Magic was the one that actually told Zoe that he was about to get traded, and they sat down. They had a meeting. Even when it came to here in New Orleans. Now, New Orleans told him they wasn't gonna pay him because they knew he was gonna need a lot of downtime, and that was what they literally said, and that was talked about on at least four different radio stations here in the New Orleans area. Like I knew he had a problem with his knee. I didn't know the full extent to it, but I do know exactly when he did the MRI at Auctioner because Auctioner let it be known that like literally he was coming there like they were celebrating that he was coming there for a MRI. So that's the only reason why we honestly know about it. Other than for that, hell, we would never know as an average individual if a player is going to get a MRI. So I mean, like we. So I'm kind of confused because what you're trying to put me in the midst of it like this was public like knowledge here and with the Lakers. Like when they sent them for the MRI, that that was public knowledge. When we sent for MRI here, we actually sent them for two MRIs. We sent them to the one at Oxnard Hospital, and we sent them to the one at Tulane University, which Tulane University is known here for doctors. So they like medical doctors. So literally, they sent them there to have a second opinion. And with Tulane, which the HBCU Xavier University, who was actually well known for doctors, was a part of that with Tulane. So they literally discussed his knee in and out. So that's how I knew what was going on with his
And that
brother.
was it, right? Like you said before, that was in New Orleans. That wasn't in L.A.
I'm,
That was in
but
New Orleans.
but
So
the
you
first
said you're
MRI
right.
started
And you
in
said
L.A.
your reasoning is you said the actual accident or the situation actually happened when he was with the Lakers, not when he was with
Yes.
right. And then Unstoppable came back and asked you, well, would that have been on the report when they traded him over there to
No, because as long as he can pass a physical, they do not have to give you every shred of a um medical history.
okay,
That and with them and that is NBA wide.
right,
Like they do not have to give you every shred of a medical.
right.
It's
And,
as long
wait,
as
wait, wait, wait,
that
and
person
that
can
and
pass
that
a
wait,
physical.
and that I'm caught up to that part that we didn't caught up to that part. We still ain't got to the part where you said they were insinuated that it was all LeVar Ball's fault. Now that's the whole point. That's what started the whole can of worms in the first
Well,
place. I
I
still
just say
don't
he
get
didn't do
that part.
recovery with them. I
Okay.
said he did not do recovery with them,
Yeah.
which he did not do.
Yeah.
He did not hop on recovery like he hopped on training. He
All right.
did not.
All right.
So
Yeah.
so I feel so
You see,
and if
you
you're
feel
gonna
that's how you feel. That's how you
if you're
feel.
gonna say it that way,
Right.
I'll say this. If he would have implemented recovery, not recovery as far as time off. I'm
Right.
saying recovery as far as treatment. I think we would not have the issues that we have with them now.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would agree. I just it just so happened to just where it is. Like Unstoppable had mentioned, like you know what I'm saying. What's his name? Derrick Rose went through the same situation. He had to go through the same surgery and everything else, and that didn't always work out to the best. It worked. Hopefully it'll work.
Derrick
Hopefully
Rose wasn't
Alonzo worked
injured
as
prior.
good as what Derrick Rose
He
came back to be.
Derrick Rose literally was overworking like once he literally got to the NBA and got hit with 82 games,
Right.
that's when Derrick Rose started overworking his situation. As far as LeVar, it like Derrick Rose wasn't doing that many ARUs and other tournaments. Like he wasn't doing all that. Like he like you have to really follow these players to really know that Derrick Rose did do other competitions, but he didn't play like as much as is and the only reason why we know the Ball family played so much is because they put it out there that they played so much. But Rose didn't play like that because during his time of coming up, yes, you had a few IUs out there, but
AAU.
I'm sorry, AAUs out there, but it wasn't as many as when like Zoe and Jello came out. Like it that's when it automatically blew up. So there wasn't that many tournaments out there.
I,
Like
I wouldn't agree
it
with that.
started being
I
more
wouldn't agree.
tournaments
I wouldn't agree
after
with that.
Rose.
I would agree with that because of the fact that I know Melo, Jello, and Lonzo wasn't playing no lot of AAU tournaments because of the fact that LeVar always kept a club close. So he always had them playing up under them. And there wasn't a whole bunch of them that they played in. They didn't play a whole lot of them. I would say Derrick Rose played in a hell of a more lot of AAU tournaments or did games like that did Melo, Jello, and Lonzo because then LeVar was always there. And he just had his own one little summer camp thing. They wasn't all over the world doing this type of stuff, doing all that kind of training and
Not
travel.
all over the world. They was playing in different tournaments within their area.
Yeah,
They
okay. Yeah,
was.
yeah, I know it.
And
I
then
remember.
LeVar had his own team.
I remember. Not cutting you off, though, Jimmy. That's what I'm just saying. I remember when LeVar came on and said that he used to take his boys and go play them over here and to go play his boys over there. But I wouldn't call that no goddamn AAU.
It, 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 AAU or another tournament. It still was. It's still that they was playing.
That was LeVar
You're
taking his
still
boys
looking
to go
over
over
that
there
they
play
was
against.
playing
That
though.
was LeVar. That was LeVar taking his boys over there to
Wait,
go play
wait,
against
wait. Take
Strong.
the energy out of it, bruh. That's still playing. So that's still playing time that they're playing,
You just
and you're
sit up
not
there and state
concentrating
you
on
state you
recovery.
stated just a second ago, for just a couple of seconds ago, that the Lonzo, Jello, and Melo was playing all kind of AAU games, not all over
I
the
say
world,
more
but we had
tournaments than Derrick
the
Rose.
Derrick
Don't
Rose
lie
was.
on me.
The
I say
same,
more
the same,
tournaments than Derrick
the
Rose.
same Derrick Rose that came up out of Chicago. The
Yeah, they
same
was
Derrick Rose, the same
Derrick
Derrick Rose,
Rose didn't
the
play in
same
that
Derrick.
many
Whoa,
tournaments
just for a second.
compared to the Ball
Let me make
family.
sure that we talk about the same Derrick Rose. Same Derrick Rose,
That's
McDonald's
the
All
only
American.
freaking Derrick Rose.
Same
What are
Derrick
you
Rose
talking
was
about,
McDonald All
man?
American. Same Derrick Rose was McDonald All American.
And Dan Rose,
Yeah,
Okay, that's the same
Dan
Derrick Rose.
Rose,
Okay.
Dan Rose, he was good, but shit, I think Thibodeau at the time, and he was over at the Bulls. They just ran him to the ground because they
he
had no.
didn't play in that many tournaments. He even said it because Derrick Rose himself is an introvert. He's an introvert. He said it himself. That's why he deal with people but don't like to deal with people, and that's why he didn't play in a lot of tournaments. He
Okay.
said that.
All right.
So what are
But
you talking about?
I
But
was
you
mad.
putting
I
emotion
was
in it,
mad.
but you don't even
No.
track these
Well,
players, bro.
listen. Whoa, listen to me. I know Derek. Well, listen to me. Understand this way, my fans, because really, I don't know because you're gonna catch off with what you're not knowing what you're saying. I know Derek Rose played for Simeon. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? But I could be wrong. Now, am I right or wrong? Was it Simeon?
He didn't play in a lot of the tournaments. I'm
Okay, well
I'm
let's
still on that
let's just put
topic
it like this. I knew he
before
was.
you switch the
I knew he
topic.
was a 5-star All-American. God dang it! I knew he didn't play all those be no 5-star All-American just hanging around Simeon on the south side of no goddamn Chicago. So I knew god dang well he played a whole lot of tournaments somewhere else, and I knew there was AAU. So you can't tell me no
That
different.
man didn't play in
Okay,
as
that's your
many
opinion.
tournaments, bro.
That's your
He
opinion.
did.
I'll leave that alone. I ain't gonna argue with you about what another man did. I could just assume because I grew up in
I
Chicago.
mean, track his history.
Okay, see,
You
I
can
did.
actually
I
Google it.
seen him when he came up. I grew up in Chicago.
Hey, hey, I follow Derrick Rose. I can tell you all that, man.
All
So
right, bet. I knew he played. We all know he played all over the AAU.
I said he played in tournaments, but not as many as the Ball
yeah,
family did.
yeah,
I said that.
he both played in a lot of tournaments, but he played. Yeah, I can admit this for him that he played in a lot of
Lavar
tournaments
not
like
wait,
Paul
wait,
Pierce
wait.
did. I
Not
can admit
only did they play in different tournaments, Lavar even had them on his own team, and that's why I say and even and
That was all they did. That's
I
all they
don't give
played
a
in.
damn if you mad at me about pointing out that he didn't help them with recovery and didn't point out recovery to them because that is point blank period the fucking truth.
No, no, that's
So
your
if you're
opinion.
mad about that, be mad
That's
about
your
that.
opinion. That's your opinion. Wait, first of
What you
all, you
mean
say
my
your
freaking
opinion.
opinion? He
You
didn't
ain't
do
stating
that
no
with them.
truth. You ain't stating no
What you
truth.
mean? He did not do that with them. He did not focus on recovery with them.
Bruh. Listen to me. That's neither
Don't
here
say
nor
no
there.
bruh
That's
right
neither
now.
here nor
He
there.
didn't point that out with them.
Listen to me. First of all, listen to me. You can't even go there because listen to me. My point was before when you went there with that garbage right there, which changed the whole subject. Melo came up out of high school already ready for the pros. He did that on talent alone, not
What the frick
physical.
they got to
Well,
do
listen
with
to me.
recovery?
What you want to do is talk. You want to say one
No,
thing,
what that
make
has
your
to do with
point, make it
recovery?
sound like
You're
it
deflecting
ain't got.
right now.
Listen to it.
Don't
His
deflect.
ability.
Stay on topic.
Lonzo came out his sophomore year after his sophomore year in college and came into the pros. He didn't have to stay in high school all the time to
And
get
what did that have
no.
to do with
Listen to me.
recovery?
He didn't
Once
have to
again,
stay in high school all the time to
what
go
does that
through
have
all
to
that
do with
torture.
recovery?
Go through all that torture his father did. That was
What does that
fast.
have to do with recovery,
That was
sir?
fast.
I'm
They
asking you
they
again.
they
What does that
career
have to do with
they
recovery,
career
sir?
they career was real quick. It wasn't no
What does
bunch of
that have to do with
AAUs.
recovery, sir?
It wasn't no bunch of listen. It wasn't no bunch of AAUs running
You're
down no
saying, look,
mountain
listen, what does that have to do
in
with
Chino
recovery,
Hills.
sir?
You understand?
I'm
They was
asking you that
prepared.
once again. What does that have to do with recovery,
They was
sir?
popping. The recovery wasn't a problem. It never was a
Oh
problem
my
until
God.
Lonzo came up with his what's the name hurt, and that's an injury. So that never did
Okay,
happen.
okay,
That right
okay.
there, what you spoke that right there, you
So
said it
basically,
earlier.
what you're
You
saying
said
right
it
now,
earlier
you
when
can
he
keep
went
drilling
when he
your
went
body
when
down
he went to
without proper recovery,
see, you
and
know, let me
then
tell you
once you
something.
get hurt, then you're gonna cry about
You
the
offended
injury.
because I
Don't cry
question.
about the
My
injury
point is this: you
if you
offended
never
by
brought up
me
recovery.
questioning what you said about what you think about him. But see, you upset because I'm questioning you. You're upset
No, I'm not. I'm not upset.
because you're
I'm
not
mad that you're
talking facts.
deflecting.
No,
No, I'm mad that you're
you're not
deflecting.
talking facts
How am I not talking facts?
because you
He
giving
did
your
not focus
opinion.
on recovery with them.
Yeah, okay, then. All right, he got a
Recovery.
doctor. He ain't LeVar ain't no
He
goddamn
focused on
doctor.
training with them. He
Okay,
did
that
focus
okay.
on
You
trading.
question
He
his
did not
training,
focus on
so that's
recovery
what
with
it
them.
is. You
And that's what I'm literally
training
saying.
abilities, right? Not his business.
I said recovery. Recovery is
Right,
different than training.
right, and business too. You just not
I don't
questioning.
give a fuck about what he did with business,
Okay,
and I
right.
said
We
that
went to that
earlier.
point already. Right. So you just don't like the way he trained. He dealt with the. Oh, that's right. Oh, hot pack. He put a hot pack on the swelling. That's what he did. That's what you don't like. Am I right or
No,
wrong?
I said he did not concentrate on
Yeah. He put a
recovery.
hot pack on the swelling. The boy got a swelling. He gonna get
I
a hot pack
said,
and put it
and
on
I
there.
will say it for the
Okay.
50th
Yeah. Right.
time, that he did not concentrate on recovery, and that's the only point I had with him. As far as overall, I do not mind that he was a trainer. I do not mind that he was bringing them all over. I do not mind him. I love him as a father. So I mean, what you want me to be, a go along to get along motherfucker? I would never be, and I don't give a fuck how mad you get about it, on. And I respect you to the fullest, but don't disrespect me about what I said out my mouth verbally, and I'm willing to stand on as a man. So if you want to misquote me, misput words in my mouth, that's where I disagree with you, sir. And I don't do it to you, so don't flicking do it to me. Do I make myself clear? Because as far as that business partner with LeVar, I don't care about. That man cheated Zoe out of money. He didn't even cheat LeVar out of money. He cheated Zoe out of money. So if you're not helping up for Zoe getting his money back, what you talking about? Oh, I guess you got nothing to say about that part. I hate when y'all double talk and try to put double words in and deflect. Stay on topic. I talked about recovery because they not gonna be they're not the first players having a problem with recovery, and they're not gonna be the last, dog. You making it sound like they're the only players that went through this. They're not the only players to ever go through this within inside of the NBA, and they damn sure won't be the last. So I don't even get what you're trying to point out at this point. But if you just want me to honestly be a go along to get along person, I would never be that, doc. I would never be that. Not at all.
It's just
Huh?
Yeah.
excuse me.
What you say, Pam? God bless you.
No, appreciate it. I'm just saying it's just unfortunate that he dealing with this damn knee injury, man, and this is a big one that he very well may not be back. You know what I'm saying? Because he gonna be one of them players we gonna be speaking of. What if? You know?
Right, but I mean, trust me. No, notice what I said. I hate that this happened to him.
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I, I, I I never said like, oh man, I'm happy that this happened to him because it points out blah blah blah. I never stated that. I stated I hate that this happened to him.
Yeah.
If anybody that honestly want all the brothers to win, like prime example, I want the Giannis and the Kupo brothers to honestly all make it to the NBA. I want the Ball brothers to make it to the NBA. Hell, I even want LeBron to have a chance to play with Bronny or Bryce within the NBA. I mean, I want us to win, but trying to make it sound like I don't want us to win, nah, bro. I don't care who you are. I never sounded like that. I never sounded like that, and I never will. I mean, the only reason why I know what's really going on with him, I got family and friends that work at Oxnard Hospital, bro. And when they go asking their coworkers what's going on, they gonna tell it amongst themselves, thinking it's not gonna get out. You dig what I'm saying? And it got out to me, but I didn't make it public. I was just like, damn, man, I'm sorry that happened to him.
Yeah.
And then to find out like how much like his heart cartilage was rubbing away. I didn't want to hear that about somebody I wanted to help bring more money here to New Orleans. Even though I'm a Lakers fan, I mean I wanted that money. I mean if we could have had more playoff team years here with him, you know how much income that would have brought to the city, to
So
downtown and everything else. Why wouldn't I want that to make my city pop?
so so this the question I have to ask. If they caught
Huh?
that early, that it was rubbing away, it was nothing that could have been done to stop that.
Yes, and that was the main reason why he actually when he was in LA, that was the main reason why he got that second opinion from UCLA. That was the main reason why he had that second opinion. But
So
but they did tell him it should take time, but they did tell him about a knee brace, and he was the one like I don't want a knee brace.
oh, damn.
Because he wasn't the only one. D Rose was told about a knee brace. And D Rose was another one that literally told the doctor, he no, I don't want to play with a knee brace. Dwayne Wade is another one. Was also told about a knee brace. What he tell the doctor? I don't want to play with a knee brace.
I don't know, man. I think that's kind of foolish. If somebody's saying, "Yo, if you play this way, it'll prevent." That means you play with this, it'll prevent it, and them not do it. And then you looking at, well, why am I hurt? You
Emotional,
know?
man. I thought motherfuckers are having fun. Shit.
Hold on, what you say? I'm not. I can't make out what you're saying.
No, man, I just said
Too funny. You gonna have to unplug your headset or whatever you use and
Yeah,
plug it back in.
unplug that headset. Make sure it's all the way in there.
everybody same time.
Go near a window or something, because it's like we're hearing you 2x5, dog. Not even 3x5. Like we know you're there, but we can't make out what you're saying, pimp. And I'm not trying to be like disrespectful with it. I just really can't even make out what you're saying, and I'm wearing a blue parrot, and I really can't understand what you're saying. Try it again. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I said, there's so much emotion on here tonight, man. That's all I have to say.
Huh?
I said so much emotion out here tonight, man. Talking about some of these players. So much
No, but see, but now you see why I don't touch the ball family shit, dog. Now you see why I don't touch the ball family shit. Cause as soon as I don't know some go along to get along,
I'm the
look,
one.
look, look at what I get. look, look, but look at what I get as soon as I don't do the go along to get along situation, bro. That's why I don't touch the ball family stuff, dog. You cannot have a differences of opinion when it comes to that family, and that's why I stay away from it, dog.
Oh, man. Hey, I follow the ball forever too, man. Yeah, like I said, bro. Like, my opinion about it, it be something fact. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything about the ball family. If they doing, like I said, certain things they put out there, they're going to let it be known if they put it out there. But anything I'm not sure about, or I don't think nobody else that know about the ball fire shouldn't over exaggerate or be realistic about what they're talking about. That's goes
But
playing also, not just the Ball family in general. I mean, as I've been following the Ball family since shit 2015. You know,
okay, but what? Well, let me ask you this question.
but I know what you're saying though. Let's get the facts straight about certain things, not over exaggerating and say something is true and it's not true or things of that nature. I know what you're saying.
Oh, okay, but hold on. Let me ask you this question. How many times have I clearly stated I love this man the way he was a father to his kids? How many times have you heard me honestly say that about Lamar?
Oh, you said that numerous times.
I always open up and I say that, right?
Right. Like the Ball family.
Okay, but
I
because I don't agree with 100% of what he did, I'm wrong.
No, I don't give it a whole lot of things that the volleyball did. I mean, but only thing I can say is that he's been he's been a good father to his kids. You know what I'm saying? Too many people can't say that. And they brought up the wild ball because this man sticks up for his family man. He's not what I'm saying, his kids ain't come from no broken homes. So, they don't like
Bruh,
they don't want to show him
but
like that in the media.
okay, but here, but here's the thing though. Unlike a lot of people, I've honestly been around entertainment for over 22 years. I know what's entertainment. E- 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 Even when it comes to me dealing with contracts for entertainment parties,
Right.
events, whatever, I've have experienced that for 22 years, doc, with all this everything. So I know the showmanship part of what LeVar was doing. I don't look over that. I just say as far as me, that's a little extra because I would, me personally, I don't do that with like my little cousin. I got her a I was able to help her attain a scholarship and everything else. But you don't see me with the extra when it comes to her. I preach recovery, mental and when it came to body wise. Like I showed her what's good, what's hood when it comes to that. But I'm one of few that actually showed and passed on knowledge what I got from medical, like what I needed to heal from my ankle sprain. To they honestly showed me exercises if I did them just with lying around the house that my ankle shouldn't go weak on me or I should have a lot of strength and boost within my joints and everything. So I mean I'm one of few that pass on knowledge. A lot of us hell don't do it, and it's not saying anything negative about us. It either may slip our mind or we don't think it's the same it may not be the same math equation within it. So we may think, just say somebody run a lot of stairs, so oh, that's why your ankle gave out on you because you know
But that's totally untrue.
you like to run on the stairs.
You know what, me and you were here talking. I was a I was an ultimate. I have to be. I was a swimmer, the track runner, basketball. Okay. Now, on the stairs, I know I know exactly for a fact that people ain't gonna give up. And that's a bunch of BS. Whoever said that ain't never been an ultimate athlete. I mean, on the stairs,
Right,
on the
but a
stairs,
lot of our coaches didn't preach recovery. They didn't. You want to know the only thing they preach? Say, bro, um, we got practice tomorrow and we're gonna go over blah 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 blah. That's what the freak they preach. They didn't preach no freaking recovery.
And we still recovery. Some coaches did recover. That's very few that did. But what I'm saying, I have enjoyed before, but that's going when I was in a basketball tournament. For, but it took me 3 months for it to get back right. The recovery time and all that stuff. Told me what to do. I followed what they told me.
Right, but most coaches within the high school and trainers would like I'm talking about the like I'm only gonna go basketball right now. I'm saying like your shooting coach, which is also your trainer, which is what LeVar was doing. I mean, he just wasn't preaching recovery. That's not saying nothing bad. I mean, we all in that had that one coach that didn't preach something. He either didn't preach defense or he preached offense and only. I mean, we all had that. So why is it so special or world ending for you to point out that this man didn't point that out
But
to his kids? I mean, I don't get that, bro. I don't. I just honestly don't. I love him as a dad. I even like how when him and Zoe was up there and Zoe said, "Yeah, I know I gotta back up everything that he said." But it does get wild sometimes. Oh, now everybody should be mad at Zoe because Zoe said, "Yeah, I know that that's my dad and I'm kind of used to it now." I mean, so everybody should be mad at freaking Zoe. Come on, bruh. I mean, I dig it. I'm just discombobulated, bro. I love it.
yeah, it is what it is, man. Some of these players, you right. Some of these players was talking about this offense, defense. Like I said, everybody is different. See, when I was coming up, ain't nobody had to tell. Like I said, you was an individual player. Like somebody like me didn't have to tell nobody play defense. See, I grew up about your mind. What I'm saying? I believe they're playing sometimes for the money. What I'm saying? So, yeah, that's just how offense a game, but put it into defense too. That's what compared to what they do now.
Oh, okay, but I'm even one of those who had to leave a practice to go to another practice. I mean, I was one of those type players. So I mean, I don't get it because prime example, when Vern was coming up, they still didn't teach recovery, and it should have began
I think they
when
had the
Vern was
technology.
coming up.
When Uncle Vernon was coming up, they had the technology like that back then. If he was coming up in the came up in the mid '90s, early 2000s, yeah, that's how it come up. All the technology was out there. You know,
Yeah, but I mean overall, like the only reason why we know recovery in football, you want to know the only reason why? Is because a lot of us needed that damn cold bath after that hot ass practice. That's the only reason why we know about an ice bath. Other than for that, the only thing we know is a damn funky ass cold shower, and that's it.
I
Take take a cold shower, and we don't be in there long. And for a lot of us at our high schools, that's all we had was cold water. So you didn't even have to preach it. It was like, man, hop in the shower for a sec. And we all know that the showers at the high school used to be cold as hell. It used to take a long time to get hot. Then by the time they get hot, the majority of us then already went through the shower. Am I lying? Am I lying?
know I've been through it in high school. The showers don't always be hot. No, some of it should be cold, and you just gonna have to take it back and just jump in there real quick. That's real.
Okay, so how is it? I I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. I've never been a kiss ass person. I will never be a kiss ass person. And I mean I'm gonna call a spade a spade. If I like what somebody doing, I'm gonna give them their flowers. If I don't like what they doing, I'm gonna stand back and I'm just gonna be like, I don't see why they doing it that way.
And I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I said, and I told Dex, like, man, I heard a lot of crazy takes tonight, man. I listened to some of them, and yes, like I said, I agree with you, and I believe, man, some be so confident, you know what I'm saying? It's a
I
delusional
mean, but
person.
hell, I'm one.
It's a delusional people
But
thinking right
but
now.
but
I
hold
really
up for a
believe that
sec.
it's done.
I'm one of the ones who actually want him to start his own league like he was talking about doing. I've been wanting that to happen because it's a different outlet for players. So I mean, I'm wrong for hyping them up on the positive stuff, and I guess I'm dead wrong for when I hold him accountable like I hold everybody else accountable. Come on, man.
Oh man, I don't man. Like I said, I don't mind if he they get busy, man. I mean, I think that's a good outlet for different players to get a chance to, you know, what I'm saying, get the game up if they, or just work on the skills, maybe, or just get something to do. I don't, either way it goes, it's good.
Unstoppable. What's your thoughts on it? I'm sorry, bro. I,
Right is right, wrong is wrong. Right is right, wrong is wrong, man.
I
You
mean,
gotta.
bro, I love this man, and if y'all want to know why I have so much emotion in it, I'm that same little dude that lost my dad to a heart attack at 10 years old. Cause my
Mm.
dad was older than my mom, but that's neither here nor there. But I lost my father at 10 years old, bro. So I never had that father figure. So do I enjoy and love what I see with this man as a father? You goddamn right I do. But it's
Hey,
some of
mom.
the extra stuff because I'm a hood baby. Like so it's some extra stuff I just don't agree with. Unstoppable. That's all.
Hey, I would say, hey, like you said, you didn't see it. Maybe he ain't know about it because I didn't know. I didn't. You just put me on game about this because of this stuff. So
Do your research on it, man.
If you go back and watch their videos, Doc, the different episodes and whatnot, even when they had the family show, they did not show no recovery at all, my dude. And that was what I was always commenting on when it came to the actual show. I was like, I never seen them do ice and cold and hot treatments. I never really seen them do that. I never seen like it was like and that's during the time normally us as players for when we do recovery time, that's when we really bond with each other. Like doing them ice baths, like trying to motivate each other to stay in the ice bath. In the sauna, we trying to motivate each other. Like, hey man, I bet y'all can stay in there longer than you at this temperature and whatever. Like I was doing sauna recovery before I even was doing cold recovery. Because sauna recovery help honestly keep the muscle relaxed and bring them down at um a milder time frame, where cold literally help firm them up and keep them like try to keep them strong, like type situation. And see, for people who really don't know recovery, they don't even know like that's why you do hot and cold recovery. And it depends on what you're working on. You may need to do hot recovery before you a hot treatment before you actually go into training, and then after training do a cold recovery because that also help build muscle mass. So my bad, unstoppable. I had cut you off. I just wanted to finish putting that information
good.
out there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I agree with you. There's different types of recovery, man. You know what I'm saying? every day put to rest, man. Like I said, like you, I don't like to lose real fast. Like like I said earlier, somebody said Lord ain't
Well,
gonna
you
make
got
you.
to unplug your mic,
I
to
don't
find you
like I
plug it
said.
back in,
I,
bro. Your mic is messed up, bro.
It you need to go back to those other headphones, dog. That you used the other day. But I know if you disconnect the Bluetooth right now, it'll be hard for
Listen to me, man. I got some other interferences going on. Just trying to multitask, but yeah.
yeah. But I know if you try to disconnect and switch headphones right now, it'll be hard for you to get back in. So that's the only reason why I don't want you to disconnect.
No, you just
But
go to the more. Go to more and then go to settings. And when you go to settings, hit that auto, and it should show you the Bluetooth.
yeah, yeah, and then it should auto correct. It
Right,
should auto correct. But I'm just saying, dog. Like I really do respect that man, and the main reason why I respect him as a dad, bro, I lost mine. So that's something I'll never get back. Like I ain't gonna lie, it's a lot of time I'm more envious of everybody who grew up with a dad, mainly because I lost my dad. Like and so like when I see a strong father there, I'm proud of him, dog. So don't
right.
so don't like make it sound like I'm hating on a good dad, dog. Like please don't, because if anything, you'll make me lose my cool on. I'll be lying on my name, dog. Because I actually love how this man interact with his kids. Now I don't like the other stuff, but we still live, so I won't say it. But if but the next time you able to catch us after hours unstoppable, I'll honestly tell you the only other problem I have with him, and that's only one other
So,
problem, dog, just one. And other than for that, man, I don't have no problems with Lamar, dog, none, like none. And Unc know the other problem. So with him
hey,
trying to say, because I told him before. So when I'm trying to add this other stuff in there, no, I told him the actual problems I have with Lavar, and it's only two, and he know both of them. So for him not to say it and come with this extra stuff, I'm like, nah, bro, hold on. If anybody know, it's only two of y'all. It's Kafani and Uncle Vern, because they're the only ones that stayed, you know, after we got offline to actually find out what was my beef. And it's not nothing big. It's this. Those are the two problems I have with him. Other than for that, I have nothing to say about this man, dog. Nothing. I want,
even go ahead.
huh?
No, I was gonna say even with the when they try to get him flocked about him talking about his son's better than Curry and Mike. I mean, I ain't see too much of a big deal with it because I know the reason why he said that. You know. So, but
Okay.
other than that, he a good father to his boy. You know.
Yeah, but I mean, don't make it sound like I'm hating on them when I actually want them to
No.
win. I'm and the funny thing about it, if I didn't want them to win, I wouldn't kind of be on a Charlotte channel when I am a LeBron James diehard fan.
Uh, I wish
Like
maybe
I
Vern said it wrong or whatnot, but yeah, well, we'll see. And go could have maybe try to
yeah,
go
cause I
back
mean
and say,
I want I want Charlotte to win. I'm bringing up the problems. But I mean that's just like with the Lakers. Like I'll let everybody know right now. The Lakers missing two pieces. Wanna know what the two pieces are? I feel they need four centers So and the reason
You
why I say
said
four
four centers?
centers, yeah, here's the reason why I say four centers, because I'm still adding AD as a center, but so he can go back to his natural position, and we can go back to beating people like like that championship year, to beat people by center by committee.
Yeah, okay, so they could have kept McGee and they could have kept Howard. Or at least brought
Right.
him back.
Well, literally what happened is Rob got rid of all the centers, and he didn't recoup on them. When he did think that he had a good chemistry, Jones got there and said that he didn't want to be a Laker after he signed the contract. So Jones like really like grind my gears. You wait till after you sign the contract to say you didn't want to be a Laker, you mother, like I have a problem with him. Then when it came to Bryant, I feel conditioning was the problem. And when they got on him about conditioning, that kind of took his confidence. But yes, conditioning is a problem with him. Then when it then when it overall came up with the hell I'm trying to say Triple T during the playoffs should have played more minutes, but the Ham messed that up. Ham was a guard happy coach, and now with what we have now, even if he does go guard happy, our guards have wingspan this year rather than last year. They was 6'2", 6'1", and you're going guard happy. So now they're like 6'5" and above to like 6'8". So go guard happy if you want to. Not, I'll feel better.
Did it
But
explain why they ain't re-signed Mo Bamba?
Mobamba, they wanted to switch his contract to a prove me contract, and at the time Mobamba was downstairs working on his game when they came from the second floor and they really told him that. So that was kind of like a spit in his face. So I probably would have left too, Doc. I ain't gonna lie. I'm downstairs working on my game during the off season, not in here with too many other players, and I'm really in here like primarily by myself. I think it was one other player in there with him, and they came downstairs and told him that they was not going to give him 10 mil,
Mm.
but they wanted to like turn it to more like a $5 million contract rather than 10. That would have gave them a chance to bring another piece in. And Obama was like, hell, I mean, I, I, I'm doing 10. So if
But
we're not doing 10, what we talking about?
you can't blame him though because shit, man. I mean, guys got to eat. They got shit. He got family
No,
too.
I don't blame him, but I don't blame him. But honestly, it like I, overall I don't blame him, but his body let him down, and that kind of fucked over us, dude. Like for real. Like we needed him during that time. Like we
What about the
needed him.
Boogie situation here?
Boogie is still injury prone. Yes, he lost a little bit of weight, but I would have to see recent tape on him. I know somebody else bought a Boogie, and I forgot to look up on recent tape on him where he's playing at right now. If an NBA person don't dominate, it's a problem because if that's the case, hell, I would bring back Greg Monroe. Like I would literally bring him back to the NBA, and that's just how I feel. I will bring him back, and especially to the Lakers because we gonna need that big body. I mean, I know Joker's gonna get his points, just like when we play against KD. I know KD gonna get his points, but now we have people to throw at KD. We don't have nobody to throw at a Joker or Embiid at this point. We don't
They
have a good backup to throw
they
at
they
this man.
They probably better off giving a flyer to a C Whiteside, man.
Who?
Whiteside.
I don't. I mean, somebody else brought up Whiteside the other day when I was on that panel, and it's like we said he would be all right, but but with the way Palenka talking about, like he's talking about, he wants somebody that'll start, and I feel he waited too late to try to want that start in person. Like you waited to um after free agency pretty much was done to say, oh, I want to run the Twin Tower system. Well, it's a hell of a time to bring that up, pal. Because you didn't let you even talked about. Now I'm talking about Palenka. He even talked about bringing Nolan Noel to the Lakers, and all of us as Lakers fans was like, why would you do that if you're going to run a Twin Tower situation? Why? Because that's not a Twin Tower situation. Not with Nolan Noel.
Let me ask you something. Who would you rather have on your squad? AD Joel Embiid?
Like you say, should we? You're asking, should we do that trade or should
No,
we?
I'm saying who would you rather have on the team? AD or
Honestly,
Joel?
honestly, I would rather have AD, and I will honestly show you why. When Embiid first came to the NBA, how many years did he sit, Pimp? How many years did he
I
really
think
sat?
two or three.
AD never sat when he came into the league, guy. From day one, he never sat.
Well, I'm talking about now. So, and Joel is playing now, and AD, you know,
I
he's
mean,
wishy
even
washy.
now, he needs to lose about 15 pounds to keep his knees healthy. He doesn't want to lose the weight, and he keep putting on more weight. The doctors told Embiid that about a season or two ago that he needed to lose like 15 pounds. And Embiid like, nah, man, I'm good. Like you don't know what you're talking about, doc.
Yeah, he need to lose a little bit of weight, man. So yeah, because Embiid right now is like too weighty. Just that say if he get down to 265, he'll be fine, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he was told that he had to lose weight to stay healthy and everything. He's choosing not to be healthy, doc, and that's what I mainly be on.
I,
I don't just watch like the Lakers. I actually watch all around the NBA. Embiid will be faster. He could still be dominant. I mean, and he would be able to run the floor a lot better.
I would say this: the Lakers will need Embiid more than they need AD. Why, you might ask? Because you're looking for a center, right? You need a center that can go in there and bang in the paint with Joker, if anything. And that fixes that problem. AD is the center not gonna fix that problem. Because AD ain't gonna be sitting up there banging, with no Joker. He ain't gonna bang with no Joel and B. He ain't gonna bang in there with no damn
No,
Giannis,
no,
man.
that
I mean,
that I
I
do agree with you. He's not a banger, and I do agree with you on that. Here's the point that I'll bring up. And kind of AD defense. AD was made by default because of Palinka to play the five, where Palinka should have restocked on the center position, if that kind of makes sense.
say that again, bro. What you say?
I said AD was kind of made by default to play the center position because Palinka did not re up at the center position, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get you.
So it's like overall, I blame Palinka. Like Palinka saved his job with the last trade deadline. Okay, Palenka also put out there about put put out there and more showed that he can try to be a GM with the Lakers by what he did this offseason also with bringing in more depth. But when you go past that part, it's like that's what anybody would lose me about Palenka because I feel Palenka is I don't want to say a car salesman. I don't think he like I think he had to learn how to be a GM before just giving him the job like Jenny gave him the job. But she gave him the job, but I feel he should have really earned that job more. If that really makes sense.
Right. As you said, it's handed to him. He should have earned it.
Yeah. So I mean, in that aspect of it, like that's what I'm on Palenka about. And that's what I mean. I'm not a go along to get along people because I get into it with a lot of Lakers fans because they feel some of them feel Palenka is like a good GM, and I'm like Ninja, where? Like, show me where is he a good GM? Because to me, he hasn't fulfilled the job until this last off season. And we're the Lakers. We're last chance you. Like
You
we
got
are honestly last chance you.
you got a lot of delusional fans, bro, out there. There's still a lot of delusional fans because of what they see. They're gonna think this GM or that particular player is good when they know they're not that damn good. Or I heard earlier the guy thought Hayward could play defense. He used to play defense when he was at Utah. That was when he first came to the league, but not now. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what these people are saying, bro. Like I said, I mean, as you we looked at the power rankings the other day. They got Charlotte ranked 27 in the whole NBA, right? And they got the Bulls,
Yeah,
and they got the Bulls. And they got the Bulls. They got the Bulls and ranked 19 in the whole NBA. Come, you know, what I'm saying, can they do better? Hey, we gonna find out once the season starts. You know,
yeah. Because prime example, we went over the power rankings
the
the
power
last
rankings.
live.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. So if it's fair, like I said,
But for a lot of people, they don't understand that we went over the last power rank.
yeah, okay, then let's say, well, if they see the team, depending on how these teams do good or not, we don't want to see these play. I'm call some people all on it. I'll be like, oh yeah, y'all was delusional on this particular team, or you know what I'm saying. So hey, I'm calling like I'm like a straight shooter, dude. I'm calling the way I say it. you know, your feelings
But
might be hurt or not. Feelings might get hurt. Hey, so be it. I mean, that's life.
yeah,
you know.
but that's the main reason why like with me, bruh, I don't like I don't do all that mainly because like I want to see what Miles and them could honestly do because I thought that
Okay,
they
like
was gonna make some noise before Miles got that DV charge. Like I thought they was about to make some noise.
that's what I said. Miles Bridges, he's gonna be okay for the 3 point line. I looked at his percentage. He's 33%. Guess what? It's a lot of players in the league that shoot 33% from the arc. But like I said, I wouldn't advise
I,
you to leave them open. I would advise you to
I
leave
got a
But
them open.
question for you.
You'll be a fool to leave them open.
but
You
that's
think
not
you
where Miles made his name. He
But
made his
he,
name by being one of the fast break kings.
right, that's what he made his name, man. That's what I'm saying. So I
Like
want to say that
running with
earlier. Right.
Lamelo on the on the fast breaks. Like that's where he made his name and made his mark.
That's what his
So
bread and
Hey,
butter was at.
I got a question, y'all. You think Miles
what you got?
Bridges will be a Hornet next season?
I I I I think somebody gonna come and snatch him, dog. I think somebody gonna come and snatch him after next season, dog.
Yeah, I got that feeling too.
I honestly think somebody gonna come and snatch that ball away from them.
Hey man, like I told y'all, like
I,
I
d-
said before, like
I don't want to see that happen to Lamelo, but I honestly see somebody coming to snatch that boy away, like literally coming to snatch that boy fully away.
so we got Lamelo. He signed a 260 million contract. Do like I said, do we can we still say well? Pretend what happened to Charlotte. Can we say that I give Lamelo 2.5 years? If that don't work out over there, he's gone. He gonna be pressed to trade.
Then if that's the case, then
I'm just saying though.
if you think that might happen, then it might go like this. Charlotte
I think they're in
gonna
rebuild
offer
mode, pimp. Like
no, but for sure.
I'll tell you out my own mouth. I think they're in rebuild mode.
But check this out. If you think Miles gonna be there, then maybe they will offer TJ a 1 year contract and be or even a 2 year contract, and he can opt out his second year just to have that insurance, just in case Miles goes get if they can't afford to bring him back, or they feel like it's an overpay.
I could see that. I could see that.
Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, they need PJ Washington back. They need
But
him
I
back.
don't
You
think
know.
but I don't think PJ gonna get 20. I could see him getting 15 a season, not 20.
Yeah, I've seen that. He said he's on 20 or 2.
What is
I
it?
mean, with him saying he wanted 20, that's what started a lot of his problems. When he said 20, even I went, "Oh boy, you high."
20
Like
mil?
they got to drug test you.
20 mil? No, I think he should at least get at least about 10. To be fair, like I said, you can't just, somebody just say, well, I'll take 5 million and be happy with it. Hell no, you give him 10. I mean, he's
No,
70,
he won 20, so
but he ain't gonna.
I
Well,
could see
that
I could see giving him 12, 5 or 15.
give him 15
I
mil.
don't
What?
think
Give him 15. I mean,
I don't think he's worth 20 though.
there's a lot of guys that worth 20, and other guys worth the contracts they got. But hey, you know what I'm saying? But they got it because they have a damn good agent too. You know what I'm saying? His agents probably had to talk to them.
Yeah, but when Haywood got his money, he was still a part of Boston. So I mean, but that was a pale complexion trying to pay another pale complexion. So that's why I personally don't look at the Haywood contract.
Hey, you
But
know what?
but
Go ahead.
and I hate to word it that way, but I don't know. But that's the only way I could word that, dog. If that kind of makes sense to y'all, because I don't think Charlotte would have ever paid that boy 30 million a season. Honestly,
Well, if they don't, they need to start. Like I said, I always said, to play their players more so they can develop, so they can have a fallback. 'Cause nobody's running the signing over there in Charlotte, at least not right now, and
yeah,
maybe not ever. You know,
I don't know who like even when it comes to the front court that they drafted. I've been up here the whole time like who told them to draft that person? Like there was other people in the draft that was better that and they still drafted that same person. So that's why I'm kind of still on the same episode of when it came to No Panic and my boy Sky trying to help up for Jordan on his draft picks. I'm like, no, dog. Like they haven't been drafting who they needed, like at all. Like they've been needing help on the drafts scene. Unless y'all know something different than I don't know.
I think Charlotte they need to hire Mark, man. They need to snatch up Mark Jackson.
And you know what? I bought that up like about a month ago on this damn stream, like a month ago, a month or two ago, and I was cursed out for that.
I don't understand why. It's not like Mark Jackson not a good coach.
And he was like, really, the only reason why Mark Jackson honestly is not a head coach at this point, it is because of that statement that he said about that community. And they won't let him live that down. He didn't already apologize, but it's like they want him to do more.
That's that man. My thing is that's that man's opinion. And if you ask me, that was like a setup question because if you know anything about religion and you know he's a strong religion man, he gonna tell you what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And he's a pastor. So
Right.
so they was like that community won't let him live that comment down. And that's what that overall is at this point.
Right. I know, and you know the commissioner, he like that too. So you know, if
So
you
I
didn't know, you know.
well Silver a part of that community? I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
I thought they said he was married.
Yeah, he's married, but he ain't married to
No, no,
what you
no.
think.
I'm just saying. I thought they said he was married. I get
I
what you're
mean,
saying.
if he is, I mean, he's married to you know what? He's
Right,
definitely
right, right,
part
right,
of
right.
that.
I guess you could say I assumed they was talking about a woman. So I get what you're saying. I guess when they said he was married, dog, I honestly assumed that they was talking about a woman.
You did the natural thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you ain't think it was okay. He got to be, you know. But
yeah.
yeah,
Like
he is.
I really assumed that it was a woman that they was talking about. To be
Nah,
honest.
nah, it's not.
So okay, I could see that.
Oh, you know what I'm shocked at though? I'm shocked that he ain't filed a lawsuit against these people yet.
And that, and that's probably why he don't. That's probably why he not even worried about being a coach again, because he did say he not too worried about it. And now with me knowing that Silver's a part of that community, now that kind of makes sense. Because I didn't know Silver was a part of that community. I didn't know that. I honestly
Yeah,
didn't know that.
yeah.
Like I really thought Silver was straight because David was straight. But you know what? That's normally how it runs because they do run a lot of the entertainment all the way across the board, dog. So
Yep.
I, I'm not saying you wrong by fault, cause that community runs the entertainment world.
I think he was even in the parades and stuff.
Oh,
Yep.
oh, oh.
Yep. If I remember right, I think I remember them showing that picture or I came across it on something. But yeah, you can look that up and see. But like I said, yeah,
I'm gonna look it up, but I'm gonna look it up tomorrow after my shockness go down, cause I'm still shocked at what you said.
yeah. They you make it. It's like I said, they set that man up, and then you know what I'm saying. Then have him do the commentary for when they play. You know what I'm saying? And
Right,
just stick
that's
it to
like a
him even
spit.
more.
Yeah,
You know?
that's literally like a spit in your face, dude.
Yeah.
Like yeah, you're not good enough to coach us no more, but you only good enough to talk about us. That's it. Like we
Yeah. Hold on.
like come on,
Drake,
peasant.
Drake talking about he got a what? Nah, bro. I don't. Did you just look that up? Cause what I seen, they said that man was part. He was part of that community. I'm about to look that up right now. Hold on.
Hold on, say what? I
Drake
missed something.
Drake saying that's not true. I remember seeing that they said that he was. Hold on. I'm about
I'm
to
I,
look it
I,
up.
I, I, I'm gonna have to look that up.
I'm about to look it up right now. If he's saying that's true, I remember him saying he was.
I mean, in that case, it would make sense.
Uh, I'm gonna look it up and see.
Cause
Oh no, no, no! I seen his wife right there. I remember seeing they said that man was part of that community. I stand corrected. What the hell was I looking at that I seen that? They so said some misinformation. Excuse me. Well, either way it go, that was a setup question. Man. They knew that man was gonna. They knew that man was gonna do that. He was gonna say that.
I mean, me personally, they knew he even used to fly back and forward to like to do his sermons. So like they knew what was going on with him. Like they knew he was a pastor.
That ain't no secret. That's why I said that was a setup. Because they originally asked him, if I remember right, they asked him about that. What was it that he said that they got some people mad?
Oh, that he doesn't believe in homosexuality.
And then that was a question that they asked him, right?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
that
see,
the
I said
reporter asked him that
it
question.
was a setup question. They set him up. It was a setup question. You know, if I know that, you know what I'm saying, you're a Christian, and not only that, you're a pastor, you know,
Cause I was still
homosexuality.
trying to figure out why did they even ask him that like that? Like that's what I was trying to figure
So
out.
they wanted him out, and they wanted to probably give somebody else that job.
Cause I seriously was like, hold on, like why would they even ask him that question?
Um,
We're gonna pull back up tomorrow.
Now I will say this:
We're
the
gonna pull.
NBA is.
We're gonna
Oh,
pull
okay,
back up.
that's flight. All right,
Thank you, Gemini. I
I ain't here
appreciate
for
you,
it. What do you
sir.
say?
Shut up,
like I
South
say,
Carolina.
but
No,
we can
y'all don't
still
have to get
stay in the
off. Yeah,
backstage. Yeah, we can still stay in the backstage.
yeah.
Not a
Wow.
problem, flight.
Thank you, y'all. We're gonna pull back up tomorrow. Y'all good.
All right.
Stay